Chapter 257. Li Wangyu became a plagiarist and created the engraving and printing of flyers, eliminating the trouble caused by the aristocratic families. However, he did not expect that his actions would bring him even greater trouble. After he became famous in Chang'an, everyone praised his poems and essays, which attracted many scholars in Chang and to Dingzhou village, wanting to meet him and ask for advice. Some scholars even submitted their essays to him. Li Wangyu was now the founding father of the country and was indeed qualified to recommend talents to the imperial court. But he did not want to be involved in such trivial matters at all. Originally, he was patient and received a few scholars who came to visit him. Later, he could not bear to be disturbed, and it was not good to close the door and refuse visitors, so he simply avoided them. He did not dare to return to his residence until sunset and the crowd dispersed. He could only wander around to pass the time. In the first 2 days, he went fishing by the Gan River. After feeling bored, he went to the Taoist temple that Sun Simiao was building and chatted with Lu Shenwei. Sun Simiao's temple was progressing very quickly and would be completed in a month. Yan Liben also agreed to paint murals for the temple, which made Sun Simiao very satisfied. In the next few days, he went to the brewery and the construction site of the manor. But he heard from Niu Wu that there were still scholars in the residence waiting tirelessly for his return. Li Wangyu was very depressed about this, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he simply did not go out and hid in the backyard of his residence. If any scholars he did not know came to visit, Li Heng would say that he was not in and had gone out to visit friends. But the most unbearable thing for Li Wangyu was that it was too boring to stay in the residence. In the future, Li Wangyu could be considered half an otaku. When he was not at work, he liked to stay in his rented room, play games, watch videos, or read novels on the internet. He did not feel bored at all. But in the past few days, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin were not in the house during the day. So he found that the Tang dynasty was really too boring and seriously lacked entertainment. After forcing Li Heng, Niu Wu, and the maidservants in his house to play mahjong with him for 2 days, Li Wangyu was bored to death and was lying on a deck chair in the backyard, staring blankly into space. No wonder his beautiful boss didn't mind going back and forth between Dingzhou village and Chang'an city every day, concentrating on managing the four-wheeled carriage business. It seemed that her life in the Tang dynasty was really boring, so she wanted to find something to do to pass the time. Think about it. People who were used to all kinds of modern facilities, but after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, there were no novels to read, no television, no games, and no internet. If they didn't find something to do, it would really drive them crazy. I'm so bored that I'm about to explode. Of course, it was not that there was no entertainment in the Tang dynasty, but that Li Wangyu was not interested in it. The entertainment in the Tang dynasty, especially among the dignitaries, was first of all kinds of banquets. Banquets big and small included toasting each other, reciting poems, and laughing. It was beautiful and wonderful, but in Li Wangyu's opinion, it was really boring. Next was listening to songs and watching dances, such as flower dances, sword dances, horse dances, lion dances, step dances, festival dances, entertainment dances. But Li Wangyu still didn't find it interesting. He was not even interested in the Spring Festival gala performances of the modern era. The songs and dances of 1,300 years ago, well, although unique, were just so. Li Wangyu was not interested in other entertainment activities such as watching plays, cockfights, and juggling. The people of the Tang dynasty loved to see and hear. Therefore, Li Wangyu, who was lying on the deck chair, could only sigh and moan about boredom. The people of the Tang dynasty were really pitiful. They didn't even have novels to pass the time with. Of course, it was not that there were no novels in the Tang dynasty, but Li Wangyu couldn't understand them. He only knew a little about classical novels, which gave him a strange feeling like he was in a high school Chinese class. Reading that kind of novel was not entertainment at all, but self-torture. Thinking of novels, Li Wangyu began to ponder again. Should he simply copy a few more novels to enrich the amateur cultural life of the people of the Tang dynasty? Thinking about the 4 great classical novels, Journey to the West seemed to be suitable. However, Sun Wukong was a disciple of Taoism who was incorporated into Buddhism. If Sun Simiao and Yuan Tiangang read this novel, they would probably kill him, right? Forget it, I'm not afraid of this bad luck. I'll leave Wu Qingzhen to write it. Naturally, he couldn't write water margin either. Not to mention that he needed to modify the background of the story. The key was to write a story about a group of rebels. If Pai Lupi read it, he would probably ask him to explain clearly who he was trying to rebel against. Dream of the Red Chamber was a good book. If he modified it and brought it to the Tang dynasty, it would probably make those scholar ladies love it to death. But the biggest problem was that Li Wangyu had never read Dream of the Red Chamber. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't read it. Li Wangyu had indeed read Dream of the Red Chamber several times. But he had read the novel version of Dream of the Red Chamber. This was very awkward. After thinking about it, the only book that could be written was Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Li Wangyu also liked to read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and was very familiar with the plot of the Three Kingdoms. It was better to simply copy it in advance. On the one hand, it could kill time, and on the other hand, it could enrich the cultural life of the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately sat up from the recliner and ran back to the study room excitedly. He ground the ink, picked up the pen, and began to write on the paper. The first banquet was the heroes of the Peach Garden Swear Brotherhood and slay the Yellow Turban Hero. It was said that the world was divided for a long time and divided for a long time. Li Wangyu couldn't write anymore. After a long while, he threw down the writing brush and walked out of the study room gloomily. It wasn't that Li Wangyu had a conscience and was too embarrassed to copy Luo Guanzhong's novel, but that he couldn't memorize it at all. This wasn't the Tang or Song poems, which his grandfather forced him to memorize when he was young. The essays like Epigraph of My Shack were forced to memorize by his language teacher. But no one told him that he needed to memorize Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a total of 120 chapters and more than 640,000 words. Who would be bored enough to memorize it? Speaking of the plot of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Li Wangyu was very clear about it. But knowing the plot didn't mean that he could write it into a novel, not to mention a novel in vernacular, which was beyond his ability. Li Wangyu felt more and more aggrieved when he saw a good opportunity to show off. Oh no, to enrich the cultural and entertainment life of the Tang dynasty. Slip away from his fingertips. After his beautiful boss came back, he gloomily mentioned his failed attempt to copy Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which made Su Chongqing laugh for a long time. However, after Su Chongqing laughed, he also felt a little regretful. If only my phone still had battery. Nonsense, I know that I can listen to music and play games. I've already regretted it 100 times. Su Chongqing shook his head. No, I have a lot of novels saved in my phone, like the 4 great classical novels. Li Wangyu looked at her with disdain. Even if your phone can call back to the 21st century, it's useless. A phone without battery is worse than a brick. Chapter 258. Li Wangyu was complaining about the unreliability of his beautiful boss when his body suddenly froze. After a long while, he whispered, Chongqing, do you still remember the content about generators in high school physics? Su Chongqing was also stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he replied with uncertainty. It seems that when a conductor does the motion of cutting magnetic induction lines in a magnetic field, it will generate electric current? Is that so? Li Wangyu nodded and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It seems that the Tang dynasty was also a magnet. His words made Su Chongqing couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand, for fear of screaming out loud. After hesitating for a long time, Su Chongqing asked carefully, What do you mean? We can make generators in the Tang dynasty ourselves? Charge mobile phones? Li Wangyu wasn't convinced. He nodded and shook his head. I don't remember very clearly. That's middle school physics knowledge. My physics knowledge is very ordinary. Otherwise, why would I only be admitted to a second-tier university? Chongqing, you're a top student at the University of Pennsylvania. You should know how to do it, right? Su Chongqing glared at him angrily. I'm a liberal arts student. These words made the two of them stare at each other for a long time. After a long time, Su Chongqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Forget it. If there's no electricity, then there's no electricity. Li Wangyu stubbornly said, "No, I have to try. I don't believe that I can't make a simple generator." Generating electricity in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, no matter how you looked at it, it felt like a fantasy. Even Li Wangyu himself was grumbling in his heart. Why did it feel like a novel from the modern era, with a strong taste of fantasy in it? But after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be impossible. He remembered that in his middle school physics class, the chubby physics teacher had demonstrated the structure and function of a hand-crank generator to them in class. It was a coil rotating in a magnetic field, and it seemed to generate electricity. The principle wasn't complicated at all. When he shook the handle of the generator, the small light bulb lit up. To Li Wangyu, who had just come into contact with physics for the first time, it was very magical and left a deep impression on him. In fact, if Baidu existed in the Tang dynasty, it would be easy to make a simple hand-crank generator to charge a mobile phone after searching it on Baidu. Even many high school students with strong hands-on skills could do it. But Li Wangyu was a bad student, and Su Chongqing was a liberal arts student. It was not easy for them to come up with a generator that could charge mobile phones in the Tang dynasty. The two of them were clear about the principle of the generator, but how to cut the magnetic coil to generate the current was a very technical problem. Li Wangyu said that there were magnets in the Tang dynasty, but that was not true. Magnets were made using modern technology. In ancient China, only natural magnets could be used. Magnets were also known as compassion stones, magnets, and magnets. However, in the Tang dynasty, it was very easy to buy natural magnets. All the major pharmacies sold them. That's right, natural magnets were a type of medicinal material used in traditional Chinese medicine. It was salty and cold. It was the meridians of the liver, heart, and kidney. It was used for palpitations, insomnia, dizziness, blurred vision, tinnitus, deafness, kidney deficiency, and wheezing. It was recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. No matter what, Li Wangyu intended to give it a try. If he could really make a generator that could charge mobile phones, it would be amazing. He asked Niu Wu to buy a large piece of natural magnets from the pharmacy and copper wire from the jewelry shop. Li Wangyu was ready to start his physics experiment class in the Tang dynasty. He pulled Su Chongqing with him, and the two of them racked their brains to recall the physics knowledge they learned in junior high and high school. They did draw a few blueprints, but they did not feel confident when they drew the blueprints. "Let's give it a try first." Li Wangyu stretched and asked Niu Wu to help him invite Carpenter Lu over so that he could get ready to work. He and his beautiful boss recalled the structure of the generator. It was made up of a rotor and a stator. The stator was made up of a ring that was fixed on the outside, and copper wire had to be wound around it. The rotor was in the middle of the stator, and a magnet was installed on it. It could be turned with a handle, and after it spun quickly, it could generate electricity. The principle seemed simple, but neither of them had really operated it before, so they could only experiment slowly. And even if they could make a generator, it was still unknown whether it could charge mobile phones. However, Li Wangyu was bored now, and the temptation of being able to use mobile phones filled him with enthusiasm. When Carpenter Lu heard that the county man wanted him to help again, he did not hesitate. He put down his work and brought a full set of tools to follow Niu Wu. When he held the blueprints Li Wangyu drew, he could not understand what they were for. However, Carpenter Lu did not dare to ask too much. In short, he would do whatever Li Wangyu asked him to do. In the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village and Carpenter Lu, Li Wangyu was definitely an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. This was especially true for Carpenter Lu, who was even more convinced after helping Li Wangyu with the water wheel and four-wheeled carriage. Carpenter Lu even secretly put up Li Wangyu's memorial tablet in his house. He burned incense and prayed to Li Wangyu every day, treating him like a god. If Li Wangyu knew about this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Fortunately, Li Wangyu did not know that Carpenter Lu had put up a memorial tablet for him. Otherwise, there might have been a murder case at the county man's mansion in Huxian today. After tinkering for half a day, Li Wangyu did not feel annoyed. Without the interference of mobile phones, computers, and the internet, it did not seem boring to concentrate on one thing. Carpenter Lu's craftsmanship was really good. With just a sketch that Li Wangyu had drawn, he was able to make the main structure of the hand crank generator out of wood. Li Wangyu shook the handle with satisfaction and saw that the rotor inside was operating smoothly. Now it was time to wrap the copper wire around the stator. After wrapping it a few times, Li Wangyu stopped and took off the copper wire that was wrapped around the stator. The beautiful boss was puzzled and asked, "Wangyu, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Wangyu shook his head. "No, I just suddenly remembered that it seems to be better to use silver wire. It seems that silver is the metal with the best conductivity, right?" The beautiful boss recalled for a long time before nodding. That seemed to be the case. Thus, the copper wire that Niu Wu had just bought was abandoned. Li Wangyu sent him to the jewelry shop in Huxian to buy silver wire for himself. Although silver was not a common currency in the Tang dynasty, it was still very common. It was also very common to use it to make jewelry and utensils. Naturally, the jewelry shop did not lack gold and silver wire. Niu Wu did not spend much effort and bought a lot of it. Although the handmade silver wire could not be compared with the industrially processed ones in the future, it was still quite exquisite. Li Wangyu could only say one word about the exquisite craftsmanship of the Tang dynasty's craftsmen. Seeing that Li Wangyu was about to wrap the silver wire around the stator, the beautiful boss called out to him, "Wait, Wangyu, why do I seem to remember that there were wires wrapped around the stator in the physics class?" Li Wangyu did not understand. "Yeah? How could there be wires in the Tang dynasty? You just use copper wire or silver wire instead. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Stupid, it's insulated. Aren't wires insulated? You can just wrap the silver wire around it. How can it not be insulated?" Li Wangyu was stunned by the beautiful boss's words. It seemed to be true. Damn, where was he going to find insulated wires in the Tang dynasty? Chapter 259. In the backyard of the county magistrate's mansion, the door of Li Wangyu's study was tightly shut. Aphrodite and Perrin could only hear the voices of their Langjun and sister Chongqing from time to time. Their Langjun, in particular, was breathing rather rapidly, as if he was doing something strenuous in the room. "Ah, hurry up, hurry up." Su Chongqing's excited voice came from the study. "Phew, I can't take it anymore. Rest. Let me rest for a while." Li Wangyu's panting voice came. "Wangyu, don't stop, don't stop, keep going." "Phew, I'm exhausted. I can't take it anymore. Let me rest for a while before continuing." "You're so useless. It's time to exercise." "Cough, how can you say that? How can you say that men are useless? I've lasted long enough. It's been half an hour, right? Humph, you're so useless. 10 minutes at most." Perrin was confused and wanted to knock on the door of the study to see what Sister Chongqing and her Langjun were doing. But Aphrodite, who blushed, dragged her away. Although Aphrodite was a virgin, she seemed to have heard a lot of such voices in the taverns of the barbarians. However, there was naturally no scene in the study that Aphrodite had imagined, which was not suitable for children. Instead, it was Li Wangyu who was panting and constantly shaking the handle of the generator. At one end of the generator, 2 silver wires were wrapped around the beautiful boss's phone charger, and the data cable of the charger was connected to the phone, and the phone was showing the icon of charging. Obviously, Li Wangyu had succeeded in making the generator and was now charging the phone. Li Wangyu, who was a bad student, was stumped by Su Chongqing's question. How to insulate metal wires was a very serious subject in the Tang dynasty. After pondering for a long time, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing still didn't know how to insulate metal wires. How could hand-crank generators be so easy to make 1,300 years ago? The generator project, that he had been busy with for half a day, still ended in failure before it even started. This was a huge blow to Li Wangyu, and he was depressed for several days. However, there was always a way out. Li Wangyu quickly found a way to solve the problem of the metal wire insulation. He applied a layer of paint to the metal wire. There were records of the use of raw lacquer in China a long time ago. In the classic of mountains and seas, the northern mountains, it said, "Gua Mountain, its trees are mostly lacquer brown. There are many lacquer trees on Mount Yingtar." Raw lacquer is a kind of pure natural liquid paint harvested from the lacquer tree. Because of this, the production of raw lacquer in China was low since ancient times, and the price was expensive. Only the rich and powerful could afford it. Not to mention that it was impossible for ordinary people in the Tang dynasty to use raw paint to paint their furniture. Even in the houses of the rich and powerful of the Tang dynasty, there were not many who could use raw paint. Because raw lacquer was not poisonous, it was often used to make utensils. In Li Wangyou's mansion, there was a set of wooden tableware that had been painted with raw lacquer. It was a congratulatory gift from a rich and powerful person in Chang'an city after the news that he had been conferred the title of Baron of Hu County. Li Wangyou, who had been vexed over how to insulate the metal wire, suddenly had a flash of inspiration when he saw his servant girl serving him food using this set of lacquered wooden tableware. He remembered the good stuff of raw paint. Li Wangyou couldn't help but laugh. He didn't have time to eat and immediately asked Niu Wu to buy some raw lacquer for him. Where to buy raw lacquer? Of course, it was the all-purpose medicine shop. That's right, raw lacquer was also a kind of medicinal material. The Compendium of Materia Medica said, dry lacquer can be used as medicine. It is mainly used to treat fatal injuries, heal muscles and bones, fill the marrow cells, calm the 5 viscera, treat the 5 invasions and 6 acute diseases, and adjust the spleen when cold. It has the effect of repelling insects and relieving coughing. Chinese medicine was so awesome. Li Wangyou admired Chinese medicine very much. He had always wanted to know how they found out that these strange things could be taken as medicine. Moreover, the more awesome thing about the ancient Chinese was that they could keep the raw lacquer from hardening. The method was to throw a few crab shells into the raw lacquer. The raw lacquer could be kept liquid and would not dry up and harden. The raw lacquer cut from Shandong, Gansu, Guizhou, and other places was transported thousands of miles away to be sold in Chang'an city by relying on a few crab shells. It was very magical. After Niu Wu bought the raw lacquer from the medicine shop in the county, Li Wangyou soaked all the silver and copper wires in the raw lacquer. After taking it out and drying it, it became a simple version of lacquer wire. Finally, with the insulating silver and copper wires, Li Wangyou had a chance to restart the Tang dynasty generator plan that had been put aside for a few days. He carefully wound the lacquered silver wires around the stator and tightly fixed the magnet on the rotor. An extremely simple generator could be considered to be completed. However, whether this thing could generate electricity or not, neither Li Wangyou nor his beautiful boss was sure. If it was in the future, it would be clear if a small light bulb was connected and the light bulb lit up after shaking the handle. However, there was no such thing as a light bulb in the Tang dynasty. To test whether the generator could generate electricity or not, they had to rely on a human experiment. Li Wangyou called Niu Wu over with a sneaky smile and let him hold the 2 ends of the silver wires. Lang Jun, what are you doing? Niu Wu asked foolishly. Li Wangyou held back his laughter and said casually, nothing. I made a little thing and let you try it. Niu Wu, hold the 2 silver wires tightly and don't let go. His beautiful boss rolled her eyes on the side, but she did not stop Li Wangyou from doing funny things. Anyway, now, except for the human body directly sensing it, she did not know whether the thing Li Wangyou fiddled with could generate electricity or not. Niu Wu was confused, but he did not feel that there was anything wrong. He held the 2 silver wires tightly with both hands and watched Li Wangyou quickly shake the handle. Ah! Niu Wu let out a scream and instantly threw away the 2 silver wires in his hands. Lang Jun, why did the silver wires bite? Niu Wu shook his hands and looked at the 2 silver wires connected to the hand crank generator with a frightened expression. Li Wangyou and his beautiful boss's eyes lit up and stared at Niu Wu. Niu Wu, you really felt it? Yes, it hurts a lot. Lang Jun, what kind of magic are you fiddling with? Why did the silver wires suddenly bite? Did you turn them into spirits? Niu Wu stared with his bell-sized eyes and was inexplicably shocked. Li Wangyou ignored him and looked at his beautiful boss. This should be a success, right? Su Chongqing nodded with uncertainty. Maybe. It seems that the current is not small, otherwise, Niu Wu would not have been electrocuted like this. Then let's try it. Yes, let's try it. Niu Wu was confused, but no one explained to him. Li Wangyou and Su Chongqing picked up the hand crank generator and ran back to the study, once again slamming the door shut. And so, Perrin and Aphrodite heard the scene outside the study. In any case, Li Wangyou's extremely simple hand-crank generator could be considered a success. Su Changqing's phone, which had run out of battery and automatically shut down, was now lit up with the charging icon. Chapter 260. Although Li Wangyou created a hand-crank generator, it was a very deceptive thing to use it to charge a mobile phone. He and his beautiful boss took turns to crank the handle. Not long after, both of them were tired and out of breath. Using this method to charge a mobile phone was really unreliable. Without a multimeter, Li Wangyou and Su Changqing did not know the output power of this hand-crank generator. Moreover, the output voltage of the hand-crank generator was related to the shaking speed. If it was slow, the voltage would be low. If it was fast, the voltage would be high. It was very unstable. Later generations of hand-crank generators would be installed with a speed-increasing device. A relatively heavy flywheel would be added to the rapidly rotating shaft, using its inertia to increase the stability of the rotation speed. However, Li Wangyou and Su Changqing did not know how to do this. Being able to make the hand-cranked generator generate electricity was already their limit. In order not to damage the mobile phone, Li Wangyou had to crank the handle at a constant speed to charge the mobile phone, and this task was impossible to complete without a few hours. I can't lift my hand. Li Wangyou cranked the handle for more than half an hour. He was so tired that he almost stuck his tongue out. The key was that his arm was sore and unbearable. He really could not continue, and the battery shown on the mobile phone screen was less than 10% charged. Su Changqing wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. Humph! At this speed. When can you charge it fully? Li Wangyou directly played dead. No matter what his beautiful boss said, he was not willing to crank the damn generator handle again. The matter of charging the mobile phone needed to be kept a secret. Except for the two of them, it was not convenient to ask Niu Wu and Niu Yong to help. Between slacking off and using the mobile phone, Li Wangyou persisted for half an hour and finally chose the former. The beautiful boss was angry at Li Wangyou's tired appearance, but there was nothing she could do. It was really too tiring to crank the generator manually. She persisted for 5 minutes and gave up. Naturally, she could not scold Li Wangyou anymore. Li Wangyou took the opportunity to slip out of the study and ran to the backyard. He sat on a recliner and ordered a maidservant to bring tea, acting like a master. While Li Wangyou was renovating the backyard of the Li residence, he asked Carpenter Lu's 2 sons to help him send a continuous stream of spring water into the backyard using bamboo. They even built a wooden frame with a huge clay pot on top of it. The spring water in the clay pot flowed like a small waterfall into the canal below. Li Wangyou was stunned for a while as he listened to the gurgling sound of the spring water. He couldn't help but pat his head with his hand. What a pig's brain. Even though he was from a second-tier university, he couldn't be that stupid, right? There was obviously a simple method, so why did he have to act like an idiot and frantically shake the controller for more than half an hour? Changqing. The two of us seem to have done something stupid. Li Wangyou looked at Su Changqing speechlessly. Su Changqing didn't understand what he meant. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Li Wangyou pointed at the artificial waterfall in the backyard. "Why don't we use water to move the generator? We can just make a small water wheel and use a belt to move the generator's handle." His words stunned the beautiful boss. She glared at him fiercely. "Humph! I knew you were stupid. You couldn't even think of such a simple method. You made me shake the controller for so long. Why don't you go and find Carpenter Lu?" Li Wangyou was stunned by Su Changqing's words. How could he be reasonable? This was clearly his idea. How could he say that he was in the wrong? Moreover, you clearly only shook it for less than 5 minutes, but he shook it for half an hour. Fortunately, Li Wangyou also knew that he couldn't reason with a beautiful woman. He could only silently accept the beautiful boss's criticism. He turned around and ordered Niu Wu to find Carpenter Lu. A day later, there was a small water wheel under the artificial waterfall in the backyard. It was constantly being washed by the spring water flowing out of the clay pot above. A round wheel was installed on the axle of the water wheel. Li Wangyou installed a belt on the wheel to replace the belt pulley. The other end of the belt was connected to the generator, driving the generator's rotor to rotate at a uniform speed. Li Wangyu also asked Carpenter Lu to build a small house the size of a sentry post with logs in the backyard and put the generator in it. In the future, he and Su Changqing would come to the small wooden house to charge their phones to avoid exposing their secret. Whether it was Li Heng, Niu Wu, or Niu Yong, they were already used to the strange actions of their Langjun. No one asked for the reason. In the study, Li Wangyu looked at the phones that were finally charged. He was very excited. Before he was ready to turn on the phone, he went to wash his hands. He was just short of burning incense and praying. Changqing, I'm turning on the phone. Yes, turn it on. Li Wangyu excitedly pressed the power button. A moment later, the phone screen lit up, the familiar boot music and the familiar boot animation. At this moment, Li Wangyu was about to cry. I want to listen to music, read novels, play games. Before Li Wangyu finished roaring in his heart, a slender hand reached in front of his eyes and slowly took the phone that he had just turned on. Hey, Changqing, what are you doing? Li Wangyu asked unhappily. The beautiful boss smiled. Nothing. This is my phone. Her words almost made Li Wangyu choke to death. Okay, this is indeed the beautiful boss's phone. I helped you charge it. You can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. So what if you're beautiful? Can you do whatever you want? At this moment, Li Wangyu's acting skills were off the charts. His extremely aggrieved look was enough to make anyone who heard it cry and feel sad. However, Su Changqing didn't buy it at all. Her slender fingers tapped his forehead. Humph, you're right. This lady is beautiful. What do you want? This is this lady's phone. I'll use it first. Do you have a problem with that? Li Wangyu was speechless. What else could he do? He could only endure it. Looking at the beautiful boss who was happily holding the phone and playing with it, Li Wangyu was so weak, pitiful, and helpless. He squatted in the corner and drew circles. Under Li Wangyu's unremitting efforts and resistance, he finally won time to use the phone from the beautiful boss. That was every night after the beautiful boss went to bed. Fortunately, the beautiful boss paid attention to her health and usually didn't stay up late. Plus, there was no night entertainment in the Tang dynasty, so she went to bed early. Therefore, after 8 o'clock in the evening, the right to use the phone finally belonged to Li Wangyu. It had to be said that the beautiful boss's phone was a good thing. With her income, the phone she bought was a high-end model with enough storage. Su Changqing, who didn't mind the trouble, downloaded a lot of things on the phone. Music, MP3, videos, novels, games. She even downloaded several TV series. Li Wangyu was full of resentment. He brightened the biogas lamp in the study, opened the reading software on the phone, opened the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and began to shamelessly plagiarize. Chapter 261. Li Wangyu was both happy and in pain. He became a shameful plagiarist. As for moral integrity, he had already thrown it to the back of his mind when he plagiarized Li Bai and other big shots' works. The reason why Li Wangyu continued to be a plagiarist, in addition to enriching the cultural life of the people of the Tang dynasty, was purely because he was too bored. Although the phone was now charged and turned on again, Li Wangyu didn't know how long the phone could last. The self-made generator's current and voltage were not up to standard, and it was also unstable. What if it burned the phone one day? Therefore, Li Wangyu also planned to take advantage of the fact that the phone was working normally and copy all the novels stored in Su Changqing's phone. If the phone failed in the future, he wouldn't be so bored. Another reason for copying books was to continue to build his reputation. Although he couldn't bear the harassment after becoming famous, Li Wangyu now had to pinch his nose and continue to build his reputation. After these few incidents, Li Wangyu could also be considered to have understood. If he wanted to let himself and his beautiful boss live comfortably in the Tang dynasty in the future, he must build his reputation. Politics was too dangerous and he didn't want to touch it. If he wanted to protect himself and not let those aristocratic families have ideas about him, he must have enough reputation. If he could build his reputation until everyone respected him, then the aristocratic families, including Pai Lupi, wouldn't dare to touch him easily. Only then could he continue to be a leisurely landlord. However, being a plagiarist wasn't that easy, especially in the Tang dynasty, where writing small words with a brush was even more painful. Li Wangyu started copying from 8 o'clock in the evening until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when he got the phone. In addition to making his right wrist extremely sore, the reward was that he finished copying the first chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Looking at the total 640,000 words of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the 120 chapters of the book, Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he had dug a huge hole for himself. Based on today's speed, wouldn't it take him 4 to 5 months to finish copying the entire Romance of the Three Kingdoms? When he thought of this, he felt his vision darken. After Li Wangyu wrote this manuscript, he planned to send it for engraving and printing. Therefore, every word had to be written seriously. He couldn't be careless. To be able to write more than 4,000 words in 4 hours was already considered extremely fast and talented. With such a calculation, Li Wangyu almost decided to give up. He felt that his life was dark. However, this was a hole that he had dug himself, so he had to continue copying it even if he had tears in his eyes. Li Wangyu was full of resentment. He turned off his phone and went back to sleep. For the next week, Li Wangyu hid at home every day and became a poor copyist. It didn't take long for him to copy a thick stack of manuscripts for the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In fact, it was not how fast Li Wangyu copied, but how few words could be written in a manuscript. Even if the words were small, in order to be engraving and printing, the words couldn't be too small. At most, there would be no more than 200 words on a page. He could copy more than 4,000 words a day, which was more than 20 manuscripts. After copying for nearly 5 or 6 days, he actually accumulated more than 100 manuscripts. It was a thick stack in his hand. Looking at the stack of manuscripts in front of him, Li Wangyu suddenly couldn't help laughing. The cynical man had a bad idea in his mind. Since it was so painful for him to copy, why not drag everyone down with him and suffer with him? Just at this time, the old housekeeper Li Heng came to inform him that Ma Zhou and Yan Libin had arrived. Today was the day of rest every 10 days. Since Ma Zhou and Yan Libin worshipped Li Wangyu as their teacher, they would come to Dingzhou village to learn from Li Wangyu during their rest days. When Li Wangyu heard that Ma Zhou and Yan Libin had come, he couldn't help but smile. Well, I have a good lab rat. I can test whether my plan of dragging people down is feasible. Picking up the finished manuscripts, Li Wangyu went to find Ma Zhou and Yan Libin. Greetings, teacher. Teacher, are you writing poems or articles again? As soon as Li Wangyu came out, Ma Zhou and Yan Libin immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Seeing the thick stack of manuscripts in Li Wangyu's hands, they were surprised and thought that Li Wangyu had a new work. Some time ago, the aristocratic families asked people to attack and smear Li Wangyu. Ma Zhou and Yan Libin were the most anxious. As the Wangyu collection was spread all over Chang'an city like flyers, Li Wangyu's reputation soared. Ma Zhou and Yan Libin also felt honored and felt lucky to be able to become Li Wangyu's disciples. Towards Li Wangyu, the two of them admired him beyond compare, and their respect for him was even greater than before. Li Wangyu chuckled. That's not it. This is just a long historical novel I wrote when I was bored. It's called Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Let me show it to you too. Hearing that it was not a poem or article, but a novel, Ma Zhou and Yan Libin's interest decreased a little. But since their teacher said so, they naturally couldn't refuse. He respectfully took the manuscript from Li Wangyu's hands. The two of them gathered together and started to read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The rolling Yangtze River flows to the east. The waves wash away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure vanish in a blink of an eye. The green hills are still there. The sunset is still red. The white-haired fisherman on the riverside is used to the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of turbid wine is a happy reunion. So many things in the past and present are just jokes. After reading the opening poem, Riverside Immortals, Ma Zhou was so excited that he slapped his thigh. Teacher is really talented, to be able to write such a majestic long and short sentence in a novel. It's really soul-stirring and memorable. Poems were created in the Tang dynasty and were also called poetic verses. In response to Ma Zhou's praise, Li Wangyu just smiled faintly and signaled them to continue reading. Ma Zhou didn't pay much attention to the novel, but after reading Riverside Immortals, they stopped underestimating it and started to read it seriously. The first chapter of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was about the Oath of the Peach Garden. The plot of the novel quickly attracted Ma Zhou and Yan Libin's attention. They stopped talking and just looked down at the manuscripts. Li Wangyu had now copied 5 chapters and had just reached the chapter where the 3 heroes fought Lu Bu. Ma Zhou were very excited when they read the manuscripts. Zhang Fei shouted, "This must be Dong Zhuo. What's so good about chasing Lu Bu? Why don't we take down the thief Dong first? That's cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots." It said, "To catch a thief, one must catch the thief's leader. Don't know the outcome. Let's listen to the analysis below." They flipped to the back of the manuscripts, but there was no more. "Teacher, where's the rest of the manuscripts?" "There's no more. I've just reached this part." Ma Zhou and Yan Libin's faces immediately became very ugly. They were itching to continue reading, but Li Wangyu actually said there was no more. The two of them almost cursed out loud. Seeing Ma Zhou and Ma Zhou's uncomfortable expressions, Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud. I've really dragged the two of you down with me. It'll be hard for you too. Just sit back and wait for the next update." Thinking back, Li Wangyu was very sad when he was reading online novels in the future. He even had the thought of sending the author a razor blade. Could he dare to update faster? What was even worse was that other than reading the chapters, he encountered an author who didn't update. That made him want to kill someone. Li Wangyu was now ready to use a move that would anger the heavens and the people. Just like online novels, he would update the novel and release it. Chapter 262. Li Wangyu planned to do the same as the later generations of online novels. Every time he finished copying 5 chapters, he would send them to the bookstore in Huxian to be printed and published. Since the birth of block printing in Wuxia, the characters printed could not be too small due to the engraving technology and craftsmanship of the craftsman. A page of about 200 words was printed. Even if it was printed on both sides, the Analects of Confucius with about 10,000 words had a thickness of 30 or 40 pages. The paper that could be used to print books in the Tang dynasty was much thicker than the paper of the later generations. The thickness of the Analects of Confucius was roughly equivalent to the thickness of a book with about 200 pages in the later generations. Li Wangyu planned to print and publish the Romance of the Three Kingdoms separately. He would publish 5 chapters at a time with about 20,000 words, which was equivalent to the thickness of 2 Analects of Confucius. The 120 chapters of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms could be published in 24 volumes. He had worked so hard to copy the book. Naturally, he had to collect some interest to make those who were waiting to read the book feel uncomfortable. Looking at the depressed looks of Ma Zhou and Yan Libin in front of him, the cynical man silently praised his method. Li Wangyu thought of another idea. He turned to Yan Libin and said, "Libin, I plan to publish a book of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Can you draw some illustrations for me?" "What are illustrations?" Yan Libin was confused by Li Wangyu's words and did not understand what he meant. Books with illustrations only appeared in large numbers in the books of the Ming and Qing dynasties. In the era without printing, it was impossible for the readers who copied books to draw their own illustrations according to the manuscripts. With the maturity of block printing technology in the Tang dynasty, it was possible for illustrations to appear in books. Yan Libin naturally did not know what illustrations were, so he had this question. Illustrations are pictures drawn according to the contents of the book. For example, in the first chapter of the Oath of Brotherhood in the Peach Garden, you helped me draw a picture of Liu Bei and his brother swearing to be sworn brothers in the Peach Garden. Just outline the lines. I will ask someone to take it to block printing and bind it with the manuscripts into a book. When Yan Libin heard Li Wangyu's words, he could not help being excited. "Teacher, do you mean that you will also print the pictures I draw into a book? Can the pictures be block printed? Can I sign it?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at him strangely. "Who would know that the illustration was drawn by you if you didn't sign it? I was planning to keep it as a family heirloom." If the illustrations in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were drawn by Yan Libin, how much would it be worth if it was auctioned in the future? Of course, you have to sign off on the book. You have to sign off on every illustration. Just help me draw an illustration for each chapter. Draw it now and I'll send it to the bookstore today. Li Wangyou's words made Ma Zhou envious. He looked at Yan Libin with a burning gaze, wishing that he could snatch this job from Yan Libin. Ma Zhou and Yan Libin had already heard about the woodblock printing from Li Wangyou. The two of them felt that it was inconceivable that books could be printed in large quantities so quickly. For scholars, regardless of the dynasty, the temptation of writing a book and creating a biography was incomparably huge. However, before the birth of the woodblock printing, the time-consuming and laborious stone carvings, thick bamboo slips, and expensive silk, it was impossible for scholars to write a book. Now that Li Wangyou was going to write a book and Yan Libin's name in it, it was also a huge temptation. How could Ma Zhou not be envious? The only regret was that Li Wangyou was going to write a novel. In the eyes of Ma Zhou and Yan Libin, they felt that their little teacher was not doing his job properly. In the Tang dynasty, novels were not valued by the people of that time. They were regarded as unrefined. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, those authors who wrote novels used pseudonyms to protect their reputation. However, Li Wangyou was not afraid of being slandered. Anyway, he was only 16 years old. It was normal for him to be a little impulsive. Compared to the influence that the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms would bring, that bit of controversy was nothing. Yan Libin did not say much and immediately asked Li Heng to bring him a brush and ink. He ran to the side and looked at the manuscript while thinking about how to draw the illustration. Ma Zhou hesitated and asked, "Teacher, your book seems to have some mistakes. It does not match the history books. The history books did not record that Liu Bei and the other two became sworn brothers. It only mentioned that they were as close as brothers. Gong Sunzan did not join the alliance. Liu Bei and the other two should not have participated in the war. How could the three heroes fight Lu Bu?" When Li Wangyou heard him finish, he could not help bursting into laughter. "Bin Wang, I am writing a novel. It is a romance, not a history book. This is called artistic exaggeration. Some parts are made up by me. There is no need to take it seriously." With regards to this explanation, Ma Zhou could only nod and accept it. However, he picked up one of Li Wangyou's manuscripts and asked, "Teacher, what do these circles on your manuscripts mean?" Li Wangyou looked up and saw that Ma Zhou was pointing at the punctuation marks in the book. When he copied the book, he copied from right to left and from top to bottom according to the Tang people's habit. He also changed the simplified characters into traditional characters. However, he had copied the punctuation marks out of habit as well. In the Tang dynasty, there were no punctuation marks. There was only a mark called sentence reading. It indicated that a sentence had a complete meaning. Only in the Ming dynasty did the names of people and places appear. These were the early punctuation marks. What Li Wangyou wrote on the manuscript were the standard punctuation marks of the later generations. Naturally, Ma Zhou could not understand it. Li Wangyou pondered. Since he was used to copying, he might as well continue copying the punctuation marks. He was not in a hurry to answer Ma Zhou's question. Instead, he raised his hand and wrote a sentence on the paper. "This house can be lived in, and the person is not sad." "Bin Wang, what do these words mean?" "It means that this house can be lived in, and the person is not sad?" Ma Zhou read it out. Li Wangyou smiled and shook his head. He raised the brush again and added punctuation marks in the sentence. "Read it again. This house can be lived in, and the person is not sad. The person is not sad." "Teacher, the meaning has completely changed." Ma Zhou immediately reacted. Li Wangyou nodded. "Bin Wang, this is a symbol that I created to assist in reading. Yes, I call it punctuation marks. Look, this circle-shaped mark is called a period. It means that a sentence has ended. This tadpole-shaped mark is called a comma. It means..." Li Wangyou took a piece of paper and wrote down all the punctuation marks on it. He also wrote the meaning of these punctuation marks at the side. Since he had copied it, he might as well promote these punctuation marks when he printed the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. "Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Teacher, these punctuation marks are really divine. With this, there will be no more punctuation mistakes." In the face of Ma Zhou's praise, Li Wangyou nodded calmly again. showing that he was such a genius. Chapter 263. Ma Zhou looked at Li Wangyu with a burning gaze. He no longer cared that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was just a story. This was the first book in the Tang dynasty to be engraved and printed, and the first book to use punctuation. Even Yen Libin could draw the illustration and sign it, so how could Ma Zhou not be envious? Hee, teacher, what do you think your disciple can do for you? I also want to contribute to your book. Ma Zhou rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly. Li Wangyu looked at Ma Zhou with a smile, but in his heart, he suddenly had a plan. Such a good free labor, it would be a waste not to use it. The most tiring part of copying Romance of the Three Kingdoms was using a brush to transcribe stroke by stroke. Because this manuscript was to be sent to the bookstore for engraving, every word could not be sloppy. Therefore, he had to concentrate and write seriously, which was very tiring. If he accidentally wrote a word wrong, the entire manuscript would have to be rewritten, and he would not even have the chance to alter it. These few days, Li Wangyu was very impatient with copying. Although he could not give Ma Zhou his phone, if he could copy it without worrying about writing, and then let Ma Zhou help him rewrite the manuscript, it would save a lot of time. Bin Wang, are you willing to help me copy the manuscript? This manuscript will be sent directly to the bookstore for engraving, and in the future, Romance of the Three Kingdoms will be your pen and ink. How about it, are you willing? Ma Zhou nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. I am willing, of course I am willing. It is my honor to be able to work for teacher. Li Wangyu was very happy. He patted Ma Zhou's shoulder and gave him a sweet date. On the cover of this book, I will write your name and indicate that it is your, Ma Zhou's, Ma Bin Wang's, ink. These words made Ma Zhou even more excited. He could not wait to start copying. Not only would he be able to leave his name on the book, but he would also be able to see the updated content. Ma Zhou was very satisfied with this. When Yen Libin, who was concentrating on his painting, heard this, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at Li Wangyu with eyes full of anticipation. Li Wangyu saw the look in Yen Libin's eyes and immediately gave him a sweet date. Libin naturally has to leave his name on the cover. The illustration will be drawn by Yen Libin. Pretending that he didn't care, Yen Libin lowered his head and continued to paint. However, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He was obviously very satisfied. Li Wangyu had already copied the first 5 chapters of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Naturally, there was no need for Ma Zhou to copy it again. This made Ma Zhou feel very regretful. He could only wait for Li Wangyu to finish the rest of the manuscript. While the two of them were talking, Yen Libin had already finished a draft. He dried the ink and handed it to Li Wangyu. Division Commander, what do you think of this? Li Wangyu took the manuscript. After looking at it, he almost wanted to keep it for himself. It was such a waste to use it as an engraving plate. It had to be said that letting a master like Yen Libin draw for him was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Yen Libin was originally good at drawing people. After learning from Li Wangyu for a period of time, the lines of the people he drew were strong and round. The clothes were simple and heavy, and it became more and more lifelike. What he drew was the scene of Lu, Guan, and Zhang becoming sworn brothers in the peach blossom garden. Yen Libin was known as the legend of painting. The standard of his illustration was much higher than the illustrators of later generations. This made Li Wangyu very satisfied. Libin, this illustration is very good, very good. There are still 4 chapters left. You can draw them all. I will send them to the bookstore to engrave them. I hope that they can be printed in 10 days. After receiving his division commander's praise, Yen Libin immediately nodded. He ran back to the table and started to draw again. Because he only needed to draw the lines and the size of the illustration was not large, Yen Libin did not need much effort to draw the illustrations for the 5 chapters. Li Wangyu also finished the cover of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Under Yen Libin's expectation, he wrote a small line of words, illustration drawn by Yen Libin. These words made Ma Zhou very envious. He wished that he could copy the first 5 chapters again so that Li Wangyu could also write copy Ma Bin Wang on the cover. The first volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready. Li Wangyu wanted to strike while the iron was hot. He would send it to the bookstore today and try to get it printed as soon as possible. The earlier it was released, the earlier the people who read the book would understand the pain of catching up. Wahahaha! Wouldn't that be great? Li Wangyu brought Niu Wu and rode a horse to the bookstore in Hu County. When owner-son of the bookstore saw Li Wangyu, he quickly went forward and bowed. Old me is here to see County Boy. Is there anything that old me can do for you? Li Wangyu smiled and handed over the stack of manuscripts. Owner-son, this is the first book that I plan to print. Take a look and see how long it will take to print it. Owner-son respectfully took the manuscripts with both hands and looked through it. County Boy, old me can print it. May I know how many copies of this book you want to print? Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. This was the first book, so he did not want to print too many copies. If he could not sell it, he would suffer a great loss. Although Romance of the Three Kingdoms was one of the 4 famous books in China, what if the people of the Tang dynasty did not like it? This was not impossible. Li Wangyu originally wanted to print 10,000 copies. Anyway, the lifespan of a woodblock engraving was about 10,000 copies. 10,000 copies would complete the lifespan of the woodblock engraving. However, considering the cost, he decided to print less to test the waters. Let's print 1,000 copies first. If it sells well, we can print more. After owner-son heard this, he was a little hesitant. County Boy, how do you think the wages will be calculated? Last time when he helped Li Wangyu print the flyers, owner-son was generous and did not charge Li Wangyu for the labor cost because he only engraved a few engravings. In addition, he wanted to obtain the engraving printing technology. However, the manuscripts that Li Wangyu took out now had about 100 pages. In other words, he needed to engrave more than 100 engravings. However, the labor cost of engraving was not cheap. The fees for the engravings in the bookstore were the same as the fees for engraving seals. They were charged according to the number of words. For every 100 words, owner-son had to pay the engraving craftsman 200 copper coins. The engraving of a page of manuscripts cost about 400 copper coins. For this thick stack of manuscripts with more than 100 pages, just the labor cost of the engraving craftsman alone would cost 40,000 copper coins, which was equivalent to 40 strings of coins. As for the other costs such as paper, ink, and printing, owner-son did not know how much labor he would need. Although he had obtained the engraving printing technology, he had never printed a book before. He could only make a rough estimate of how much capital he would need. However, after owner-son silently calculated in his mind, the number that he came up with gave him a shock. According to his estimation, not counting the cost of the engraving, just the cost of paper, ink, and other printing, Li Wangyu wanted to print this book would cost no less than 100 copper coins. In other words, if Li Wangyu wanted to print 1,000 copies of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, just the cost of the bookstore alone would be about 140 strings of coins, which was 140 copper coins per book. With such a large expenditure, owner-son could not help but be cautious. Chapter 264. Owner-son's mental calculation skills were not bad. His estimation of the price was not wrong. In ancient China, the cost of printing a book was indeed frighteningly high. During the Southern Song dynasty, a book called De Kun Yen was printed. It recorded the cost in detail. Today, there are a total of 20 volumes of De Kun Yen. Number of sheets of paper used, printing costs, ink costs. A total of 1,300 sheets of paper used, 30 sheets of green paper used for printing, 30 sheets of green paper used for printing, 30 sheets of green paper used for printing, 30 sheets of brown paper, ink, paste, printing costs, and other costs. A total of 5 coins for printing. A total of 2 coins for printing board costs. Experts in later generations did the calculations and concluded that each volume of De Kun Yen in the Southern Song dynasty cost 290 copper coins. On average, each volume was 160 copper coins. The purchasing power of 1 copper coin was equivalent to about 4 renminbi in modern times. In other words, the cost of printing a book was 640 renminbi. It was simply a sky-high price. However, compared to manual copies, the price was at least 10% cheaper. Li Wangyu naturally knew that the cost of printing a book was not low. However, he was not short of money now. He could afford to spend a few hundred coins to print it. Besides, he was planning to sell this book. He might even be able to earn some money back. He waved his hand generously. Owner-son, just name the price. I only have one request. The sooner the better. Of course. County man, your manuscript has too many words. It will take some time for the craftsman to carve more than 100 plates. Old Me estimates that it will take about 5 days to carve all the manuscripts. After 7 days, it can be printed and bound. In Owner-son's bookstore, there were only 2 or 3 skilled craftsmen. After all, these craftsmen were originally engravers. His bookstore could not afford to keep too many craftsmen. Sure. Owner-son, please hurry. Oh right, these 5 illustrations also need to be engraved and printed together. We need to add an illustration to the front of each chapter. Is there a problem? Owner-son nodded. No problem. Just leave it to old me. Li Wangyu said. That's good. He took out 2 5 taels of gold ingots and handed them to Owner-son. These 10 taels of gold will be the deposit. I will come to collect the book in 7 days and pay you the rest of the money. Workshop Owner-son naturally had no reason to refuse. After accepting the gold, he repeatedly said, Yes, yes. Don't worry, old me will have the book printed in 7 days. If you can't complete it, Huxianan, you can take old me's head and use it as a chamber pot. Li Wangyu laughed and scolded. Why would I want your head? Help me print it well. When I pick up the book, there will be a draft for you to print. Yes, old me understands. Owner-son smiled even more happily. There was no merchant who wouldn't like such a big customer. Seeing that Li Wangyu was about to leave, Owner-son hurriedly asked, May I ask Huxianan, are you going to sell this romance of the 3 kingdoms after you finish printing it? Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. Otherwise, why would I print so many? Owner-son said, I wonder if Huxianan is willing to sell this book to old me? Sell it to you? Li Wangyu shook his head. Huxianan is too small. I can't sell that many books. Besides, if it sells well, I plan to print another 10,000 copies. How can you sell your bookstore? Owner-son smiled and said, Huxianan, don't worry. Old me actually runs a bookstore in Chang'an East City. Business is pretty good. Huxianan, don't worry about selling it. The old man's words piqued Li Wangyu's interest. He had been thinking about how to sell this romance of the 3 kingdoms after it was printed. Since Owner-son had a bookstore in Chang'an East City, it saved him a lot of trouble. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to nod in agreement, Owner-son continued, Huxianan, based on old me's experience, this romance of the 3 kingdoms of yours should be able to sell for around 400 to 500 copper coins. Old me's bookstore only takes 20% of the consignment fee. As for the cost of printing the book, old me only takes the capital. Huxianan, what do you think? Li Wangyu thought to himself. Books from the Tang dynasty were really ridiculously expensive. A book with over 20,000 words was sold for so much. That would be around 2,000 yuan in the future. The key point was that he planned to produce 24 copies of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. According to this price, if he wanted to buy the entire Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, he would need 12 strings of copper coins. That would be 48,000 yuan in the future. If any profiteer in the future dared to sell books like this, they would definitely be beaten to death. However, looking at the bookstore, the price of the handwritten Analects of Confucius was actually 2 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu felt that he was being too kind. Ma Zhou was now a 6th-rank court official, but his monthly salary was only 2 strings of 400 copper coins. If he came to the bookstore to buy books, his monthly salary would only be enough to buy 1 volume of the Analects of Confucius. Li Wangyu pondered over Owner-son's proposal for a while, then nodded in agreement. Having someone to help him sell books would save him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, Li Wangyu had a good impression of Owner-son, so he was naturally willing to continue working with him. The cost of printing the first volume of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms was 150 copper coins. If he sold it for 500 copper coins, he would have a profit of 350 copper coins. If he gave Owner-son 100 copper coins, he could still make 250 copper coins. 1,000 copies would be 250 strings of copper coins. If the sales were good, he could print another 10,000 copies. That would be a profit of 2,500 strings of copper coins. Furthermore, this was only the first 5 chapters of the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. If the book really sold well, he would be able to make a small fortune just by selling the books. However, a profit of 250 per book? Damn, why does this number sound so awkward? Forget it, earning money is a good thing. 250 it is. Li Wangyu did not argue and immediately nodded in agreement to Owner Sun's proposal. He was prepared to hand over the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to this old man. When Owner Sun heard that Li Wangyu was planning to write 24 volumes of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he was so happy that his beard started dancing. After reaching an agreement, Li Wangyu returned to Dingzhou village and prepared to continue his work as a plagiarist. Since Ma Zhou was willing to help him copy, Li Wangyu was naturally happy to save him the trouble. When he returned home, he began to think about how he could save time and energy to complete the difficult work of copying books. The most important thing was the brush. He definitely could not continue using the brush. Even though Li Wangyu was forced by his grandfather to practice writing with the brush since he was young, no matter what, using a brush to write was not fast. Naturally, there was no need to think about making a fountain pen or a ballpoint pen. Li Wangyu planned to try making a few goose feather pens first. However, there were no geese in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu pondered and simply asked Niu Wu to bring a bow and arrow to help him kill a few crows. The feathers of the crows could also be used to make a feather pen. The effect was not inferior to a goose feather pen. Moreover, it was just right for writing small characters. Niu Wu was already numb to all of Li Wangyu's strange requests. He was too lazy to ask anymore. Carrying the bow and arrow, he went out to look for the crows. With his archery skills, killing a few crows was a piece of cake. Without much effort, the corpses of the crows were placed in front of Li Wangyu. Ami tofu, I've sinned, I've sinned. Li Wangyu said that he had sinned, but his hands were not careless. He directly reached out and plucked a few of the longest feathers from the crow's wings. Chapter 265. Li Wangyu had tried making a feather pen because he found it fun when he was a child. In order to make a feather pen, he had even secretly plucked the feathers of several geese at home. For this reason, every time the geese at home saw Li Wangyu, they would immediately go into attack mode and chase after Li Wangyu. There was a saying in the countryside, "It's better to be bitten by a dog than to be pinched by a goose." The geese didn't look fierce, but they were actually ferocious guardians of the house. Not only did the geese bite, they would also fly and beat people, making ear-piercing cries as they did so. In addition, adult white geese were even bigger than house cats, so Li Wangyu was no match for them. Therefore, every time he was chased by the geese at home, he would be utterly defeated. He was in a very sorry state. But even at such a huge price, Li Wangyu didn't succeed in making a feather pen when he was a child. Making a feather pen wasn't as simple as plucking a feather. In order to make a feather pen, Li Wangyu even asked the European girl, Aphrodite, for an answer. But who would have thought that Aphrodite was also confused? She had never heard of a feather pen. It was only after his beautiful boss pulled Li Wangyu aside and explained in a low voice that Li Wangyu finally understood. His beautiful boss had paid attention to the introduction of a feather pen when she was studying in the United States. She still remembered it clearly. The European feather pen was invented around 700 AD, and it was now the second year of Chang'an, 628 AD. Aphrodite naturally didn't know what a feather pen was. As for how to make a feather pen, the beautiful boss remembered the instructions on the introduction. First, it had to be degreased. There was a thin layer of oil on the feathers of birds, which would stink after a long time, so it had to be removed. The oil on the feathers could be removed by steaming them in a steamer basket and then washing them. Then, the roots of the feathers were cleaned with a knife, and the body of the pen was hardened. The roots of the feather were inserted into an iron pot filled with sand, heated for 15 minutes, and taken out after it cooled down. Finally, he used a small knife to cut the base of the quill into the shape of a fountain pen. Just like a fountain pen, he cut a thin slit in the middle to act as an ink reservoir. Li Wangyu experimented a few times and damaged a few crow feathers before he finally succeeded in making 2 or 3 quill pens. After dipping the quill in ink, it could write very smoothly on the paper. The ink was clear, and it was not much different from the fountain pens of the future. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with his own hands-on skills. But before Li Wangyu could gloat and show off, he saw his beautiful boss reach out her slender hand, grab a few quills, and snatch them away. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to rob me? Yao Yao Ling? Someone is robbing here. Li Wangyu quickly shouted, trying to protect his work. The beautiful boss glanced at him and shook her fist threateningly. Humph, I taught you how to do it. Shouldn't I charge you some tuition? Do you have a problem with that? In the modern city, except for Li Wangyu, who was forced by his grandfather to practice calligraphy since childhood, few people knew how to use a writing brush. Su Chongqing naturally did not know how to write with a writing brush, but he had no choice but to use it. In the four-wheeled carriage, she had to record a lot of things every day. During this time, Su Chongqing could only pinch his nose and write ugly words with a writing brush. Although Li Wangyu didn't say it explicitly, the smile that often appeared in his eyes made his beautiful superior gnash her teeth in hatred. She was also confused for a moment and forgot that she could make a quill pen to write. When Li Wangyu said that he wanted to make a quill pen, the most happy person was the beautiful boss. So after the quill pen was made, Su Chongqing did not hesitate to directly reach out and forcibly seize the right to use these quill pens. In the face of the beautiful boss's threat, Li Wangyu immediately admitted defeat. No problem. This is what I should do. This is what I should do. The beautiful boss proudly raised her swan-like white neck and proudly left with her spoils of war. She quietly left, just as she quietly came. Waving her sleeves, not taking away a cloud, only taking away my quill pen. Li Wangyu looked at the ceiling with tears in his eyes. He was full of sadness and grievance. At this moment, he only wanted to recite a poem. In desperation, he looked at Niu Wu again. Before he could speak, Niu Wu looked at him with disdain, grabbed the bow and arrow, and strode out. Damn, this poem was not good. He actually dared to look down on his Lang Jun. Li Wangyu became more and more speechless. Even Niu Wu dared to look down on him. Where was the dignity of the family head? After Niu Wu brought back a few more crows that were killed by arrows, Li Wangyu was busy again. Finally, he used a quill pen. Copying with a quill pen was much faster than using a writing brush. In addition, Ma Zhou was copying for him. Li Wangyu wrote even more flamboyantly. His speed was so fast that he almost flew. In one night, Li Wangyu copied almost 2 chapters, which made him very satisfied. Sure enough, tools were the ladder of human progress. After solving the problem of copying books, Li Wangyu's bitter days had finally come to an end. Although he still spent a lot of time copying books every day, the efficiency was much higher. Every day, he asked Niu Wu to ride a horse and send the manuscripts he copied to Chang'an City. He asked Ma Zhou and Yan Libin to copy and draw illustrations. Ma Zhou and Yan Libin were happy and didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they could see the latest chapters every day and were very satisfied. Sometimes, Niu Wu was delayed by something and was late. Ma Zhou and Yan Libin complained. Niu Wu could only silently roll his eyes. Sure enough, like teacher, like disciple. One day, because Li Wangyu was lazy and didn't want to copy books, he gave himself a day off. As a result, Ma Zhou and Yan Libin waited in Chang'an City for a long time, but Niu Wu didn't come to deliver the manuscripts. In a moment of anxiety, they rode a horse to Dingzhou village to rush the manuscripts. Li Wangyu was speechless at this kind of behavior of urging him to update his novel. He could only comfort them and repeatedly promise that he would let Niu Wu deliver the manuscripts to them tomorrow. Finally, he sent the 2 disciples who were eager to see the next chapters back. 7 days later, Li Wangyu finally received the freshly printed romance of the 3 Kingdoms, sent by owner Sunday. He also told Li Wangyu that the first volume of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms would be officially sold at Sunji Bookstore in the East Market of Chang'an City tomorrow. Li Wangyu also had high hopes for this. He planned to personally go to the East Market the next day to see how the 4 great classical novels he painstakingly copied were received in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 266. In the afternoon, Li Wangyu was standing outside Sun's bookstore in the East Market of Chang'an with a gloomy face. He came to Chang'an today to see the sales situation of the Three Kingdoms novels that he had painstakingly copied. However, he did not expect that it would be completely different from what he had imagined. Sun's bookstore was not considered small in the East Market. There were 3 storefronts that sold all kinds of hand-copied scrolls, rubbings of steel inscriptions, paintings, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. They also accepted businesses such as seal engraving. The business was quite good. In the bookstore, there were many scholars dressed as scholars going in and out. Li Wangyu observed for a moment and saw that there were several transactions in the bookstore. However, there were people who bought the scrolls that cost 2 copper coins, but few people were interested in the romance of the Three Kingdoms that cost 500 copper coins. The engraved and thread-bound romance of the Three Kingdoms was quietly placed on the counter in the bookstore. It was not eye-catching at all. There were no advertisements, no publicity, and no shop assistants shouting to promote it. Occasionally, there were scholars who were curious and picked up the book to flip through it. When they saw that it was a novel with chapters, they put it back. However, there were scholars who read it carefully and their eyes lit up. They took out their copper coins and bought the book. However, before Li Wangyu could smile, the scholar who bought the book immediately hid the book in his arms like a thief. He was afraid that others would see it. This scene made Li Wangyu's temples throb. I'm writing the 4 great classical novels, not a romantic novel like Jin Ping Mei. What the hell do you mean by looking like you bought a pornographic film on the street? He thought. Seeing their junior teacher gnashing his teeth, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, who had accompanied him to the bookstore, both comforted him. Teacher, this scholar is also afraid that people will see him by the novel and criticize him for not doing his job and neglecting his studies. Yes, teacher. Although we know that your novel is majestic and is not written in a game, in the eyes of the people, novels are not elegant. After being comforted by Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, Li Wangyu became even more depressed. This was exactly the same as what he had imagined. Shouldn't the romance of the Three Kingdoms be warmly welcomed by the people of all walks of life in the capital of the Tang dynasty as soon as it was released? Shouldn't it be that Luoyang paper was expensive, that the supply could not meet the demand, and that the goods were scarce and expensive? But in the end, it was completely deserted. Li Wang even had the thought of ejecting. No one was interested in the book that he had painstakingly copied, so what was the point of him continuing to copy? The few of them stopped outside the bookstore to observe. Owner Sun finally saw Li Wangyu and the others outside the bookstore and hurriedly came out to greet them. Owner Sun smiled and bowed to Li Wangyu. Congratulations to Mr. Huxian. Today, the Three Kingdoms will be on sale. In just 2 hours, 3 copies have already been sold. That's quite impressive. Nanny? Are you kidding me? The old man's words made Li Wangyu speechless. Did this old man misunderstand the concept of good sales? In 2 hours, that's 2 hours, only 3 copies have been sold. You actually came to congratulate me? Is this good sales? Then how long will it take me to sell these 1,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms? In fact, in Owner Sun's eyes, selling 3 copies in 2 hours was indeed a very good result. This was mainly because the price of engraving printing in the Three Kingdoms was cheap. The price of 500 copper coins was considered very cheap compared to the price of 1 or 2 strings of copper coins per scroll. In his bookstore, the copies of the books such as The Great Learning, The Doctrine of the Mean, The Analects of Confucius, and Mencius could only be sold 1 or 2 volumes per day. Before the invention of engraving printing, due to the high price of books, bookstores did business a bit like the antique shops of the modern era. They paid particular attention to not opening a business for a year, but opening a business for 3 years. Therefore, in Owner Sun's eyes, selling 3 copies in 2 hours was already a very good business. However, Li Wangyu was getting more and more annoyed. This was too different from what he had imagined. The East and West markets were not open for business early in the morning. The Tang dynasty's rule was that the market was in the middle of the day. In other words, The east and west markets could only start trading at noon and end in the afternoon after the drum sounded. There was only half a day of business every day. According to today's sales speed, 10 copies of the Three Kingdoms would not be sold in a day. Owner Sun had printed 1,000 copies of the first volume of the Three Kingdoms. Based on the current sales, wouldn't it take more than 3 months to sell all of them? This was only the first volume of the Three Kingdoms. There were still 23 volumes after that. How long would it take to sell all of them? Moreover, Li Wangyou's goal was not only to sell 1,000 copies. He was also thinking of selling 10,000 copies or even more. Although the literacy rate in the Tang dynasty was not high, there were at least hundreds of thousands of scholars in the Tang dynasty. In an era without any entertainment, was it difficult to write a novel and sell tens of thousands of copies? However, he did not know that if he could sell 1,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms in 3 months, he would make owner Sun laugh his head off. In Sun's bookstore, the books that were originally the best-selling had only sold 40 or so in a month's time. In fact, owner Sun was not the only one who thought so. Even Ma Zhou and Yan Libin felt that selling 3 copies in 2 hours was already considered a big hit. Seeing that they all had such a matter-of-fact expression, Li Wangyou was speechless. He could only ponder on how to increase the sales of the book. If his beautiful boss knew that he had sold 3 copies of the Three Kingdoms that he painstakingly copied in 2 hours, she would laugh herself to death. Brother Ziqiao, let's go to the bookstore and see if there are any new paintings. Li Wangyou was pondering when he heard a voice behind him. He turned his head and could not help but show a look of disdain. Chang'an City was so *king small that he could meet these troublemakers everywhere. The one who spoke was Cui Daogu of the Cui clan in Qinghe. Beside him were Wang Ziqiao of the Wang clan in Taiyuan, Cui Hong of the Cui clan in Bowling, and Lu Xiong of the Lu clan in Fanyang. Naturally, there was a large group of servants following behind the 4 rich young masters of aristocratic families. The large group of people was bustling with noise and excitement. Li Wangyou was too lazy to meet these foppish sons. He pulled Ma Zhou and Yan Libin to the side and avoided the sight of Wang Ziqiao and the others. When this group of silk pants entered Sun's bookstore, the troops behind them immediately became extremely overbearing and chased away all the customers who were buying books and looking at paintings. Owner Sun could only pretend that he did not see such behavior of driving out his customers. He smiled and greeted them. "Gentlemen, may I know what you want to buy?" "Shopkeeper, do you have any new books?" Yes, this novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was just put on sale today. It was written by a man from Hu County. Gentlemen, are you interested?" Owner Sun naturally did not know of the conflict between Li Wangyou and these foppish sons. He even enthusiastically picked up a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and respectfully handed it over. "Which man from Hu County?" Wang Ziqiao asked in an unfriendly tone. Owner Sun did not know and smiled. "Li Zio of Hu County, Baron of Hu County." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Ziqiao angrily tore the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand into 2. Chapter 267. Now, the name that these aristocratic families, including the Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Cui clan of Bowling, the Lu clan of Fanyang, and the Cui clan of Qinghe, least wanted to hear about Li Wangyou of Hu County. In his previous life, these aristocratic families had wanted to vent their anger by spreading rumors in an attempt to smear Li Wangyou's reputation. However, Li Wangyou had displayed his works in Chang'an, and for several days in a row, ruthlessly slapping the aristocratic families in the face. Not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they also made Li Wangyou even more famous. This was like making a wedding dress for someone else, making the aristocratic families feel very sullen. In order to disgust these aristocratic families, Pai Lupi did not care about their reputation at all. During the court meeting, he ordered people to read Li Wangyou's works out loud, making the aristocratic families even more embarrassed. Although he did not mention any names in Chang'an, anyone with some ability would know that the aristocratic families had made a big mistake because of Li Wangyou. In the court, the officials who did not come from aristocratic families looked at the officials who came from aristocratic families with ridicule in their eyes. Zhang Yuanshou and the others gnashed their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. As for Wang Zichao, Cui Daogu, Lu Xiang, Cui Hong, and the others, they saw Li Wangyu as a thorn in their side. They could not wait to eat his flesh and skin, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. Owner Sun actually took Li Wangyu's books to recommend to them. To them, this was a naked provocation. After Wang Zichao tore the 3 kingdoms in his hand, he did not wait for Owner Sun to react. He raised his hand and slapped Owner Sun across the face. The old man almost fainted from the slap. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. "Old man, how dare you humiliate us?" Wang Zichao cursed angrily after slapping him. This sudden turn of events stunned Owner Sunday. How could he not know why he was slapped? Did he say something wrong just now? Wang Zichao and the others came into the bookstore. Although he did not know Wang Zichao and the others, he knew that these young people were from the aristocratic families in Chang'an, and could not be offended by a businessman like him, just by looking at their overbearing manner of driving away the guests. Therefore, even though the guests were chased away, no matter how unhappy he was, he did not show it in the slightest. Instead, he welcomed them with a smile. He was even afraid that the clerk in the bookstore would say something wrong and offend the noble, so he personally went up to receive him. As for recommending Li Wangyu's 3 kingdoms to them, it was because they had asked about his new book, so he naturally had to reply truthfully. Secondly, Li Wangyu's Romance of the 3 Kingdoms was indeed a good book. Although it was only the first 5 chapters, with over 20,000 words, Owner Sun loved it so much that he couldn't put it down and studied it repeatedly. If it weren't for the huge difference in status between him and Li Wangyu, he would have urged Li Wangyu to write a manuscript. The first volume of the 3 Kingdoms only had a short 20,000 words. It really wasn't enough to satisfy him. It made him want to read more, but he was also looking forward to the next chapters. Therefore, Owner Sun did not care that it was a novel and recommended it to Wang Zichao and the others. However, he did not expect to be slapped in the face. Young masters, why do you say that? Old me did not offend you in any way?" Owner Sun was beaten, but he did not dare to complain. He was just a businessman. If he was beaten by this group of good-for-nothings, then so be it. Even if they smashed his bookstore, what could he do? Ever since the Tang dynasty, the status of merchants had greatly increased compared to the previous dynasties. However, the so-called scholars, farmers, businessmen were always a respectable and inferior profession. "Old man, do you think that the Taiyuan Wang clan is easy to bully?" "Taiyuan Wang clan? Young master, why do you say that? Old me does not dare to humiliate the Taiyuan Wang clan." "Young master, are you mistaken?" Owner Sun said innocently. He really did not understand what was going on. "Pui, old man, you still dare to say no? What's the meaning of this?" Wang Zichao scolded, unwilling to let this matter go. "Li Wangyu, this bastard's book, is it?" When Owner Sun heard this, he realized that these nobles in front of him did not get along with Hu Xiannan. It was because he recommended Hu Xiannan's book that he was met with this disaster. He could only smile bitterly, crawl up to Wang Zichao and the others, bowing and apologizing repeatedly. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How could this old man have such thoughts? This old man didn't know. No matter what, it's all this old man's fault. Please forgive me." Owner Sun's humble attitude did not earn the forgiveness of Wang Zichao and the others. They came to the East Market to relax because they were in a bad mood. When Owner Sun recommended Li Wangyu's book to them, they could not help but think of Li Wangyu's despicable face. They could not help but burn with anger and wanted to find trouble with the owner of the bookstore to vent their anger. "Smash this bookstore for this young master. How dare you sell that bastard Li Wangyu's book? Pui, are you trying to go against us? Do you think you're worthy? Smash it." Wang Zichao waved his hand to the troops behind him, indicating that they should smash the bookstore to vent their anger. "You can't smash it, you can't smash it. Young masters, old me has apologized to you. Please let old me's bookstore go. You can't smash it." When Owner Sun heard that Wang Zichao and the others were going to smash the bookstore, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. However, how could he stop this group of wolf-like troops? He was pushed to the side and almost fell down again. The commotion in the bookstore, in addition to Wang Zichao's troops forcefully driving away the customers, had already attracted the attention of the crowd in the East Market. Outside Sun's bookstore, there were many people gathered to watch the commotion. Due to the deterrence of the fierce troops blocking the bookstore, no one dared to help owner Sunday. There were a few patrolling East Market Martial Marquis. Seeing so many people gathered here, they hurriedly ran over. But after seeing the situation inside Sun's bookstore, these Martial Marquis did not say a word and turned to leave. What happened to Sun's bookstore? Why was he blocked by someone? Owner Sun is so young. How could he be beaten up? Why doesn't the East Market Martial Marquis do anything? Shoo! Be careful with your words. Do you know who those people are? I don't know. Brother, please give me some advice. Those are all young masters with 5 surnames and 7 looks. The one who beat up owner Sun is the son of Taiyuan Wang clan's first wife. Who do you think dares to meddle in their business? TSK, 5 surnames and 7 looks. How impressive. How did owner Sun provoke these aristocratic families? No wonder the patrolling Martial Marquis does not dare to meddle. Who says so? Consider old man Sun to be unlucky. Today, Sun's bookstore, I don't think he can keep it. Sigh, how pitiful. Just as owner Sun felt that the end of the world had arrived, he heard a loud shout, "Stop! In broad daylight, do you still have the laws of the land?" Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu and the rest immediately glared at the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was so blind as to meddle in the business of their aristocratic families. Li Wangyu, why are you here? After seeing the person who spoke, Wang Ziqiao and the rest could not help but feel a little guilty. Although they hated Li Wangyu to the extreme, when Li Wangyu stood in front of them, the 4 of them felt a little guilty. The one who pushed the crowd aside and stood up to stop them was Li Wangyu. Behind him, Ma Zhou and Yan Libin also had angry looks on their faces. He, as expected of 5 surnames and 7 looks. How impressive. Li Wangyu said with ridicule. Chapter 268. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Ziqiao and the others. He felt that talking to these aristocratic families was polluting the air. Therefore, Li Wangyu pulled Ma Zhou and Yan Libin to the side. He did not want to see these people face to face so as not to affect his mood. Who would have thought that just because owner Sun recommended the 3 kingdoms that he copied to Wang Ziqiao and the others, he was implicated for no reason and even wanted to destroy the old man's bookstore. Wang Ziqiao and the others were so arrogant and despotic. Even if his uncle could tolerate it, his aunt could not. Li Wangyu naturally would not stand by and watch. 5 surnames and 7 hopes. How impressive. You want to destroy other people's shops at the slightest provocation. Does the saint know that you are so awesome? Li Wangyu mocked. Li Wangyu, don't talk nonsense. It was the owner of this bookstore who humiliated us. We were just teaching him a lesson. Cui Daogu hurriedly explained. He did not want Li Wangyu to mention this matter to Pai Lupi. Li Wang, you showed a look of disdain. Humiliate you? Are you worthy? You don't be so arrogant. Do you want to be enemies with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Do you want to stand up for this insignificant merchant? How can we not teach such a disrespectful merchant a lesson? Insignificant merchant? May I know what your official positions are? What are your titles now? Li Wangyu asked. His words made Wang Ziqiao and the others speechless. They did not know how to answer. The aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes mainly relied on the local areas. They relied on their power, money, and prestige to control the local politics and enjoy a superior political and social status, contending with the imperial power. However, in terms of status and titles in the imperial court, they were far inferior. Pai Lupi naturally would not confer high positions and titles to officials from aristocratic families. Even the head of the Zheng family, Zhang Yuanshou, was only a 3rd-rank official of the Honglu Temple. As for the disciples of these aristocratic families, they actually didn't have any official positions, nor did they have any titles. If one really wanted to talk about it, they were nothing more than commoners. He was different from Pai Lupi's group of debauches. Although Cheng Chumo and the other debauches did not have a noble title, they all had official positions granted to them by the imperial court. Although most of them were fake titles, it was enough to show Pai Lupi's attitude. Normally, no one would be so tactless as to ask Wang Ziqiao and the others about their official positions and titles. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were the best identities for the legitimate sons of these aristocratic families. Are you humiliating us? Wang Ziqiao roared in exasperation. Li Wangyu took out his goldfish talisman and waved it in front of Wang Ziqiao and the others. Do you see it clearly? I am the Baron of the founding county of the Tang dynasty, with the title of Wuxia. You guys are nothing. Do you have any seniority? Why aren't you bowing to me? You! His words made Wang Ziqiao and the others speechless. Li Wangyu was now the Baron of the founding county of the Pai Lupi. Logically speaking, they should bow to Li Wangyu. But how could Wang Ziqiao and the others be willing to bow to Li Wangyu? They looked at each other and planned to turn around and leave. Stop! You tore my book and are going to leave like this? What are you going to do? Li Wangyu said, Didn't the adults in your family teach you to apologize for destroying other people's things? Prince Zhou chuckled and said, Apologize? Who can afford my 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Just because of this bookstore owner? You can ask him if he dares to accept my apology. When owner's son heard his words, he quickly waved his hand. Old me can't afford it, can't afford it. Please don't say that. Owner's son's surrender was naturally within Li Wangyu's expectations. How could a merchant go against the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Not to mention a small bookstore owner, even if Chang'an's Zhou family was a wealthy family. If Zhang Liang, the commandery duke of Chongping, wanted his paintings, he could only obediently offer them up with both hands. Li Wangyu ignored owner's son and only stared at Wang Ziqiao. The book you just tore was placed in the bookstore for sale. It has nothing to do with this bookstore owner. Let me ask you, are you going to compensate or not? So what if I compensate? So what if I don't? If you compensate, then we can talk about it. If you apologize, then this matter will be dropped. If you don't compensate, then please leave. I will go ask your family for compensation. Li Wangyu once again waved the goldfish talisman in his hand at Wang Ziqiao and the others, indicating his status. With his title of Baron of Kaigua County, even if he was from the Taiyuan Wang clan, his status was now equal to Wang Ziqiao and the others' elders. These sons of the first wife were said to be of noble status, but according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, they were no different from ordinary people. Li Wangyu's words angered Wang Ziqiao and the others so much that they almost vomited blood. According to what he said, it was the 4 of them who would lose face. There was no need to say more about apologizing. Today, the face of the aristocratic families had been trampled to the ground by Li Wangyu. And if they didn't compensate, Li Wangyu would really use his status to force an explanation. That would be even more humiliating. If a young man came to their door and complained to their parents, the 4 of them would no longer be able to survive in Chang'an. At this time, Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang were forced into a corner by Li Wangyu and were in a dilemma. Just when they were at a loss, Cui Daogu inadvertently caught a glimpse of the pile of 3 kingdoms and the torn book on the ground by Wang Ziqiao. Thinking of owner's son's introduction, he couldn't help but turn his eyes and quibble. Wuxia man, this is the book you wrote? Humph, as the founding Wuxia man of the Tang dynasty, instead of thinking of repaying the saints, you wrote such unorthodox stories. It's really a disgrace to the educated. A gentleman wouldn't do such a thing. We were thinking of the saints, so we tore this book. We just don't want you to lose your mind and go astray. Novels had always been in a bad position in ancient Wuxia and were in a suppressed position. The Han Shu Yi Wenji said, the novelists came from Yuguan. The street talk was created by those who listened to the talkers. It meant that what the novelists did was to record the street talk and hearsay of the people. They were seen as unorthodox people who didn't do proper work. Although Cui Daogu was quibbling, what he said was the common understanding of the scholars of the Tang dynasty about novels. Li Wangyu was not moved at all. He rolled his eyes. So what? Why do you care what I wrote? What does it have to do with you? What do you want? Ma Zhou also said indignantly, even if my teacher wrote a novel, it's still a work passed down from generation to generation. How can it be called unorthodox? This Romance of the Three Kingdoms is a work that both refined and popular can appreciate. It's a rare masterpiece and will definitely be passed down for generations. When Cui Daogu, Wang Ziqiao, and the others heard Ma Zhou's words, they laughed so hard that they bent forward and backward. Ha! A novel actually wants to be passed down for generations. You master and disciple are not afraid of boasting. The wind will cut your tongue. TSK, so this kind of hearsay novel can also become a work passed down from generation to generation. Today has really broadened my horizons. Why don't we let the scholars take a look and see whether or not this novel is a waste of time? Wang Ziqiao and the others mocked and ridiculed, but Li Wangyu was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to compensate or not? Chapter 269. Faced with Li Wangyu's interrogation, Wang Ziqiao threw caution to the wind and stubbornly replied, "What if I tear up a book that no one cares about?" Li Wangyu looked at him with contempt. "No one cares about it? Do you think you have the qualifications to evaluate my book? Why can't I say it? Why were there so many of these novels piled up in the bookstore? Li Wangyu, are you planning to sell it as cleaning paper?" Wang Ziqiao mockingly pointed at the pile of Romance of the Three Kingdoms in the bookstore. Haha, why don't I take out a copper coin and treat these books that no one cares about as waste paper and sell them all to me? It's also fine to use them to light a fire. Cui Daogu also joined in with a laugh. Lu Xiang and Cui Hong also laughed and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ma Zhou and Yan Libin were so infuriated by this group of rich young masters that they almost went berserk. Humiliating Li Wangyu like this was equivalent to humiliating them both. However, Li Wangyu stopped the two who were about to go berserk. Facing the ridicule of Wang Ziqiao and the others, he only smiled contemptuously. "Since you all keep saying that no one cares about my book, why don't we make a bet?" "Bet? What do you want to bet?" Hearing the word bet, Wang Ziqiao and the others suddenly had a bad feeling. Whether it was in the Zhan Temple or in the brothel of Peace Square, they had lost both bets with Li Wangyu. Wang Ziqiao's face was even more unsightly. He remembered the bet he made with Li Wangyu, saying that he had to avoid him at all costs. Li Wangyu looked at Wang Ziqiao with deep meaning. "Let's bet how many copies of this Romance of the Three Kingdoms can be sold in 10 days. How about it?" "Okay, we'll bet that your book can't be sold in 10 days. How about it? Do you dare to bet?" Upon hearing Li Wangyu's words, Wang Ziqiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately proposed an extremely difficult and impossible bet condition. After he finished speaking, Cui Daogu and the others also laughed loudly and agreed. "That's right. We'll bet that you won't be able to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days. How about it, Huxin man? Do you dare to bet?" Ma Zhou couldn't help but panic. "How dare you spout such nonsense? How is it possible to sell 10,000 books in 10 days? Haha, what does this have to do with us? Didn't Hu Xiannan want to bet on the sales of his book? Our conditions are as such. It's up to you whether you want to bet or not. If you don't dare to bet, then we don't have the time to grind our teeth with you. Goodbye." Wang Ziqiao thought that he had caught Li Wangyu's weakness. After ridiculing Ma Zhou for a while, he was ready to call the others to leave. "Wait, you haven't said what the stakes are." Li Wangyu suddenly called out to them. "What stakes?" Wang Ziqiao and the others didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. Li Wangyu continued to ask, "Didn't you want to bet that I won't be able to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days? Why don't you tell me what the stakes are? If you sell it, what will you do?" "That's impossible." "Impossible? Wouldn't you win even more easily? What, you don't dare to bet with me?" Li Wangyu continued to provoke them. "Why wouldn't we dare? If you can sell 10,000 copies in 10 days, we will lose to you, so what if we lose 10,000 gold?" Wang Ziqiao blurted out after being provoked by Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu shook his head. 10,000 gold? Haha. Can you take it out? Why don't we bet 1,000 gold taels? How about it? Can a dignified direct descendant of an aristocratic family afford 1,000 gold taels bet? 1,000 gold taels? That's 6,000 copper coins, 6 million gold taels. Wang Ziqiao and the others looked at each other. Although they were direct descendants of aristocratic families, They really couldn't take out such a large sum of money. Their families were rich, but it didn't mean that they had money in their hands. But how could they be willing to back down? Not to mention, in Wang Ziqiao and the others' eyes, it was impossible for them to lose. 10 days was equivalent to 10 days. And to sell 10,000 copies, let alone 10 days, even if it was a year, they wouldn't believe it. After all, the Tang dynasty wasn't the modern era. All the bookstores in Chang'an and East City added together might not be able to sell 10,000 copies in a year. Although Li Wangyou's novel looked strange and wasn't a common book, so what? Huxin man, don't talk nonsense. Do you dare to make a written pledge and set a bet? Wang Ziqiao and the others were sure that they would win, so naturally, they were fearless. Li Wangyou laughed. Haha, that's right. Lest some people lose the bet and don't admit it. Owner's son, please bring us a pen and paper. This, Huxin man, do you really want to bet with them? Why don't you just let it go? Why bother fighting based on personal feelings? Owner's son hesitated for a moment, but still tried to persuade him. He didn't want Li Wangyou to lose such a large sum of money just to stand up for him. Even owner's son felt that Li Wangyou couldn't win. 10,000 books were sold in 10 days. This was too inconceivable. To sign such a bet, other than losing 1,000 taels of gold, there was no other possibility. Ma Zhou and Yan Libin were also shocked by Li Wangyou's words. Although they felt that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a good historical novel, it was impossible to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days. Division Master. Ma Zhou wanted to persuade him, but Li Wangyou reached out and stopped him. Owner's son, I only have my own opinion. Just go and bring me a pen and ink. Seeing Li Wangyou's resolute attitude, owner's son could only helplessly shake his head and bring over a pen and paper. Li Wangyou wrote down 2 bets on the paper and signed them. Okay, it's your turn. Sign. Li Wangyou put down the pen and raised an eyebrow as he looked at Wang Ziqiao and the others. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the other 3 were rather dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Li Wangyou to agree to such an absurd bet. Did he really have the confidence to sell 10,000 books in 10 days? How could this be possible? In the eyes of the Tang, the contents of this bet were no different from the modern era's demand to paint the Great Wall in 10 days. Sign. I don't believe that he can win. Wang Ziqiao coldly snorted as he wrote down his name on the bet. Cui Daogu and the other 2 glanced at each other and nodded, signing their bets. Li Wangyou chuckled as he picked up a bet, dried the ink, and put it away. That's good. With the contract in black and white, we'll see who's the winner in 10 days. Remember, prepare the gold. Otherwise, I'll ask the saints to collect the debt from your clan. Wang Ziqiao and the others only sneered. Huxin man, you should prepare the gold yourself. If you can't produce the gold in 10 days, be careful that we don't sue you at Taiji Palace. After saying this, they didn't stay any longer. After putting away the bet, they called out to their troops, and the crowd retreated like the tide. Huxin man, what should we do? Old me, it's all old me's fault for implicating Huxin man. Owner's son bowed to Li Wangyou in fear and trepidation. Li Wangyou waved his hand. It's fine. I have my ways. Chapter 270. When Li Wangyou made such a bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others, owner's son was the one who was the most frightened. He was worried that Li Wangyou would blame him in the future if he lost the bet. He was also worried that if Li Wangyou won, those young masters would vent their anger on his bookstore. What should he do then? For the old man, today's matter was in a dilemma. But no matter what, owner's son still hoped that Li Wangyou would win the bet. After all, Li Wangyou had only made such an unfair bet with the young master of an aristocratic family because he wanted to stand up for him. If Li Wangyou lost, owner's son would definitely feel guilty. The merchants of the Tang dynasty were very honest. The word unscrupulous merchant had not yet appeared. In fact, the word unscrupulous merchant had evolved from the word unscrupulous merchant, and the original meaning was unscrupulous merchant. In ancient times, when merchants did business, other than filling the bucket full, they would also scoop more to make the rice in the bucket full. In other words, as long as they did business, they would always add something to the customer. However, because of the changes in people's hearts, later generations slowly became unscrupulous merchants. It was also a kind of moral regression. Old me, if there is anything old me can do, I will not refuse. Owner's son patted his chest and promised Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu nodded and smiled. There is indeed something that I need your help with. Old me, please tell me. Inform the bookstore to quickly start printing. There are only 1,000 books of the Three Kingdoms in this bookstore. If there are no books printed, even if all these books are sold out, I will be the one to lose. Owner's son nodded and promised. Old me, rest assured. Old me will immediately return to Huxian and arrange for the bookstore to start printing. Old me guarantees that within 5 days, the remaining 10,000 books will all be printed. That's good. Thank you, owner's son. Li Wangyu continued after thinking for a while. The second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms has already been copied. Tomorrow I will have someone send it to the bookstore. Owner's son, please have someone start to engrave the plates. We will strive to have the second volume on the market in 7 days. We will still print 10,000 copies. Old me understands. Owner's son was now in the same boat as Li Wangyu. Naturally, he nodded his head and agreed. After leaving the bookstore, Yan Libin and Ma Zhou had a worried look on their faces. Division Commander, how can you agree to the wager of the Wang, Cui, and Lu families? It's really impossible to sell 10,000 books in 10 days. If we lose the bet, will the teacher really have to compensate them with 1,000 taels of gold? Li Wangyu didn't panic at all. He smiled at the two of them and said, What are you afraid of? There's no possibility of losing this bet. Do you think I'm as stupid as those Wangs? Take a closer look at this bet. Are they sure to lose? What? How is that possible? Ma Zhou and Yan Libin were stunned when they heard this. They hurriedly reached out to take the signed agreement and read it carefully a few times. After looking at the bet several times, the two were still confused. They didn't know what Li Wangyu meant. Division Commander, forgive us for being slow-witted, but why can't we see anything wrong with this bet? Li Wangyu chuckled and said, This bet only stipulates that the bookstore will sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in 10 days. Is that right? Ma Zhou and Yan Libin looked at each other and nodded. That's right. You still don't understand? You two should just die of stupidity. Let me ask you, if Chang Chumo and the others go to the bookstore and buy all the books, does that count as completing the bet? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the two disciples. Ah! Ma Zhou and Yan Libin were instantly petrified. Their minds were filled with lightning and thunder, and they were stunned. Can it be like this? How can it be like this? Isn't this cheating? But it seems like it really can be done. Anyway, it's nothing more than selling all 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to Chang Chumo and the others. Afterwards, they can hand them over to the bookstore to slowly sell. In this way, Wang Ziqiao and the other aristocratic family disciples would really have to suffer in silence. Anyway, in the bet, there was no stipulation on who to sell these 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to. Division Commander, this is a bit. Ma Zhou was thinking about what words to use to describe Li Wangyu's shameless idea, but for a long time, he couldn't find the right words. Li Wangyu stared at him. What? Are you going to let me lose to those disgraceful debauches? Of course not. This disciple naturally hopes that Division Commander will win. But what? Hurry up, I still have to rush back to Dingzhou village. You and Libin can go do your own things. Don't follow me. Li Wangyu didn't pay attention to the two dumbfounded disciples. He called Niu Wu and rode back to Dingzhou village. He was in a hurry to go back. Naturally, he wanted to find his beautiful boss to discuss how to make a marketing plan for the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although Li Wangyu and Ma Zhou said that they wanted to trick Wang Ziqiao and the others, in fact, he didn't intend to bully these aristocratic family debauches. It was just a kind of insurance. Li Wangyu didn't want the famous book that he had painstakingly copied to be a pearl covered in dust in the Tang dynasty. That would be a waste of his painstaking efforts. He wanted to make a name for himself, but instead became a joke. That was not what he wanted to see. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms being neglected in the Tang dynasty was something that Li Wangyu didn't expect before, but he didn't lose heart. At least from the performance of Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, the romance of the three kingdoms could still be accepted and liked by the scholars in the Tang dynasty. It was just that the romance of the three kingdoms had not become famous yet, so no one knew about it. Therefore, just like Owner Sun, who only put the book on the shelves and waited for people to slowly discover the treasure, was definitely not a good way to sell it. He needed to have a good discussion with his beautiful boss about how to make a marketing operation in the Tang dynasty. He needed to let the people of the Tang dynasty understand the great power of advertising and marketing. At the end of the 70s in Wuxia, the first TV advertisement appeared. A product called Ginseng Osmanthus Nourishing Wine was advertised several times on the TV stations in Shanghai. The result was that all the stores that sold this medicinal wine in Shanghai were sold out. The product was out of stock. When TV advertisements first appeared in the future, they had such an explosive effect. What kind of effect would advertising and marketing have in the Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu was very much looking forward to it. Li Wangyu didn't believe that with the ability of him and his beautiful boss, they wouldn't be able to make the romance of the three kingdoms set off a storm in the Tang dynasty. If that happened, the two time travelers would be wasted. After returning to the Li family's old residence, Li Wangyu immediately found Su Chongqing. He pulled her into the study, closed the door, and told her everything that had happened today. The two of them discussed in whispers for most of the day in the study. Finally, they decided on a series of advertising and marketing plans. Chapter 271. 5 days later, at the Vermilion Bird Gate in Chang'an Imperial City. The Vermilion Bird Gate was the southern gate of the Imperial City. It got its name because the vermilion bird of the four symbols represented the south. Outside the gate was the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the central axis of Chang'an. On the busy Vermilion Bird Avenue, carriages and horses shuttled back and forth. The 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue had a 50-meter-wide Imperial Road in the middle. Commoners could cross it, but they were not allowed to walk on it. At 9 in the morning, the court session in the Taiji Palace had just ended. After the court session, the officials had to leave the Taiji Palace through the Sky Gate and head south out of the Vermilion Bird Gate. After that, all the officials returned home to sleep, while those who had to go to the yamen for the morning roll call went to work. Some of the officials who were familiar with each other were chatting as they walked. Suddenly, they heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the Vermilion Bird Avenue. In Chang'an, horses were not allowed to gallop unless there were special circumstances. The sound of horse hooves naturally attracted the attention of the officials. They all looked up to find the source of the sound. They saw a general wearing a three-pronged purple-gold crown and wearing a beast-shaped armor. He held a halberd and rode a red horse toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. What was going on? The first thought in the minds of all the officials was there going to be another Xuanwu Gate rebellion? 3 years ago, didn't Pai Lupi charge into the Taiji Palace through the Xuanwu Gate with soldiers and force the retired Emperor Li Yuan to abdicate? Was there going to be another Vermilion Bird Gate rebellion today? Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the officials who had just left the court were in an uproar. Some of the more timid ones even exclaimed. But soon, the officials realized that something was wrong. The Imperial Army guards outside Vermilion Bird Gate did not even bat an eye at the charging general. It was clear that these Imperial Army soldiers knew what had happened, and there was only one general charging toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. Of course, he was not here to start a rebellion. Otherwise, it would be too childish. That general galloped his horse to the Vermilion Bird Gate and pulled on the reins. He brandished his halberd and shouted, "I am Lu Bu Lu Fengxian. Who dares to fight with me?" When the officials and generals of the Vermilion Bird sect saw who it was, some of them immediately burst into laughter. "Isn't this the legitimate son of Duke Xiao, Chai Linggu? Why are you dressed like this?" He even said that he was Lu Bu Lu Fengxian. Lu Fengxian was a general of the three kingdoms, right? That's right, the so-called Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses, is precisely Lu Bu. In the records of the three kingdoms, it was said that Lu Bu had the courage to fight a tiger and was unparalleled in battle. But what exactly is Chai Linggu doing? Duke Xiao, what is your young master doing? An official familiar with Chai Xiao couldn't help but make fun of him. In the crowd, Chai Xiao's eyes were twitching. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he would have dragged this bastard over to beat him up. Shameful, truly too shameful. Just as the crowd was laughing and enjoying the show, they saw a handsome horse charge out from not far away. On the horse was a dark-faced general with round eyes and a serpent spear in his hand. The horse shouted, "Slave of 3 surnames, don't run. Zhang Fei of Yen is here." The officials roared with laughter. If this wasn't Chang Yaojin's legitimate son, Chang Chumo, who else could it be? Chang Yaojin, that old bastard, was also in the crowd. When he saw this scene, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. Wahahaha, this scoundrel, this brat is actually playing the role of Zhang Fei of Yen. Why didn't he call me over for such an interesting thing? When we get back to the manor, I'll definitely take care of this unfilial son. Chang Yaojin's words stunned the officials who were watching the show. Isn't your focus a bit off? You actually think this is interesting and want to personally participate. Unconsciously, the officials around Chang Yaojin slowly moved a few steps away from him, afraid that this old bastard would infect them with his insanity. Chang Chumo and Chai Linggu, these 2 people, began to fight on the main street of Vermilion Bird Gate. It was very lively. This caused more and more people to gather around Vermilion Bird Gate. They applauded and cheered, making these 2 people even more excited. The 2 people fought for dozens of rounds. Then they saw a red-faced man, holding a green dragon crescent blade, rush over on his horse. "I am Guan Yunchang." This time it was Yuchi Jingda, that old bastard, who began to cheer loudly. He shouted with his broken voice, "It's my family's child. Dog, you even painted your face red. Yuchi Baolin, if you can't beat them, don't go home." His words almost made Yuchi Baolin, who was disguised as Guan Yu, fall off her horse. She calmed herself down and pretended that she didn't hear anything. She raised her blade and attacked Chai Linggu. The 3 horses fought for 30 rounds. Then they saw another horse rush out from the side. On the horse's back was a white-faced general, holding a double-edged sword. "I am Liu Bei, Lu Xuanda. Little Lu Bu. Don't hurt my brother." Then he urged his horse forward. The 4 people fought on Vermilion Bird Gate. This time it was Fang Xuanling's turn to be stunned. The old man's temple suddenly throbbed. The one who called himself Liu Bei was his second son, Fang Jun, Fang Eai. Du Ruhui also poked him with his elbow. "Brother Xinling, your second son is also very brave." Fang Xinling was choked half to death by his words. He could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. He glared at his son, thinking about how to punish him when he returned home. Chang Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Fang Eai surrounded Chai Linggu and fought. Seeing this, the officials and the common people on Vermilion Bird Gate stared straight at them, cheering louder and louder. No one noticed that on top of Vermilion Bird Gate's Imperial City wall, Pai Lupi's figure quietly appeared, watching the 4 people fight with interest. "Zio, is this the 3 heroes fight Lu Bu in your book? It is very interesting." Li Wangyu was also beside Pai Lupi. Hearing Pai Lupi's question, he smiled and nodded. "Your Majesty, it is the 3 heroes fight Lu Bu." Pai Lupi asked again, A bit interesting. What about the chapter after that? Where did you write it? Has the 2nd volume been printed?" "The 2nd volume is being engraved and will be finished in 2 days. Once the book is printed, I will immediately send it to your Majesty for inspection." Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and continued to look below. Li Wangyu sighed. "Damn, such a big-shot reader. I can't afford to provoke him. If I provoke him, it won't be a problem of sending him razor blades." In order to advertise and market his Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, Li Wangyu went to the palace a few days ago and presented the 1st volume of his Romance of the 3 Kingdoms to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi liked Romance of the 3 Kingdoms immediately. This historical novel about the 3 kingdoms was very much to his liking. Li Wangyu also took the opportunity to make a series of requests to Pai Lupi, including today's performance outside Vermilion Bird Gate. After receiving Pai Lupi's approval, it was carried out. Outside Vermilion Bird Gate, the performance was still going on. Chapter 272. Outside the gates of Vermilion Bird City, the four playboys fought for a long time before Lu Bu was defeated and retreated. The four of them left on their horses, and the crowd on Vermilion Bird Avenue cheered again. For the people of the Tang dynasty, it was worth it to be able to see such a scene. For the people of Chang'an City, the scene just now could make them talk for a long time. The civil and military officials were also discussing with each other, not understanding the meaning of the playboys' actions today. Although Pai Lupi knew that the playboys were imitating the plot of The Three Heroes Battle Lu Bu in the book, he was still suspicious when he saw them leave on their horses. "Zio, is this your arrangement? Is it over just like this?" Li Wangyu laughed. "Your Majesty, keep watching, there's more to come." He had finally convinced Pai Lupi to allow him to hold a marketing event for Romance of the Three Kingdoms in front of the civil and military officials, as well as the people of Chang'an City. How could it end so anticlimactically? The performance of the four playboys just now was just to warm up the atmosphere and attract the attention of the crowd. After the four playboys left on their horses, the crowd thought that there was no more drama to watch and started to talk loudly, discussing the meaning of the scene just now. Some of the scholars who were familiar with history immediately showed off their knowledge and explained who Lu Bu, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Liu Bei were in the Three Kingdoms. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, a few singers in palace attire walked out from the crowd on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue with various instruments in their hands. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they slowly walked to the center of Vermilion Bird Avenue and faced the gate of Vermilion Bird City. They plucked the instruments in their hands and played pleasant music. The crowd that was just about to disperse immediately stopped. The singers opened their mouths and sang in unison. "In the Han Dynasty, the heavens are Huan Ling. The red sun is about to tilt to the west. The treacherous minister Dong Zhuo deposed the young emperor. Zhang Jide of Yen appeared, holding the snake spear 8 zhang long. Lu Bu struggled to walk, looking at his home mountain from afar, flattering his horse." The song that the singers were singing was the poem from this chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Accompanied by the singing, under the astonished gazes of Pai Lupi and the officials, more and more dancers, singers, and musicians walked out from the crowd on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue and merged into the group of singers. The chanting grew louder and louder, and the number of people in the group increased as well. Along with the music and singing, the people on the Vermilion Bird Avenue started to dance. This scene left Pai Lupi and the civil and military officials dumbfounded. How could it be done like this? Weren't these people just watching from both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue? Why did they suddenly walk to the Vermilion Bird Avenue one after another and start singing and dancing? Vermilion Bird Avenue, which was more than 100 meters wide, was now filled with hundreds of people. These singers, dancers, and musicians were all performing the same dance and reciting the same poem. After reciting the poem 3 times, the music suddenly stopped. The people performing on Vermilion Bird Avenue all shouted in unison. "The general trend of the world, long united must divide. Long divided must unite." Drinking wine and discussing heroes, all in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Huxing County's Li Zio's new masterpiece, the historical novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, talks about the general trend of the world. Changdong, Dong, and Shi City, all the major bookstores are selling it. After the advertising slogan was shouted, the civil and military officials in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate were almost petrified. The people watching from both sides of the avenue were also completely flabbergasted. Pai Lupi was even more speechless. He glared at Li Wangyu, who was secretly laughing to the side. "What kind of nonsense is this? Isn't your shouting a bit too straightforward? What do you take my Vermilion Bird Avenue for? Even the peddlers walking the streets wouldn't shout like this, right?" No matter what they thought, after the dancers, singers, and musicians on Vermilion Bird Avenue shouted the advertising slogan 3 times, they suddenly scattered in all directions. Very quickly, they merged into the crowd of onlookers and could no longer be found. Vermilion Bird Avenue once again became empty. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. Have you seen the flash show of the future? Flash show refers to a lot of people in a specific place, at a specific time, unexpectedly doing a series of specific songs, dances, or other actions at the same time, and then quickly leaving. After Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss discussed it, they moved the flash show to the Tang Dynasty's Chang'an. They did this to advertise the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Could be said that they had put in a lot of effort. These people who were performing the flash show on Vermilion Bird Avenue were all found by Li Wangyu from Pingkongfang. A team of 100 people performed the flash show in less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, but rehearsed it for a day. For this, Li Wangyu paid everyone the same amount of copper coins. If it wasn't for the fact that he had finally saved up some money, he wouldn't have dared to spend so much money. Li Wangyu originally planned to find an actor to cosplay the Three Heroes Battle Lu Bu scene at the beginning. However, when the other playboys heard about this, they immediately snatched this job. In order to compete for these 4 roles, the playboys even broke out into a fierce war. After a bloody battle, Cheng Chumo, Chai Linggu, Fang Yai, and Yuchi Baolin snatched the right to perform. Chai Linggu originally didn't want to cosplay Lu Bu and wanted to exchange roles with Cheng Chumo, but Li Wangyu dissuaded him. "Zio, why don't you let me cosplay Zhang Fei?" Li Wangyu looked him up and down for a long time. He only said one sentence which made Chai Linggu give up on the idea. "Cheng Chumo's face is black." The playboys who didn't get the role were very dissatisfied. Li Wangyu repeatedly assured them that there would be more opportunities for them in the future, which temporarily dispelled their resentment. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shake his head. The Tang dynasty was seriously lacking in entertainment. Look at this group of playboys, they even wanted to snatch the opportunity to cosplay, which almost led to a bloodbath. TSK, how pitiful. Naturally, the rich playboys had also read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Thus, Li Wangyu had another group of followers who would use force to threaten him. Faced with the threat of the playboys, Li Wangyu began to consider whether to put up a sign at the entrance of Dingzhou village. "Playboys and dogs are not allowed to enter." However, considering that it would be unfair to the dogs, he reluctantly dismissed the idea. The cosplay performance in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate in the Imperial City, as well as a flash advertisement, immediately spread throughout Chang'an City at the speed of light. At the same time, Li Wangyu's leaflet publicity began again. Leaflets full of slogans and introductions of the Three Kingdoms were once again scattered all over Chang'an City by 4-wheeled carriages. Fortunately, there were no urban management officers in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, this kind of littering would definitely be punished until Li Wangyu went bankrupt. In any case, Li Wangyu's Romance of the Three Kingdoms suddenly broke into the sight of the people of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 273. The flyers that Li Wangyu had people throw around in Chang'an and were picked up by the scholars. When they saw the content, their expressions changed drastically, and they carefully hid the flyers away like thieves. If there were transmigrators in the future who saw the titles of these flyers, they would definitely curse Li Wangyu for being shameless. The titles on these flyers were truly the essence of the news shock department. Shocking! 3 men did this in the Peach Garden. Yes, this was the oath of the 3 in the Peach Garden. Shocking! Men will be silent when they see it. Women will cry when they see it. Shocking! A woman actually dares to do such a thing in broad daylight. This was the story of Diao Chan's honey trap at the Fengyi Pavilion. Shocking! This kind of shocking headline was what people in the future hated the most. In short, the headline was hateful, but it was enough to attract attention. Li Wangyu shamelessly copied this trick and openly printed it on the flyers. In this regard, the beautiful boss could only roll her eyes to express her admiration for Li Wangyu's shamelessness. Even in the future, netizens who had experienced the baptism of countless headlines were still attracted by these shocking headlines time and time again. They clicked on them and were fooled, not to mention the people of the Tang dynasty who had not experienced the baptism of headline baiting. In short, these flyers had the effect they were supposed to have. In Chang'an, all literate scholars had a strong interest in Romance of the Three Kingdoms after receiving the flyers. As for whether they could find the content they wanted to read in the book, that was none of Li Wangyu's business. The effect of the flash advertising outside the Vermilion Bird Gate was naturally explosive. In addition to the shocking publicity effect of the flyers, the various bookstores in Chang'an and welcomed a large number of customers who wanted to buy the book. After the Eastern and Western markets opened at noon, countless curious scholars poured into the markets and went straight to the bookstores. Even the civil and military officials outside the Vermilion Bird Gate asked their servants to go to the bookstores and buy Romance of the Three Kingdoms for them. The book written by the Crown Prince's imperial tutor, Pai Lupi's favorite, and the new Baron of Hu County, naturally had to be praised. Regardless of whether the book was good or not, everyone was curious about it. To be able to cause such a huge commotion outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, he had to read this book no matter what. Owner's son didn't go back on his word. His bookstore in Hu County worked for several days and finally printed all 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, with such a large number of books, it was obviously not possible to rely on his bookstore to sell them. Therefore, with Li Wangyou's approval, Owner's son contacted dozens of bookstores in the eastern and western parts of Chang'an city and asked them to sell the books on his behalf. Each copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was priced at 500 copper coins, and those bookstores could earn 100 copper coins from selling them. Naturally, no one would refuse such a good deal. Without much effort, all the bookstores in Chang'an city had been placed in the Three Kingdoms. What the owners of the bookstores had not imagined was that a huge colorful poster was sent together with the bookstores. The life-sized portrait was unprecedentedly realistic and shocking. In the portrait was a lovely and moving beauty. Beside her was a powerful general holding a halberd. This beauty was so realistic that it was as if a real person was sealed in the painting. Her figure was beautiful. Her ears were thin and her smile was captivating. What was even more unbearable was that the beauty in the painting had a voluptuous body and a slender waist. It instantly made the bookstore owners feel a little impulsive. On the huge portrait were the words Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which spoiled the mood. The bookstore owners were so distressed that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. How could such a great painting be wasted like this? At the top of the poster were the words Honey Trap, and below the characters were the names of Jiao Chan and Lu Bu. These colorful posters were all hand-drawn by Li Wangyou and Yan Libin in a few days. The two of them had drawn a total of 10 posters, and they were also very tired. Li Wangyou was very resentful about this. This damn Tang dynasty, why didn't they invent a color printer? The scholars and servants who went to the bookstore to buy books were all shocked by the colorful posters hanging in front of the bookstore. Such a soul-stirring portrait of a beauty made the men who had not been destroyed by the various movies of the later generations feel that it was somewhat difficult to control themselves. The woman named Diao Chan in the painting, that figure, that curve, for the scholars of the Tang dynasty, such a realistic, colorful beauty was simply a visual bomb. In front of every bookstore with a colorful poster hanging in front of it, there were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. Even those who were illiterate were staring at the colorful poster nonstop. They were even reluctant to blink their eyes. The owners of the bookstores hurriedly sent out their employees to guard the colorful poster to prevent it from being snatched away by others. Many libertines even squeezed to the front and almost stuck their eyes on the poster. They were quickly stopped by the shop assistants. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't afford to pay for this painting if it's dirty. If you want to look, stay away, don't get so close. No matter how close you get, you won't see anything. What are you smelling? Are you a dog? You can smell something from the painting. Take your dirty hands away. If you reach out again, I'll call the patrolling Wu Ho." No matter how loudly the shop assistants reprimanded them, the libertines were not angry. They only stared at the colorful poster nonstop with an extremely vulgar expression. If Li Wangyou was here, he would have noticed that the expressions on these people's faces when they were looking at the colorful posters were exactly the same as the expressions on the faces of his roommates when they were watching Japanese romantic action movies behind closed doors. As for the scholars, they were still considered reserved. After staring at the poster for a while, they silently said, "See no evil," in their hearts. Then they squeezed into the bookstores and asked to buy the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written by Hu Xinnan. The thick Romance of the Three Kingdoms was actually sold for only 500 coins. Such a cheap price surprised many of the scholars. Some impatient ones, after paying the money, began to flip through the book in the bookstore. The opening poem, Riverside Immortal, attracted the praise of the scholars. Nan, Li Wangyu was still so talented. This poem described the rise and fall of history and the vicissitudes of life. As they continued to read, these scholars were fascinated. The Three Kingdoms era at the end of the Eastern Han was like a vast historical scroll that slowly unfolded in the book. After flipping through a few pages, all the scholars only had one thought in their hearts. This Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a peerless book. Chapter 274. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was one of the four classics of Wuxia. Naturally, it was extraordinary. What was even rarer was that it happened to suit the tastes of the current Tang dynasty's officials and scholars. This book described the general trend of from chaos to governance at the end of the Han dynasty. It had a lot in common with the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty and the replacement of the Sui dynasty by the Tang dynasty. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the people's thoughts were settled. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms also met the psychological needs of the scholars of the Tang dynasty. In the words of later generations, the immersion was extremely strong. Those scholars who read the Three Kingdoms in the bookstore could not help but be surprised to find that this novel was bright and smooth. It was both elegant and popular. Moreover, there was a deep meaning in the words. As the saying goes, understanding the world is knowledge, and practicing human relationships is literature. Every paragraph in the book was full of wisdom and the essence of Wuxia's traditional culture. Good book. A rare good book. This was the unanimous thought in the minds of all the scholars who read the Three Kingdoms. Such a good book should be poured into a cup of good wine and read carefully while drinking. That was a kind of enjoyment. Or perhaps he could boil a pot of fragrant tea and have a beautiful woman to accompany him. Then he could savor this wonderful book. As the saying goes, the earth stove, the tea cauldron, and the fire is alive. Where can the joy of reading be found? Several plum blossoms. The heart of the world. In short, the scholars who read the Three Kingdoms all opened their wallets and bought the book. Even if there were scholars who were poor and did not have enough money, they still shamelessly borrowed copper coins from their companions and bought a book. In the two cities of Chang'an, and more than a dozen bookstores were like this. It was unprecedentedly popular. The scene of selling books even scared the owners of the bookstores. No one had ever seen books sold like this. Those scholars gave away a lot of copper coins just to get a copy of the Three Kingdoms. The Three Kingdoms plagiarized by Li Wangyu was completely popular. Seeing that the stock in each bookstore was decreasing, the owners of the bookstores hurriedly called their shop assistants and asked them to quickly go to Suanji bookstore in the East City to replenish the stock. Due to the fact that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a story, most of the bookstore owners didn't ask for too many books when owner's son sent them over. They thought that the books would take up too much space. The books in these bookstores ranged from 100 to a few dozen books. Now, with so many scholars rushing in to buy the books, many bookstores were sold out. The owners of these bookstores were already starting to regret not leaving behind more copper coins when owner's son came to sell his goods. After all, these were all copper coins. If he sold one book, he would earn 100 copper coins. If he sold 10 books, he would earn 1 copper coin. Looking at the customers who squeezed into the bookstore with strings of copper coins in their hands, the owners of the bookstore sighed in their hearts. This money was too easy to earn. Owner's son, I'm an employee from the Ma family bookstore in Shi City. Our bookstore would like to make up for 500 copies of the Three Kingdoms. Owner, I'm from Liuji bookstore in East City. Please send another 600 books of the Three Kingdoms to our bookstore. Owner's son, all the books in our bookstore have been sold out. Please give us the books first. Our bookstore is full of customers waiting to buy books. It's the same for our bookstore. All the books are sold out. Owner's son, please send the books to our bookstore first. Similarly, Son's bookstore was packed with scholars who wanted to buy books. When owner's son heard the words of these employees, he was so happy that his beard trembled. He hurriedly agreed and began to arrange for his employees to deliver the books. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had already anticipated this situation. He had arranged for several four-wheeled carriages to wait near Son's bookstore and informed owner's son that these carriages could help him deliver books to various bookstores. Originally, Owner Sun didn't think much of it and thought that Li Wangyu was too optimistic. He had sent more than 1,000 books of the Three Kingdoms to the bookstores in Chang'an City. Could it be that they were all sold out? It was impossible to sell 1,000 books in a day. However, Owner Sun naturally couldn't say much about Li Wangyu's arrangement. He just smiled and thanked him, and didn't think much of it. Now, Owner Sun realized that he had underestimated the influence of the Three Kingdoms. He was also full of admiration for Li Wangyu's foresight. He hurriedly called for the four-wheeled carriages to come over and ordered the employees to start moving the books out of the warehouse. Stacks of books that emitted the fragrance of ink were moved onto the carriages. Under the guidance of the employees of the bookstore, they were sent to the bookstores in Chang'an City. More and more people rushed to buy the books of the Three Kingdoms. Many of them were just passing by the bookstores. They were either attracted by the colorful posters or the flood of people rushing into the bookstores to buy the books. Out of curiosity, they unconsciously squeezed into the bookstores to see what kind of book it was that so many people were rushing to buy it. After flipping through a few pages, these people who didn't know about the Three Kingdoms also opened their wallets and bought a book, preparing to go back and study it carefully. The books were selling faster and faster. In just half a day, the evening drum sounded in Chang'an City. The customers in the market had no choice but to leave. The bookstores also sent in the sales statistics for the day. Owner Sun almost had a heart attack when he saw the numbers on top of it. More than 4,700 books sold. It had only been half a day. For the Tang dynasty, such a terrifying sales volume was comparable to a stormy sea. It set off a huge wave in Chang'an City. Owner Sun suddenly felt like laughing. Those young masters from aristocratic families actually wanted to bet with the men from Hu County. Wasn't it obvious that they were prepared to give away money? There were still 5 days before the bet, and nearly half of the 10,000 books in the bet had been sold today. What was the point of this bet? He had forgotten that back then, he had also thought that Li Wangyu would be the loser of the bet. Owner Sun was amused for a long time. Then he immediately called his shop assistant and rode out of Chang'an City, ignoring his old body. He was going to tell Li Wangyu the good news and inform the craftsmen in the Hu County bookstore to continue printing the Three Kingdoms. According to today's trend, 10,000 books of the Three Kingdoms would not be enough. Not to mention how happy Owner Sun was. Wang Ziqiao and the others naturally received the news that Li Wangyu had made such a big scene in Chang'an City. His troops and servants went to the bookstores in the east and west to inquire about the news. When they came back, they described the scene of the rush to buy the books. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the other two could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. If Li Wangyu's book continued to sell like this, there was a chance that they would lose that ridiculous bet. The four people who received the news looked at each other. If they really lost 1,000 taels of gold, each of them would have to pay more than 200 taels of gold. Although 1,000 taels of gold was just a small amount for aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan, it was not a small amount for the four of them. It would even make them feel the pinch. Even as the legitimate sons of aristocratic families, they could only get a fixed amount of money from their families every month. They could get 200 to 300 strings of copper from their families every month. This was enough for them to indulge in wine and women every day, lingering in the various brothels of Peace Square. One had to know that a first-rank big shot in the imperial court only had a monthly salary of 600 to 800 strings of copper. From this, one could see how extravagant aristocratic families were. It was no wonder that old Du would write such an indignant poem. Meat stinks at the Vermilion Gates, bones frozen to death on the road. Wang Ziqiao and the others did not have much savings. Usually, they would spend all the copper they had every month. If they really lost the bet with Li Wangyu, they might not be able to pay the money. Everyone, we can't just sit and wait for death. We can't let that little bastard Li be so arrogant. Inside the Peace Square, Wang Ziqiao hugged a prostitute and said fiercely. Chapter 275. Wang Ziqiao and the others naturally did not want to lose 1,000 gold taels to Li Wangyu for nothing. They originally thought that the bet with Li Wangyu was purely because Li Wangyu was out of his mind and wanted to give them money. Especially a few days ago, in Sun Ji bookstore, the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms sold lukewarm. The bookstore sold less than 10 books of the Three Kingdoms every day, which made Wang Ziqiao and the others laugh even more, ridiculing Li Wangyu for being kicked in the head by a donkey. But now, Li Wangyu did such a thing, which was out of their expectations, making them panic. What do you think we should do? I asked the servants to ask around. That stupid book sold a few thousand copies today. Cui Daogu asked. Cui Hong straightened his neck. What can we do? Can you force others not to go to the bookstore to buy books? If you ask me, so be it if we lose. Can Li Wangyu come to us to collect the debt? I won't give it to him. Lu Xiang said. Bullshit. This is a written bet. Can you go back on it? If he really takes the bet to the residents to collect the debt, what will you do? If he dares to come, I will let the troops beat him out. Then what if he goes to the Taiji Palace to find the saint? If they really lost the bet, there was no need to consider reneging on the debt. This time, the bet was written on paper. It was different from the previous verbal agreement. In black and white, both sides signed the bet. If they refused to give it up, Li Wangyu would really dare to go to the Taiji Palace and ask Pai Lupi to collect the debt for him. Li Wangyu was now the founding county man. In terms of status, he was the same as these few silk pants elders. How could the few of them, who relied on their family's power, refuse to pay the bet? It's neither right nor left. Then what do you think we should do? Are we really waiting to lose the bet and obediently hand over the gold with both hands? Cui Hong was also angry. His words left Wang Ziqiao and the other two speechless for a while, not knowing what to do. Wang Ziqiao suddenly drove away all the prostitutes and singers around him. He lowered his voice and said to the three of them, I have an idea, but I don't know if you dare to do it. What idea? Let's hear it. Come closer. My teachings are not to be passed on to 6 ears. Cui Daogu and the other two hurriedly came over. After hearing Prince Chao's words, the three of them were speechless. Brother Ziqiao, this method is extremely risky. What if? Cui Daogu was a bit hesitant. 200 taels of gold was actually not much. Taking a risk for this bit of gold was not worth it. Lu Xiang also shook his head. That's right. At most, you'll lose 200 taels of gold. It's not worth it, right? However, Cui Hong supported Wang Ziqiao's idea. I think it's fine. If we really lose, it's not just a trivial matter of 1,000 taels of gold. What we lose is the face of our family. When he said this, it made Cui Daogu and Lu Xiang hesitate. Just as Cui Hong said, losing a bit of gold was nothing. But to lose the face of the family, that was not okay. Wang Ziqiao advised again. Let's each send a capable troop to do this. After the matter is done, give them a sum of money and send them back to Taiyuan, bowling, and other places. How much trouble can they cause? Cui Daogu and Lu Xiang silently looked at each other and nodded in agreement. It was night. Chang'an City East Market. Suddenly, an ear-piercing copper whistle sounded. In the city square, a raging fire erupted. The intensity of the fire was so great that it lit up the night sky of Chang'an City. The flames soared several zhang high and the momentum was terrifying. East Market Wu Ho Shop's Colonel Qin Xian led his Wu Ho subordinates and desperately squeezed water bags in an attempt to extinguish the fire. But not only was the fire not extinguished, it was instead becoming more and more intense. Colonel, someone must have set the fire and used kerosene to ignite the fire. Otherwise, why would the water bags not be able to extinguish the fire? The Wu Ho subordinates who were trying their best to extinguish the fire loudly shouted to Qin Xian. On this point, Qin Xian had already seen through it. The fire came so suddenly and the water could not extinguish it. Other than someone maliciously setting the fire, there was no other explanation. His face was already covered in black soot. After being soaked in sweat, his face was covered in black marks. But Qin Xian did not care about this. He could only continue to urge his subordinates to extinguish the fire. At the same time, he ordered the Wu Ho subordinates to push down the shops on both sides of the fire to create an isolation zone to prevent the fire from spreading. Motherf asterisk Kerr. It's really strange. Which shop is on fire? What kind of business is it doing? Colonel, this is a family bookstore. Sun Ji Bookstore. When Qin Xian heard that it was a bookstore, he did not care too much. But during the day, he also knew that many scholars came to the bookstore to buy books. It seemed that they were all trying to buy a novel written by a county man. He did not know if the bookstore being set on fire tonight was related to this matter. But after all, Qin Xian was only a colonel of the Wu Ho shop. He was not responsible for the arrest case. So this thought only circled around in his mind, and he did not delve into it. He only focused on directing the Wu Ho subordinates to extinguish the fire. As the most important market under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County, the news of the fire in the East Market was immediately reported to Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Dehang. Lu Dehang, who was woken up, broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly broke out from the arms of the concubines on the bed. He hastily put on his clothes and led a group of yamen runners to the East Market. By the time he arrived at the East Market, the sudden fire had almost been extinguished. Sun Ji Bookstore and the shops next to it were all burned to the ground. The embers were not extinguished, and from time to time, dark red sparks would appear in the night. Colonel Qin, why did it suddenly catch fire? Lu Dehang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Qin Xian. Including the Tang dynasty, the dynasties of Wuxia all attached great importance to firefighting. Although the Tang dynasty would not punish officials for a fire, it still had a big impact. So when he heard the fire alarm, Lu Dehang could not sleep well for the past 10,000 years. Lu Ming House, according to this official speculation, it should be arson. We have to wait until the fire is completely extinguished before we go in to investigate. Hearing that it might be arson, Lu Dehang could not help but gasp again. Arson was a serious crime. According to the Tang dynasty's law, arson was sentenced to death by hanging. If the fire killed people, it would be considered as death by reason. Moreover, arson was one of the 10 evils. It was an unforgivable crime. If it was really an arson case, he would have a headache as the Wanyan County magistrate. He would have to urge the yamen runners to investigate the case. Just thinking about it was troublesome. If it could not be solved, he would have to report the case to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. That would be even more troublesome. Lu Dehang sighed and could only secretly pray that Qin Xian's judgment was wrong. But when the fire was completely extinguished, the marquis of the marquis shop and the yamen runners entered the fire to investigate. Then bad news came. Not only was it confirmed that the fire was arson, but the charred remains of a human were also found in the fire. Chapter 276. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the yamen did not have a coroner who specialized in autopsies. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, a coroner was someone who worked in the funeral industry. Due to the fact that examining a corpse was a menial and arduous task, the government would usually send a coroner who was in charge of funeral work to examine the corpse. It was not until the Song dynasty that coroner became official servants in the yamen. They were equivalent to the forensic doctors of later generations. After the coroner who was summoned by the Wanyan County Yamen examined the corpse found in the fire, he concluded that the corpse was burnt by a weapon. Hearing this report, Lu Dehang felt a toothache. Now, not only was there an arson case, there was also a murder case. This was a huge case. After dawn, the yamen runners of Wanyan County found owner's son in Hu County and brought him to the Wanyan County Yamen for questioning. Owner's son almost fainted when he learned that his bookstore had been burned to ruins last night and that someone had died. After owner's son identified the remaining belongings and clothes on the charred corpse, he confirmed that it was the shop assistant who had been keeping watch in the bookstore last night. His own shop assistant had died an unnatural death, and his bookstore had been set on fire. The old man wept and kowtowed to Lu Dehang, begging Lu Mingfu to help him get justice. He had to catch the culprit who had committed murder and arson. Lu Dehang naturally had a headache about this. After asking owner's son in detail whether he had any grudges with anyone recently and whether he had any enemies, Lu Dehang sent the old man out. Putting aside how Lu Dehang urged the yamen runners to handle the case, owner's son walked out of the Wanyan County Yamen in a daze and was numbly brought to the Eastern Market by his shop assistant. Looking at the bookstore that had been burned to the ground, the old man could not help but shed tears. This bookstore was not worth much and could be rebuilt with just a few dozen strings of coins. However, there were a large number of books in the bookstore, especially those handwritten copies and famous paintings. They were all priceless treasures. With a rough estimate, the value of the burned books, paintings, paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones was no less than 500 strings of coins. Now that all of them had been burned down, owner's son even had the thought of committing suicide. When the shopkeepers of the surrounding shops saw owner's son suffer such a disaster, they all shook their heads and sighed. They all comforted the old man. Owner's son, my condolences. Sigh, this is truly a sin. How dare a murderer commit murder and arson in Chang'an, and in broad daylight? Damn it, owner's son. If there's anything you need, just tell this old man. This old man will help you get through this difficult time. Owner's son is such a nice person. He has never argued with anyone and is always honest in his business dealings. How could someone be so cruel? The group of merchants all spoke up to console the old man, causing owner's son to feel slightly comforted. He cupped his hands in thanks to everyone and began to make arrangements for the aftermath. He ordered people to clean up the ruins of the bookstore and take stock of the losses. He also arranged for someone to report the news to the shop assistant who was killed. He also had someone send copper coins to express his condolences. After busying himself for half a day, owner's son suddenly recalled something and his face warped in shock. He had no time to care about anything else. He pulled over a shop assistant and hurriedly gave him a few instructions. Then, he hurriedly mounted his horse and ran out of Chang'an City. Owner's son suddenly remembered that there were still thousands of copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in the bookstore. He had to go to Dingzhou village to inform Li Wangyu about this matter. As he galloped on horseback, a thought flashed through owner's son's mind. Could this sudden fire have something to do with those aristocratic families? After thinking carefully, the old man could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He had no quarrel with anyone. Apart from those books and paintings, there was nothing valuable in the bookstore. If it was for money, there were many shops in the Eastern market that dealt in gold and jewelry. There were plenty of valuable things. How could a thief commit murder and arson just to steal books? Owner's son did not think that there were any enemies that would be so fierce, except for some minor conflicts with the legitimate sons of the aristocratic families such as the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Chui clan of Bowling. Thinking deeper, owner's son felt even more frightened and his heart raced. He thought of the bet that Li Wangyu had made with those young masters of the aristocratic families. He had promised to sell 10,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms in 10 days. But now, all the books in his bookstore had been burned to ashes. Owner's son did not dare to continue thinking about it. This was not something that a merchant like him could participate in. The old man whipped the horse twice more and sped up towards Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu had just woken up and received such bad news. He could not help but be shocked. He exchanged glances with his beautiful superior and could tell what the other was thinking from their eyes. If this matter had nothing to do with the aristocratic families, Li Wangyu dared to wring his head off and give it to the aristocratic families to kick as a ball. Yesterday, he had just created a sensation in Chang'an City and made the Romance of the Three Kingdoms sell like hotcakes. But in the middle of the night, someone had sneaked into Sun's bookstore to commit murder and arson. This was definitely not a coincidence. With the books burned, it was naturally impossible to sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. A few days later, he would be considered to have lost the bet and would have to pay Wang Ziqiao and the others 1,000 taels of gold. Li Wangyu did not expect that Wang Ziqiao and the others would be so crazy. For a bet of 1,000 taels of gold, they dared to commit murder and arson. This was truly outrageous. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that these aristocratic families dared to do anything for their own reputation. If he had not been conferred the title of meritorious noble by Pai Lupi, the aristocratic families would have already made a move on him. Whether it was the Zhang clan of Xingyang or the Wang clan of Taiyuan, they had been unhappy with him for a long time. Now, it was only because they were afraid of Pai Lupi that these aristocratic families did not dare to openly deal with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's face was gloomy as he asked, "Owner's son, can your bookstore in Hu County print more books urgently?" Of course. Old me thought yesterday that 10,000 copies might not be enough to sell, so I have already informed the bookstore to start printing more. I estimate that in another 2 or 3 days, We should be able to rush out 5,000 copies. That's good. Owner's son. Then I'll have to trouble you to arrange for the printing as soon as possible. As for the murder and arson case, I will give you an explanation, Li Wangyu said in a low voice. Owner's son nodded repeatedly. Old me understands. Once the books are printed, Old me will immediately have people send them to the bookstore in Chang'an City to sell. Don't worry, there are still 4 days left. We will definitely sell 10,000 copies. Li Wangyu did not say anything else after arranging things. He let the old butler, Li Heng, send owner's son out of the door. The murder and arson case in the East Market gave Li Wangyu a great shock. At this moment, he realized that this was not a legal society of the future, but the Tang dynasty of 1,300 years ago. If one did not have enough power to protect himself and his family, he would probably be eaten up until not even his bones were left. Just a few legitimate sons of the aristocratic families dared to commit murder and arson in Chang'an City. In this world, was there anything that they did not dare to do? Those who steal will be punished, and those who steal the country will become feudal lords. Only the feudal lords will be benevolent and righteous. The so-called benevolence and righteousness of these aristocratic families was indeed hypocritical. After a brief discussion with Su Chongqing, Li Wangyu called for Niu Wu. The two of them rode on horses and rushed to Chang'an City. Chapter 277. Li Wangyu naturally went to Chang'an to complain. Although he had the title of a county baron, he had no power or influence. Other than complaining to Pai Lupi, he had no other choice. Li Wangyu was just a white-collar worker who graduated from a second-tier university in the future. He did not know how to solve cases, nor was he as intelligent as Zhuge Liang. If he was bullied, complaining to his parents was his only choice. Fortunately, his current parent was also powerful enough. No matter what, Li Er was still his uncle who hadn't gone beyond 5 generations. Li Wangyu naturally would not be pretentious. He wanted to take responsibility for everything. When it was time to cry, he would not be stingy. In the legislative hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi summoned Li Wangyu as usual. Zio, why did you come to the palace again today? Is something the matter? Pai Lupi asked with a smile. Li Wangyu would not come to Chang, and if he had nothing to do, let alone to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was very clear about this. His nephew was good at everything, except that he was too tired. If he had nothing to do, he would definitely hide in Dingzhou village and live a carefree life. Yesterday, Li Wangyu had just entered Taiji Palace and created such a good show. Pai Lupi was very satisfied, but he did not know why he had come to the palace today. Li Wangyu's face was full of misery. Uncle, I came to the palace today to ask you to save my life. What happened? Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu took out the contract he had signed with Wang Ziqiao and the others, and handed it to Pai Lupi with both hands. Uncle, a few days ago I had some conflicts with the legitimate sons of Taiji Wang clan, Bowling Chui clan, and a few other aristocratic families. Feeling indignant, I made a bet with them. I bet that I could sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms within 10 days. Pai Lupi looked at the bet and motioned for Li Wangyu to continue. Yesterday, after my promotion, the bookstores in Chang'an sold more than 4,000 books of the Three Kingdoms. This little nephew was about to win the bet, but who would have thought that last night, the bookstore that helped this little nephew sell books was set on fire and all the books turned to ashes. When Pai Lupi heard this, his expression slowly turned grim. Li Wangyu sighed and continued. If it was only the books that were burned, it would be fine. But the key point is that even the clerk who was on night duty in the bookstore was killed. This is really... At this moment, Li Wangyu's acting skills were off the charts. He was just short of wiping his eyes with an onion. Uncle, I don't expect to win any bets. I just hope that Uncle can help me talk to this aristocratic family and cancel the bet. Sigh, with my small arms and legs, I really don't dare to get involved with such a vicious person. His words were very pitiful, but Pai Lupi understood the meaning of his words very clearly. He was insisting that the aristocratic family had committed murder and arson in order to win the bet. Pai Lupi glared at him with a gloomy face. He waved his hand to summon an attendant. Have the 100 Horsemen Department investigate what exactly happened in the East Market. Not long after, the attendant in charge of palace affairs from the 100 Horsemen Department entered the legislative hall and reported to Pai Lupi. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department has already investigated. Last night at 1 o'clock in the East Market, Sun Ji bookstore caught fire. The clerk who died was also stabbed to death with a blade and then abandoned in the fire. Pai Lupi coldly asked, "Did you find out who did it?" "We're still investigating, but after the 100 Horsemen Department examined the corpse, they confirmed that the method of murder was the method of an old soldier in the army. The clerk who was killed should have been in his sleep. His mouth and nose were covered, and then a blade was used to stab his heart. The blade was inserted between the bones, and he died on the spot. The method was very skillful. This is definitely not something that a thief can do." After the curfew last night, did the patrolling Wu Ho ask about it? "Did you find anything strange?" Pai Lupi asked again. In Chang'an City there was a curfew after nightfall. The streets, which were more than 100 meters wide, were like natural barriers that separated the various markets. And on the streets, there were patrolling Wu Ho at any time. Wanting to quietly climb over the high walls of the market, then pass through the 100-meter wide streets, and climb up the wall to enter the East Market was not an easy task. No, the patrolling Wu Ho have already interrogated, but did not find anything. But the 100 Horsemen Department can confirm that there are 4 murderers. After carefully inspecting the walls of the East Market, the 100 Horsemen Department found the footprints of 4 people on the wall near the Peace Square. And the same footprints were also found on the other side of the Peace Square. To be able to avoid the Wu Ho and quietly climb over 2 walls, it's not easy. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department also deduced that the murderers must be fierce soldiers from the White Army, or else they would not have succeeded so easily. Pai Lupi heard this and could not help but look at the bet in his hand again. The murderers went from the Peace Square to the East Market? Last night, Taiyuan Wang clan, Bowling Chui clan, these aristocratic families, did anyone stay at the Peace Square to drink? Taiyuan Wang clan's Wang Ziqiao, Qinghe Chui clan's Chui Daogu, Bowling Chui clan's Chui Hong, Fanyang Lu clan's Lu Xiang. These 4 people stayed at the Peace Square last night. Pai Lupi sneered, "Humph, for murderers committed murder. And the 4 of them were drinking at the Peace Square. Haha, what a coincidence." Order the 100 Horsemen Department to continue investigating, especially the troops around these 4 people, find out what their identities are. Yes. The eunuch of the 100 Horsemen Department responded and immediately left to arrange the investigation. Li Wangyu also heard the conversation between the 2 clearly. After the eunuch left, he immediately looked at Pai Lupi with a pitiful expression. "Uncle, you have to give your nephew justice." Pai Lupi glared at him. "All right, stop acting. I will give you an explanation for this matter. 5 surnames and 7 looks, humph, as expected, arrogant and despotic." Hearing Pai Lupi say this, Li Wangyu naturally stopped acting. He came to complain, and now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally did not want to continue acting. Li Wangyu said with a mischievous smile, "Uncle, I made a bet with them. If they want to renege on the debt, you have to help me collect the debt." "Stinking brat, scram. You want me to help you collect the debt? Only you can think of something like that." Pai Lupi laughed and scolded. How about I give you half?" Pai Lupi was so angry that he almost kicked him. The more he spoke, the more shameless he became. "Your books have all been burned. How are you going to win this bet?" "I have already asked the bookstore to hurry up with the printing. Today we will continue to send books to the bookstore. It won't delay matters." Pai Lupi nodded. "Ziyu, the engraving printing that you came up with is really good. It can be considered beneficial for the country. With this engraving printing, books can be printed on a large scale, and it will not be so easy for those aristocratic families to monopolize knowledge. Haha, this is another merit you have made. I will remember it for you." Li Wangyu had already reported the engraving printing matter to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi immediately saw the effect of breaking the aristocratic family's monopoly on knowledge. so he had already asked Li Wangyu to hand over the engraving printing technology to the works supervisor. Now, the works supervisor had already begun to copy the books stored in the palace, and was preparing to print them on a large scale and distribute them to the world. While Li Wangyu was complaining in Taiji Palace, Taiyuan Wang clan was not having a peaceful time. Chapter 278. Chang'an City, Fuxing Square, Wang Mansion. Taiyuan Wang clan's head Wang Rinyu slapped Wang Ziqiao's face, leaving a red mark on his face. Bastard! Who allowed you to be so daring? Wang Ziqiao covered his face with his hands, looking at his father in disbelief. What did I do? Didn't I just let my subordinates burn down a bookstore? Don't tell me I have to watch that bastardly Wang Yu humiliate me? Wang Ran, said angrily. Just burn down a bookstore? You even killed a waiter in the shop with your troop. Humph, just a lowly commoner, what's the big deal? Wang Ziqiao did not care at all. Burning down the Sun bookstore in the East Market, destroying Li Wangyu's books, and winning the bet was his idea. Cui Daogu and Lu Xiang, under his and Cui Hong's encouragement, and after drinking a lot of wine, under the stimulation of alcohol, they also nodded in agreement. The four of them each sent out a highly skilled troop. Taking advantage of the night, they climbed over the Peace Square and entered the East Market. Those few troops were also ruthless people. Originally, they did not need to harm people's lives, but as a precaution, they directly stabbed the shop assistant who was on night duty in the bookstore to death. After pouring oil on the bookstore and blowing on the fire, the four of them burned the bookstore clean, and then took advantage of the chaos when Wu Ho was busy putting out the fire, climbed over the wall and slipped back into the Peace Square. After dawn, Wang Ziqiao and the other three woke up, and after sobering up, they started to feel a little scared. They were the rich young masters of aristocratic families. They bullied and dominated the market, and even snatched women, and they were not any better than that bastard Zhang Kongbua. But things like murder and arson, they had never done it before, and at this moment they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. The four of them pretended to be calm, as if nothing had happened. After the Peace Square opened, they each led their subordinates back to the mansion. Wang Ziqiao was somewhat regretful, so he found his father Wang Rinyu and explained everything in detail, but did not expect to get a slap from his father in exchange. Wang Rinyu snorted. Foolish beyond compare. Do you think that Li Shimin's 100 cavalry department are all useless? You're just giving him something to use against you. There are many ways to deal with that Li family child, but you chose the stupidest way. Wang Ziqiao was a little confused. He forced himself to say, so what if it's the 100 cavalry department? Could it be that they would come knocking on his door to arrest him? I have already come to an agreement with Cui Daogu and the others. We will send those troops back to Taiyuan, Bowling, Fanyang, and other places. So what if Li Shimin's hands are long? What's more, these four troops won't betray us. Wang Rinyu looked at the red mark on his son's face and let out a long sigh. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he explained, Ziqiao, you've underestimated Li Shimin and the 100 cavalry department. If he really dares to let the 100 horsemen department come to our door and arrest people, as long as we torture them once your troops confess, do you think Li Shimin will let go of this good opportunity to humiliate our aristocratic families? At this moment, Wang Ziqiao was also scared. He asked in panic, don't tell me that Li Shimin won't give any face? Anyang is his aunt. Idiot, do you expect Li Shimin to let our Wang clan go because of your mother? Wang Rinyu's wife, Wang Ziqiao's mother, was Li Wangyu's only aunt, retired Emperor Li Yuan's younger sister, Princess Tong. When Li Yuan was guarding Taiyuan and had yet to rise up against the Sui dynasty, the two sides had become relatives by marriage. Wang Rinyu was Pai Lupi's uncle. Logically speaking, the Taiyuan Wang clan and Li Tang's imperial family had a close relationship. The two sides should not be fighting openly and covertly, but aristocratic families and imperial power, the two sides had loved and hated each other for thousands of years. This was not a conflict that could be resolved just by marrying a few women to each other. Wang Ziqiao did not agree with his father's words. So what? Don't tell me that Li Shimin dares to kill us aristocratic families? Why should we be afraid of him? We are a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Wang Renyu only sneered at his son's words and did not say much. The aristocratic families had always been the core power behind the imperial power. They held power similar to the imperial power and could even shake the foundation of the imperial power. This was something that no emperor could tolerate. However, an emperor needed the support of the aristocratic families to sit on the throne. Hence, the imperial power and the aristocratic families were always in a situation where they used and opposed each other. Flourishing for thousands of years, there were aristocratic families with 100 years of history. However, there were no dynasties with more than 400 years of history. This was also the reason why aristocratic families like Wang Ziqiao looked down on the imperial power. Wang Mang wanted to change the situation of the Western Han's land annexation. In the end, the aristocratic families rebelled and overthrew Wang Mang's rule. The aristocratic families in Guangzhou supported the Nanyang Lu clan to establish the Eastern Han. At the end of the Eastern Han, the three kingdoms fought for hegemony, and the aristocratic families were the ones supporting them. The aristocratic families of the West Jin moved south, causing the treasury of the West Jin to be empty. The chaos of the five barbarians had a lot to do with the aristocratic families moving south. When the aristocratic families reached their peak in the East Jin, their power even surpassed that of the imperial power. During the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian created the imperial examination system in hopes of using it to keep the aristocratic families in check. However, it did the opposite, increasing the power of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families made use of the imperial examination system to push the power struggle between the aristocratic families and the imperial power into the imperial court. When it came to the Tang dynasty, how could the battle between the aristocratic families and the imperial power be peaceful? Just a few days ago, the aristocratic families used the locust plague to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict. From this, one could see the relationship between the two sides. Wang Renyu waved his hand at Wang Ziqiao. Okay, I'll deal with this matter myself. You don't have to worry about it. Go take a look at your mother. She caught a cold recently and is not feeling well. After sending his son away, Wang Renyu closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he summoned the housekeeper and gave him a few instructions. The housekeeper lowered his head and left to carry out Wang Renyu's orders. Within the Taiji Palace governing hall, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were playing chess while waiting for the 100 Cavalry Division's report. The eunuch from the 100 Cavalry Division tiptoed into the hall with an embarrassed look on his face. Pai Lupi looked up at him. Speak! What's the news? Just now, the 100 Cavalry Division sent news that the Wang clan of Taiyuan beat a soldier to death for stealing property. After the Wang clan beat him to death, they sent someone to Chang'an County to report. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were stunned. They didn't understand what the eunuch meant. The Wang clan beat a soldier to death for stealing property. Was this news worth telling to Pai Lupi? Before Pai Lupi could ask, the eunuch continued. The Chui clan of Bowling, the Chui clan of Qinghe, and the Lu clan of Fanyang all beat a soldier to death for different crimes. They have all gone to Chang'an County and Wanyan County to report. As soon as he finished speaking, Pai Lupi immediately understood what was going on. In a fit of rage, Pai Lupi slapped the table in front of him and swept the chessboards on the table to the ground. These bastards! How dare they? Li Wangyu also realized what was going on. This was a F***king murder to silence them. The aristocratic families were so cruel. Chapter 279. The troops were not the property of the master, and their status was higher than that of the servants. However, if the troops made mistakes and were punished by the master, even if they were accidentally beaten to death, they would not be punished. The law of the Tang dynasty stipulated, if the master beat the troops to death, he committed murder, but he was punished to death or negligent homicide, he was not guilty. That was to say, if the troops of the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Bowling Chui clan, the Qinghe Chui clan, and the Fanyang Lu clan were charged with violating the law due to negligence, they would not have to bear any responsibility after being punished to death. They only needed to report to the county government. The 100 Cavalry Department had just found out that there were 4 people who committed the crime in the East City, and was investigating the troops of the 4 sons of the 4 families. Then, there was news that the troops of the 4 families were beaten to death because of mistakes. Even a fool could understand what had happened. This kind of merciless method of silencing witnesses made Li Wangyu shudder. These aristocratic families did not care about human lives at all. Even the troops who worked for the aristocratic families were killed just like that. Li Wangyu could not understand or accept this kind of ruthless decision and the practice of treating human lives as grass. Pai Lupi's anger was more because he was played by the aristocratic families. The 4 troops were beaten to death without any disguise. They were clearly laughing at him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. There was no evidence, and no evidence. Even if Pai Lupi was dead, what could he do to them? Wang Renyu was not a playboy like Wang Ziqiao. Sending the troops back to their hometowns would only leave behind hidden dangers. If the 100 Cavalry Department could find clues, the aristocratic families would naturally know. Last night, the 4 playboys hurriedly ordered their troops to attack and had already left a lot of clues. If the 100 Cavalry Department found out that it was the aristocratic families who did it, it would probably be a big trouble. Since they had already done it, they would do it to the end. Only the dead could keep an absolute secret. Therefore, Wang Renyu was merciless. He found a random reason to beat the troops of his family to death. The other 3 aristocratic families naturally would not be merciful. After receiving the news, they also chose to kill to silence. After venting his anger, Pai Lupi finally managed to control his temper. He waved his hand and dismissed the servant. Li Wangyu was also filled with helplessness and fear. Uncle, these aristocratic families are truly unscrupulous. Humph. Sooner or later, he would teach them a lesson. Ziyu, you will go now and urge the bookstore to quickly print the books for sale. You must not lose the bet. I want these aristocratic families to obediently lower their heads and hand over the gold with both hands. Pai Lupi said through gritted teeth. To Pai Lupi, the bet between Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons of the aristocratic families was no longer just about Li Wangyu. He wanted Li Wangyu to win the bet and humiliate these aristocratic families. This bet that seemed like a joke had turned into a battle between Pai Lupi and the aristocratic families. If Li Wangyu lost, then he, Pai Lupi, as the emperor, would lose even more face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he could not protect Li Wangyu and let the aristocratic families kill him in Chang'an city. This was simply a slap to Pai Lupi's face. Li Wangyu nodded and asked worriedly, Uncle, those aristocratic families won't continue to use any tricks, right? They won't do anything to me, right? These aristocratic families were unscrupulous in their actions. They really made him, a white-collar worker of the future, feel a little scared. Which normal person would not be scared? He was not a ruthless person who was used to murder and arson. He was just a white-collar worker. The most exciting thing he had experienced was a gang fight when he was in school. But now, 5 lives had already told him that this was the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi glared at him. Why are you so timid? I will let the cavalry department protect you secretly. You don't need to worry, Ziyu. Li Wangyu was speechless. What do you mean I'm timid? I'm not afraid even if you want to protect me with all the palace guards. But he only had the Nyo brothers as guards at home. His own safety was one thing. If they really pushed him too far, he could fight them to the death. But what about his beautiful boss and Aphrodite? No matter who it was, if they were really harmed by those aristocratic families because of him, even if he made explosives and sent them all to the Western Paradise, what could he do? So Li Wangyu had to first ensure the safety of himself and his family. There's also Dingzhou village. Uncle, you have to let people protect it for me. That's my fief. Okay. Pai Lupi nodded in agreement. Since Pai Lupi said that he would let the cavalry department protect him and Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. He was ready to go all out and fight with those aristocratic families. After leaving Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu rode with Nyo Wu to Hu County. He wanted to hurry Owner Sun to print the books as soon as possible. Owner Sun didn't waste any time. In half a day, he had the bookstore urgently print several hundred copies of the 3 Kingdoms. After checking them, Li Wangyu arranged for a 4-wheeled carriage to transport all these books to the bookstores in the east and west of Chang'an city for sale. However, what Li Wangyu and Owner Sun didn't expect was that these books were all returned to the bookstores in Chang'an city after being shipped to them. Even the copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that hadn't been sold out yesterday were all returned. Overnight, these bookstores all refused to sell the Three Kingdoms and cut off their cooperation with Owner Sunday. This sudden turn of events shocked both Li Wangyu and Owner Sunday. Li Wangyu came to a realization. This was definitely the doing of the aristocratic families, directly cutting off his sales channels. This method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was even more vicious than Wang Ziqiao's methods of murder and arson. Given the influence and power of the aristocratic families, it was all too easy for them to force the 10-odd bookstores in Chang'an city to bow their heads. Moreover, the fire at Sun's bookstore yesterday had also frightened the owners of the other bookstores. Everyone had their own guesses as to why Sun's bookstore had been burned down. But today, the aristocratic families of the 5 surnames and 7 gazes had sent people to warn them that they were forbidden from selling the 3 kingdoms. Everyone immediately understood. No one was a fool. Putting the two together, the owners of these bookstores all understood that Owner Sun had offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and that the root of the problem was the romance of the 3 kingdoms. As merchants, no matter how much they sympathized with Owner Sun and how much they despised the actions of the aristocratic families, the owners of these bookstores had no choice but to obey. Without hesitation, they removed all the 3 kingdoms books from their bookstores and returned them to Owner Sunday. They also carefully put away the colorful posters, no longer daring to openly hang them outside the bookstore. The methods of the aristocratic families had caught Li Wangyu by surprise. Sun's bookstore had been burned down and they had lost their sales channels. Even if the subsequent books were printed, where could they sell them? Just as Li Wangyu was racking his brains for a solution, another piece of bad news came from Chang'an City. Chapter 280. Within a day, more than 4,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were sold in Chang'an, which was terrifying. For a while, everyone in Chang'an was talking about the Three Kingdoms. But when this famous book began to spread widely in Chang'an, it was criticized by many sour scholars. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a historical novel, unlike the Records of the Three Kingdoms, which was a historical book. When Luo Guanzhong wrote The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he made a lot of references to the Records of the Three Kingdoms. This was the so-called 30% truth and 70% romance. In the future, because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was so famous and spread so widely, many people even regarded it as the official history. But since it was a novel, it naturally had elements of artistic exaggeration and processing. It also had the imagination of the author, which was understandable. It was also Luo Guanzhong's processing and modification that made the Romance of the Three Kingdoms become a model and masterpiece of history. But many sour scholars, after reading the first 5 chapters of the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, criticized this book. These sour scholars thought that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms distorted historical facts and was full of loopholes. It was an inferior work that misled people. It was normal for some people to criticize. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. Even if it was a famous book like The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was impossible for everyone to like it. Li Wangyu did not care about this at all. But what made Li Wangyu speechless was that the shop assistant of the Sun's bookstore in Chang'an city to deal with the aftermath hurried to report. The group of bored sour scholars actually gathered together and ran to the Vermilion Bird Gate to kneel down. They wanted to report to Pai Lupi and request that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms be sealed. These sour scholars even piled up the books they had bought outside the Vermilion Bird Gate and burned them all, which attracted a lot of people to watch. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. These sour scholars, are they bored? I'm copying a novel, what does it have to do with you? Bad news came one after another. In Chang'an, undercurrents began to surge again in various markets. They accused the Book of the Three Kingdoms of harboring evil intentions and reflecting the current sage. The rumors were very vivid. Some people even took out Li Wangyu's Three Kingdoms and pointed to the contents, describing vividly to the crowd how this place reflected the saints and so on. Li Wangyu was even more speechless when he heard these rumors. Was the Tang dynasty also trying to set up a literary prison? He really wanted to ask Luo Guanzhong if he had such thoughts when he was writing the book. Li Wangyu was so angry that he laughed. He thought of a certain college entrance examination in his previous life. The author of the article described something about food. He wrote about a fish, but there was a strange light in its eyes. The question asked, "What does this strange light mean?" Then, the author was dumbfounded. "What can I do? I'm also in despair. I don't have any ideas at all." Without the standard answer, how would I know what I wanted to express? Right now, Li Wangyu was in such a state of confusion. Yet there was still someone who could decipher that he was reflecting Li heir from the romance of the Three Kingdoms. This was really King insane. Fortunately, there was no literary prison in the Tang dynasty, so Li Wangyu was not too worried. In the history of Wuxia, the Tang dynasty's open-mindedness and magnanimity were admired by the world. Du Fu, Bai Jui, and the other big shots often scolded the royal family and the imperial court in their poems, but nothing happened. At most, they were not liked. In the Tang dynasty, there might be people who were dismissed and demoted because of poems and essays, but there were definitely no bloody cases like the Ming and Qing dynasties. The literary prison was a nightmare for the literati in the Ming and Qing dynasties, especially the Qing dynasty's literary prison. During the Yongzhang period, because the incantation of the Baiyun Temple's old Taoist, "Heaven and earth listen to me, ghosts and gods are under my command," Yongzhang was furious and the old Taoist was immediately beheaded. Yongzhang's Hanlin officials wrote, "Qingfeng is illiterate. Why are you randomly flipping through books? Slandering the imperial court." Beheading. Qianlong's assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights wrote, "Seizing the vermilion bird is not righteous. Even a mutant is called a king." Beheading a coffin and filing a corpse. Qianlong's cabinet scholar wrote, "A heart that talks about turbidity and purity." Insulting the Qing dynasty. Beheading at the waist. The literary prison of the Ming and Qing dynasties could be said to be unprecedented and at the peak of perfection. Fortunately, it was the Tang dynasty now, and Pai Lupi was his backing. Therefore, Li Wangyu only felt angry and amused about these unreliable rumors. But he was not worried at all. After all, Pai Lupi had already read his romance of the Three Kingdoms, and he was one of the people who urged him to update. However, this ruckus made Li Wangyu smell a thick scent of conspiracy. This series of methods could be said to be sinister and ruthless. Cutting off the sales channels of books, spreading rumors, slandering. Li Wangyu naturally knew who did these things. Except for those aristocratic families, there was no one else. However, this method was obviously not something that Prince Chao and other aristocratic families could come up with. In comparison, the murder and arson in the East Market last night seemed simple and crude, without any technical content. Today's action was a conspiracy to kill without spilling blood, and it made Li Wangyu a little anxious and at a loss. More troublesome things continued. Before Li Wangyu could come up with a solution, Pai Lupi sent an eunuch to Dingzhou village to tell him to go to Taiji Palace tomorrow to attend the regular court meeting. The reason was very simple. Li Wangyu was impeached. Li Wangyu was flabbergasted. He only understood what had happened after the chamberlain explained to him. Someone from the censorate jumped out and impeached Pai Lupi, saying that Li Wangyu's book contained evil intentions and slandered a saint. The censorate was loyal and devoted, wholeheartedly protecting Pai Lupi's dignity, which made Pai Lupi speechless. Pai Lupi was unable to reprimand this censorate. After all, it was their duty to censor rumors. He also could not say that the man from Huxian, Li Wangyu, did not slander him, so he did not need to worry about him. Therefore, Pai Lupi could only summon Li Wangyu to the court meeting and have him confront the censorate. Li Wangyu only felt that he was cursed in his heart. He originally thought that the Tang dynasty did not have such a thing as a literary prison, but in the end, there really was an censorate impeaching him because of this. He pulled over the eunuch who had come to pass on the message and asked him who the censorate was. This eunuch had already received Pai Lupi's orders, so he naturally told him everything he knew. He clearly explained the situation of the censorate named Huang Fuyi. Pai Lupi was even afraid that Li Wangyu would be careless and suffer losses, so he had someone pull out Huang Fuyi's information from the Ministry of Appointments and secretly had the eunuch give it to Li Wangyu. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only look up to the sky and sigh. This aristocratic family was really willing to go all out to deal with him. Chapter 281. Early the next morning, Li Wangyu hurried out with Niu Wu and rode to Chang'an City to attend the court session. He was now used to traveling between Chang'an City and Dingzhou Village. Anyway, it was only 100 miles away, which was about 50 kilometers. It would only take about an hour to ride a horse, so it was not a big deal. Although the distance between his rented house and his company was not far, the time he spent commuting was close to 3 hours, so he did not feel that it was inconvenient. The only problem was that the court session was too early. He had to leave at dawn, otherwise he would be late. Li Wangyu was not worried about the possible problems he might face in the court session today. After the eunuch left yesterday, he took Huang Fuyi's information and studied it with his beautiful boss for a while, and the two of them came up with a solution. With Pai Lupi silently supporting him, Li Wangyu did not feel any pressure. He wanted to cause a ruckus in the court session today and teach the aristocratic families a lesson. As for the sales obstacles that the romance of the Three Kingdoms was facing, he and his beautiful boss came up with a solution. They would start implementing it after the court session today. When he arrived outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the officials waiting for the court session were already waiting. The court session was different from the Shuawang Imperial Conference that Li Wangyu attended before. There were much fewer people attending the court session. Only officials above the 5th rank, censors, and doctors in charge of sacrificial ceremonies were required to attend the court session every day. Li Wangyu hurriedly greeted Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots that he knew. Before they exchanged greetings, the palace doors opened, and the officials entered the court session. The court session did not have any ceremonial guards, nor did it have any extravagance. It was just a daily court session that dealt with the administrative matters of the court. Li Wangyu followed the crowd into the main hall. After bowing, he sat in his seat, bored, and listened to the officials of all levels report to Pai Lupi and discuss state affairs. He had no interest in these things at all. Moreover, he woke up early today, and his ears were filled with the so-so voices of the officials. He could not help but doze off. His head drooped, and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Li Wangyu dozed off in the Taiji Palace's main hall. Speaking of sleeping while sitting down, that was Li Wangyu's specialty. When he was in school, he had never been caught sleeping in class by the teacher. He placed his left hand on his forehead and pretended to be in deep thought. Then, he lowered his head and began to sleep. Chang Chao started to deal with official business at around 7 in the morning. Usually, it would be between 9 and 11 in the morning. After such a long time, Li Wangyu slept very happily in the palace. He was just short of snoring. While he was on a date with the daughter of the Duke of Zhou, he suddenly heard someone call his name, causing the sleeping Li Wangyu to suddenly wake up. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth without batting an eyelid and looked forward. In front of Pai Lupi's throne, there was a young official dressed in 8th rank dark green official robes. Li Wangyu immediately understood that the meat show was coming. Presumably, this person was the imperial censor who had impeached him, Huang Fuyi. Pai Lupi had a strange expression on his face as he looked over. Huxian, did you hear what imperial censor Huang Fu said? How could Li Wangyu not know that Pai Lupi had seen him dozing off? His throne was in front of everyone and was high above the imperial steps. Naturally, he could see everything clearly. Li Wangyu quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I heard. Then what explanation do you have? I have nothing to explain. Explain my ass. He didn't even know what he had just said. He was sleeping soundly. He saw that the book in Huang Fuyi's hand was the copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Huang Fuyi saw that Li Wangyu didn't respond and immediately opened the book in his hand. He pointed to a page and said, Your Majesty, in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms written by Huxian in the 4th chapter, he deposed the Han Emperor Chunlu and offered his blade to the traitor Dong Mengde. This is the proof of his disloyalty. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to respond and continued to watch his performance. Huang Fuyi righteously continued, Your Majesty, look at this book. Zhuoqi supported his Majesty to the left and right and removed his royal ribbon. He knelt in the north and said that he would obey orders. He also called the Empress Dowager to serve the imperial edict. The Empress Dowager cried, and all the officials were miserable. This is clearly a reflection of the abdication of the retired emperor in the 9th year of Wuda. Hu Xiannan referred to His Majesty as Dongjue. He really harbors evil intentions. Li Wangyu almost gave Huang Fuyi a thumbs up. This scholar's mouth was really F***king amazing. Even in the book, Dongjue forced the Han Emperor to abdicate. He could forcefully say that he was referring to Pai Lupi forcing Li Yuan to abdicate after the incident at the Xuanwu Gate. When Pai Lupi heard this, his expression became very ugly. He naturally wouldn't believe Huang Fuyi's nonsense, but the incident at the Xuanwu Gate was a thorn in Pai Lupi's heart. Huang Fuyi used the incident at the Xuanwu Gate as an excuse, but Pai Lupi couldn't do anything. He simply looked at Li Wangyu with a gloomy expression. Zio, do you have any explanation for Imperial Censor Huang Fu's words? All the civil and military officials in the court, including those who weren't from aristocratic families, felt that Huang Fuyi was too much. How could he interpret the text in the book like this? All the officials had already read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms yesterday. How could they see the meaning in it? Huang Fuyi was clearly making trouble for no reason. Yu Shinan was about to stand up and curse, but he was pulled back by Kong Yingda. Kong Yingda shook his head at him, indicating for him to calm down and listen to Li Jia Xiaolong's explanation. In the main hall, all the officials looked at Li Wangyu, waiting to see how he would explain. However, Li Wangyu calmly nodded. Your Majesty, this is what this official meant. It is as Imperial Censor Huang Fu said. His words were like a clap of thunder, shocking all the civil and military officials in the main hall. Was this Li Wangyu from Huxin crazy? What did he just say? He said that he was referring to Pai Lupi, referring to the incident at the Xuanwu Gate. After a moment of silence, the main hall of the Taiji Palace was instantly filled with buzzing sounds. The officials whispered to each other, asking if they had heard wrongly. Pai Lupi touched his ears in disbelief, wondering if he was hearing things. Ziyu, what did you say? Say it again. Your Majesty, the meaning in my book is that Imperial Censor Huang Fu is slandering Your Majesty. That's right, that's exactly what this subject thinks. Li Wangyu replied slowly. Yu Shinan, Fang Xianling, and the others couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Ziyu, don't talk nonsense. Answer properly. However, Huang Fuyi was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Wangyu would admit it in front of Pai Lupi. Originally, Huang Fuyi just wanted to disgust Li Wangyu and smear the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Who would have thought that he would gain such a result? Huang Fuyi laughed. Haha, since Imperial Censor Huang Fuyi admitted it, that's for the best. Your Majesty, this official asks Imperial Censor Huang Fuyi to punish him for slandering the sage and talking about the court. Before he finished speaking, he heard Li Wangyu say loudly, Your Majesty, this official is guilty. This official has an accomplice and is willing to confess. Chapter 282. Li Wangyu's words caused a commotion in the hall. Even Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families were dumbfounded by his words. Was this Huxin man crazy? These big shots of the aristocratic families vaguely felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. Yesterday's series of actions against Li Wangyu had been discussed by Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families. The methods of this group of old foxes were naturally incomparable to those of Wang Ziqiao's group. They mercilessly flogged the troops who committed murder and arson in the East Market to death, cut off the 100 Horsemen Department's pursuit of clues, and turned the East Market case into an open case. Even if the 100 Horsemen Department and Pai Lupi were well aware of who committed the East Market case, so what? Without evidence, no matter how furious Pai Lupi was, he could only endure it. After that, they used the influence of the aristocratic families to set a trap for Li Wangyu. With a few efforts, Li Wangyu was badly battered. Yesterday, in the entire Chang'an city, not a single book of the Three Kingdoms could be sold. As for Huang Fuyi, of course, this was also arranged by the aristocratic families. Their purpose was to disgust Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, and at the same time to defame the Book of the Three Kingdoms. In short, they only needed to cause a ruckus in the imperial court for a few days and delay Li Wangyu from successfully selling the book. In their view, in the face of this kind of impeachment, Li Wangyu would naturally not admit to it, and then there would be a lot of verbal arguments. In this way, it was very simple to cause a ruckus and delay the matter. As long as the impeachment was not settled, Li Wangyu's Book of the Three Kingdoms could no longer be sold on the market. If the bet was delayed for 10 days, the aristocratic families would win the bet. It was very simple and easy. The reason why these big shots of the aristocratic families began to interfere in the bet between Li Wangyu and Wang Ziqiao was not because they were unwilling to part with the 1,000 taels of gold. This amount of gold was not even a drop in the ocean for the aristocratic families. What they didn't want to lose was face. The foolish sons of the aristocratic families had drunk too much and let their underlings commit murder and arson. This was simply stupidly giving Pai Lupi something that could be used against them. For the sake of the aristocratic family's reputation, Wang Renyu had no choice but to kill his family's troops to cover up the truth. Although they did not care about killing a troop, the act of killing a troop of their own family in order to protect themselves made the aristocratic families feel that they had lost face. Thus, they became more and more jealous of Li Wangyu. As a result, Wang Renyu and the others took the bet seriously. No matter what, they could not afford to lose the bet. Otherwise, the reputation of their aristocratic families would be worthless. If Li Wangyu lost the bet, the aristocratic family's face would be saved, and they would be able to give Pai Lupi a slap in the face. So what if you, Li Shimin, are the emperor of the Tang dynasty? So what if you protect Li Wangyu? In the end, you could only watch your nephew lose the bet and obediently hand over the gold with both hands. But today, in the Chang dynasty, Li Wangyu actually nodded and admitted Huang Fuyi's impeachment. He even said that he had accomplices. What was going on? After the shock, Pai Lupi immediately realized that something was wrong. Not to mention whether Li Wangyu really had such thoughts. Even if he did, he was not crazy, right? How could he admit it in front of everyone? Looking at Li Wangyu's faint smile, Pai Lupi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This bastard must have a backup plan. In the main hall, Li Wangyu said loudly, "Your Majesty, this subject is guilty. This subject also has accomplices and is willing to confess. This imperial censor Huangfu is this subject's accomplice. The reason why this subject slandered your Majesty in the book was all because of imperial censor Huangfu's instructions." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned again. And Huang Fuyi, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, immediately exploded. "Nonsense! Your Majesty, Hu Xinnan is speaking nonsense. This subject does not know Hu Xinnan at all. So how could I order him around? This subject is also not his so-called accomplice. Your Majesty, please investigate this." Li Wangyu gave him a sidelong glance. "Your Majesty, this subject has evidence." Pai Lupi looked like he was watching a good show. He did not care how Huang Fuyi defended himself and only asked, "Ziyu, what evidence do you have?" Li Wangyu pointed at Huang Fuyi. "Imperial censor Huangfu, you are a grand scholar in the first year of Zhenguan, right?" "That's right, so what?" "Hu Xinnan, don't you dare slander me and slander me." Huang Fuyi shouted angrily. Li Wangyu ignored him and bowed to Pai Lupi. He continued, "Your Majesty, Imperial Censor Huangfu, has long been dissatisfied with your Majesty. The poem he wrote during the spring examination is proof." Huang Fuyi was stunned when he heard this. The poem he wrote during the spring examination last year was his proudest work. Although he had submitted to the Wang clan of Taiyuan before the spring examination and became their disciple, the poem he wrote during the examination was also very well done. Otherwise, he would not have been given the important position of imperial censor after passing the Grand Scholar examination. Li Wangyu recited, "Spring grass grows in Xuanwu Lake," vaguely thinking of Chang'an city. Later, thousands of people rose like clouds, hating that the king's plan failed. The people lost their virtue, the road to society was crooked, and tears were stained in several places tonight. Imperial censor Huangfu, you wrote this poem during the spring examination, right? "That's right, I wrote it." Huang Fuyi nodded angrily. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with his poem. Similarly, Pai Lupi and the civil and military officials in the hall did not feel that there was anything wrong with the poem. They all looked at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and bowed to Pai Lupi again. "Your Majesty, this is an anti-poem written by Imperial Censor Huangfu. The Xuanwu Lake in the poem alludes to the Xuanwu Gate. He is saying that Your Majesty ascended the throne after the Xuanwu Gate and hated that the king failed. The last sentence, 'The people lost their virtue, the road to society was crooked,' is alluding to Your Majesty. He uses Your Majesty's name to imply that Your Majesty has lost his virtue and the people have suffered grievances." His explanation made everyone in the hall, including Pai Lupi, petrified. "Damn, this poem can be explained like this?" Huang Fuyi directly knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I did not mean what Huxian Nen said. He misinterpreted my poem. Your subject has always been loyal to Your Majesty, and I would never have such rebellious thoughts. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. I have been wrongly accused." Pai Lupi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He also felt that Li Wangyu's words were too nonsensical. However, Pai Lupi was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Li Wangyu with questioning eyes, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu looked at the kneeling Huang Fuyi. "Your Majesty, since I wrote that Dong Zhuo forced the Han Emperor to death, how can Huang Fuyi's poem not be an anti-poem?" "Oh, that's right, many of the officials in the court are my accomplices. They all wrote anti-poems to slander Your Majesty and have disloyal intentions." He pointed at the dozens of ministers who came from aristocratic families in the hall and recited their poems. As long as there were words like world, people, tang in the poem, he could distort them and turn them into evidence of these officials' crimes. Following Li Wangyu's accusation, the officials in the Taiji Palace all knelt down. Chapter 283. Li Wangyu's move was actually just pestering endlessly. He and his beautiful boss thought of the literary prison of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Although the practice of misinterpreting the meaning of poems was shameless, he could use it. Since Qing Feng does not know how to read, could be misinterpreted as slandering the Qing dynasty. Then Huang Fuyi's sentence, "The people have lost their virtue and the road to the world is crooked," was pointed out by him as a deer and called it an anti-poem. The officials of the Tang dynasty, who had not experienced the bloody baptism of the literary prison, were now in a panic after being disturbed by Li Wangyu in the hall. They wanted to defend themselves, but they did not know how to say it. As Li Wangyu said, since Dong Zhuo forced the Han Emperor to death in the Three Kingdoms, it was said by Huang Fuyi to reflect the change of the Xuanwu Gate and slander Pai Lupi. It was natural for Li Wangyu to interpret their poems and articles in this way. "Zio, don't talk nonsense." Pai Lupi saw the situation and understood Li Wangyu's meaning. He held back his laughter and reprimanded him. "Your Majesty, if Censor Huangfu said that I was reflecting Your Majesty, then I am not talking nonsense. These people are all my accomplices." Li Wangyu's words made Huang Fuyi hate him. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he said that, those officials who had been dragged out by Li Wangyu to be targets all looked at Huang Fuyi with resentment. "It's all because of this bastard. Why did he provoke a county man? He was writing his own novel. Do you have nothing better to do? Why did you impeach him?" Facing the angry eyes of the crowd, Huang Fuyi was even more speechless. He could not explain to the crowd that it was the idea of Wang Renyu and the other big shots, could he? That would be akin to courting death. The people in the hall were all smart. Yu Shernan, Fang Xianling, and the others, who were originally worried about Li Wangyu, also saw Li Wangyu's intention at this time. They didn't say anything and just sat there with a smile on their faces, like qualified onlookers. This aristocratic family wanted to disgust Li Wangyu, but they didn't expect to be dragged down by this brat Li Wangyu. Interesting, really interesting. Now that things had developed to this point, Wang Renyu and the other big shots from the aristocratic families were all dumbfounded. This bastard actually didn't defend himself. Instead, he openly admitted Huang Fuyi's impeachment. Then, he pulled Huang Fuyi and a group of ministers from aristocratic families into the water. This move was too vicious. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families naturally couldn't sit back and watch this farce continue. If Pai Lupi took it seriously, their aristocratic families would suffer great losses. They looked at each other and could only brace themselves to stand up and speak. Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty is not guilty because of words. Your Majesty's mind is even more tolerant. Why do you care about these word games? Pai Lupi looked at this group of big shots from the aristocratic families and coughed softly. So, you also think that Imperial Censor Huangfu's impeachment is nonsense? This we all think so. In the face of Pai Lupi's question, Wang Renyu and the others could only pinch their noses and admit it. If they dared to say that Huang Fuyi's impeachment of Li Wangyu was right, Pai Lupi would really dare to dismiss all the ministers in the hall who were named by Li Wangyu and investigate them. In any case, Li Wangyu only had an empty title and no official position. Even if he was impeached and lost his title, it was no big deal. However, Li Wangyu had just dragged more than a dozen officials from aristocratic families into the water. Wang Renyu and the others couldn't agree to take so many officials to be buried with him. At this point, they could only wash the mud off Li Wangyu's body first. Only then could their people come ashore clean. Pai Lupi also stood up from the throne and looked around at the ministers. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "The Tang dynasty is not guilty because of words, but it is also not allowed to slander others. I am not the first emperor, and I will not burn books and bury Confucians. You all must not make mistakes. Few people in the world read the history of the Three Kingdoms. Only Li Zio's romance of the Three Kingdoms is known. I like Li Zio's Three Kingdoms very much. This matter ends here. Don't mention it again. We will follow your Majesty's instructions." The ministers knelt and the farce ended. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, I was wronged for no reason at all. I hope your Majesty can help me out. Didn't I say that this matter ends here?" Pai Lupi didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning and asked in confusion. Li Wangyu pointed outside the hall and said, "But the people in Chang'an don't know. Your Majesty, why don't you write me a note to prove my innocence?" Pai Lupi was speechless and said, "What are you trying to do now? What do you want me to write for you?" Your Majesty, just write the sentence you just said. It's I like Li Zio's Three Kingdoms very much. These few words will do." Pai Lupi began to have a toothache. This bastard, what is he trying to do now? He wanted to refuse, but the ministers in the hall were watching, so he couldn't bring himself to do so. He asked the servant to grind the ink, picked up the brush and wrote down the sentence. Then he threw it to Li Wangyu. "Court is dismissed." Pai Lupi wrote down the sentence shamefully. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense, so he turned and left. Li Wangyu came forward with a smile and picked up Pai Lupi's calligraphy. He carefully dried the brush and ink and put it away. Then he proudly raised his eyebrows at Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic leaders. Zhang Yuanshou said angrily, "This bastard, we still underestimated him." Wang Renyu smiled disdainfully and said, "He's lucky, but so what? Now the big and small bookstores in Chang'an aren't selling his book. Can this guy make Pai Lupi issue a decree and force the bookstores to sell his book? There are still 2 days left. I'd like to see how he can sell a few thousand books." Zhang Yuanshou thought about it and agreed. If they blocked Li Wangyu's sales channels, no matter how capable he was, he wouldn't be able to sell his book. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Yu Shernan, Fang Xinling, and the others knew about the bet between Li Wangyu and Wang Ziqiao. After the court, Li Wangyu was about to leave, but Yu Shernan and the others stopped him. "Zio, we heard that the big and small bookstores in Chang'an aren't willing to sell your book. Do you need me to speak up for you?" Li Wangyu quickly thanked them for their kindness and said, "Thank you, Master Yu and Prime Minister Fang, but there's no need. I know that they were forced, so there's no need to put these merchants in a difficult position." "Then how are you going to sell your book?" Yu Shernan asked worriedly. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously and said, I have my ways." He didn't believe that he could only eat pigs with hair after leaving Butcher Zhang. If he wanted to sell his book, there were many ways. Yu Shinan and Fang Xinling wanted to ask more, but Li Wangyu just smiled and didn't answer. He only said that they would know tomorrow. In this regard, Yu Shinan and Fang Xinling could only shake their heads helplessly and let him be. The next day was the last day of the bet between Li Wangyu and Wang Ziqiao. The morning drum sounded in Chang'an, and the city gate opened. A team of carriages drove in from outside the city. Chapter 284. In the Tang dynasty, Chang'an was a city with only 1 million people. It was the most prosperous city on earth. Every day, there were countless horse carriages, ox carts, and camels entering and leaving the city. As the guards of the illustrious Virtue Gate, they were used to seeing these carriages. However, when the illustrious Virtue Gate opened today, the carriages lining up to enter Chang'an and stunned the guards and colonels. The colonels of the illustrious Virtue Gate were familiar with these four-wheeled carriages. They were the carriages of the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. These four-wheeled carriages were very powerful. For horses could pull 30 stones of goods and they could run very fast on the official road. The colonels also knew that the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company was the property of Empress Zhangsun. Therefore, the colonels of the illustrious Virtue Gate took good care of these four-wheeled carriages entering and leaving the city. However, the four-wheeled carriages that appeared in front of the guards and colonels were filled with books. This was not strange. What left everyone dumbfounded was that there was a banner hanging on each of the carriages. The words written on the banner made the soldiers and colonels who were guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate unable to believe their eyes. A sign was a sign that a shop in ancient times used to attract customers. "Colonels, do we need to kneel down?" a soldier asked softly. The colonels of the illustrious Virtue Gate stared at him and said, "Kneel my ass. Go check the public examination and let them enter the city." Although he knew that these carriages belonged to the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company, the colonels did not dare to let them pass. They had to check the public examination one by one. Otherwise, if something happened, he would not be able to bear the responsibility as a mere colonels. Nearly 100 four-wheeled carriages formed a long line as they waited to be checked into the city. The banner hanging on the carriage also stunned the merchants and pedestrians waiting in line outside the city gate. After half a day, the guards finally finished checking the public examination and let the carriages enter Chang'an city. Seeing the carriages leave, the colonels could not help but look at the signs hanging on the carriages again. Was this really okay? After the carriages entered Chang'an city, they immediately spread out and headed towards the markets that had just opened. The old soldiers guarding the gate, the marquis patrolling the streets, and the citizens of Chang'an were all stunned when they saw the four-wheeled carriages. Those who were literate all stared at the banner on the carriage in a daze. Some of the more cowardly ones even knelt down and kowtowed to the four-wheeled carriage. The illiterate commoners beside them hurriedly asked these people what was written on the banner hanging on the carriage. Why did they have such a reaction? After hearing the explanation, many more knelt down. Even the scholars who lived in the market bowed to show their respect when they saw the banners on the four-wheeled carriages. The reason why these four-wheeled carriages attracted so much attention and caused such a commotion was because of the banners hanging on the carriages. There were 11 words written on the banners. "We like Li Zio's 3 kingdoms very much." This was what Pai Lupi had written yesterday in the Great Hall of Taiji Palace, unable to refuse Li Wangyu's request. But Pai Lupi would never have thought that Li Wangyu would use his handwritten words on the banners as an advertisement. The calligraphy written by Pai Lupi had been enlarged and copied by Li Wangyu and made into banners. There were more than 100 copies, hanging above each four-wheeled carriage. Everyone was so shocked because they saw the contents of the banners. Using the calligraphy of a saint to advertise was an unprecedented feat in the market. The onlookers did not know what the words written by the saint meant, so they asked each other, "Excuse me, Lang Jun, but what is the meaning of the 3 kingdoms written by Li Zio written on the carriage cover?" A passerby dressed as a scholar was stopped and asked. "Li Zio is the man who founded the country, Li Wangyu, the man who founded the country. His name is Zio. He is now very famous, and even became the royal tutor of the crown prince at the age of 16. Hiss! There was a sound of people sucking in cold air. the royal tutor of the crown prince, the man who founded the country. These titles were very important to the people. Lang Jun, what is the meaning of the three kingdoms? Don't you know what happened outside the Vermilion Bird Gate the day before yesterday? The Three Kingdoms is a novel written by the man who founded the country. It is called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This book is amazing. Look, everyone, the banners are written by the saint himself. Even the saints like it. The scholar replied with great admiration. TSK, even the saints praised the book. I have to buy one. Someone in the crowd immediately said, "You can't read, why buy it?" Someone knew that the speaker was illiterate and could not help but make fun of him. Nonsense, I can't read. But will my son not be able to read in the future? Besides, even if I can't read, it is good for me to buy one and keep it at home. This is a book that even the saints like. In that case, it makes sense. I will go to the bookstore and buy one later. The scholar shook his head. I don't know why, but the bookstores in Chang'an City do not sell this book. I wanted to buy it yesterday, but I couldn't find it even after going to several bookstores. What? Those bookstores don't sell it? Shoo, be quiet. I know about this. I have a relative who works as a clerk in the bookstore. He secretly told me that someone forbade the bookstore from selling the Three Kingdoms. There is such a thing? This is a book that even the saints like. Did these bookstores eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Who knows? In any case, the bookstores in Chang'an City do not sell this book. As the crowd discussed, the four-wheeled carriages drove to the crossroads of the various markets and stopped. The innkeeper jumped down from the four-wheeled carriage. He looked around, cleared his throat, and suddenly shouted out, "The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written by the man who founded the country, Li Zio, is a book that even the saints like. 500 copper coins for one book. You will not lose out if you buy 500 copper coins. You will not be fooled. Don't miss this rare opportunity. It is worth it." Needless to say, the advertisement that the carriage driver shouted was taught by Li Wangyu, the man from another world. In the future, the advertisements in the $2 stores on the streets were plagiarized by Li Wangyu to poison the ears of the people of the Tang dynasty. This kind of extremely straightforward shouting made the crowd around the carriage stunned. Took them a while to react. These carriages were actually here to sell books? The Wu Ho in the market heard the carriage drivers shouting and hesitated. He did not know if he should go forward and stop them. In the Tang dynasty, the market and the market were separated. The market was the living area, and stalls were not allowed. However, looking at the dazzling cover on the carriage, the Wu Ho decided to pretend that they did not see it. Using the saint's calligraphy as a cover, they could not afford to offend him. Chapter 285. Using four-wheeled carriages to sell books was the idea that his beautiful boss came up with for Li Wangyu. The gypsies could turn caravans into mobile homes, so Li Wangyu could naturally turn the four-wheeled carriages into mobile bookstores to sell books. Since those aristocratic families used their power to coerce the bookstores in the East and West markets to not sell books from the Three Kingdoms, they might as well start from scratch. Now, under the management of his beautiful boss, the number of four-wheeled carriages in the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company had already exceeded 300. It was not troublesome to borrow 100 carriages for a day. Moreover, Li Wangyu promised these carriage drivers that for every book they sold, he would give them 100 copper coins as a reward. As such, the coachman of these carriage companies naturally didn't mind playing the role of a peddler. Owner Sun desperately ordered the craftsman in Huxin bookstore to print new books day and night. In just 3 days, more than 10,000 copies of the first volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms were printed. However, this was the limit. After more than 15,000 copies of the first volume of the Three Kingdoms were printed, the wooden engravings were almost worn out. If they wanted to print again, they would have to redo the engravings. Now, these new books of the Three Kingdoms were piled up on these four-wheeled carriages. Following the shouts of the temporary peddlers, many customers quickly gathered around the four-wheeled carriages in the market square to buy books. Just like before, the crowd gathered around the carriages to buy books. Not only were the customers dressed as scholars, but there were also many illiterate Chang and commoners who gathered around to buy books. They wanted to buy a copy of the Three Kingdoms that Even saints liked. 500 copper coins. Although it was much cheaper than hand-copied books, it was definitely not cheap. A bolt of raw silk was only 470 copper coins. An iron hoe was only 50 copper coins. Due to the locust plague in the Tang dynasty, the price of grain had risen from 360 copper coins per bushel to 450 copper coins per bushel. In other words, one volume of the Three Kingdoms could be exchanged for more than 1 bushel of rice. Moreover, Li Wangyu knew that in history, in the 3rd year of Chang'an, the price of grain would drop to about 20 copper coins per dough. In other words, 1 book of the Three Kingdoms could be exchanged for 25 dough of grain. Therefore, even if it was 500 copper coins, those who were willing to buy it were at least well-off families in the Tang dynasty. Ordinary people might not be able to afford it even if they wanted to. It could be seen that it was not easy to study in the Tang dynasty. Without a certain amount of wealth, it was impossible to support the education of the children at home. Even so, the four-wheeled carriage that sold books was doing surprisingly well. Those pedantic scholars who had once said that the romance of the Three Kingdoms was a distortion of history all shut their mouths when they saw the cover on the carriage. They didn't dare to say anything else. Even Pai Lupi said he liked the book. Unless they were tired of living, they wouldn't dare to complain. The rumors and slanders in the marketplace were naturally dispelled. There was no market for the rumor that Hu Xinnan's book was a reflection of the sage of the Three Kingdoms and harbored evil intentions. The calligraphy written by Pai Lupi himself was so dazzling that it could blind people's eyes. The carriages that went to Wuban Square, Pingkong Square, and Chongren Square to sell books were surrounded by customers who wanted to buy books with just a shout from the coachman. The 100 books of the Three Kingdoms on the carriage were all sold out in a short period of time. They were replaced by heavy copper coins that covered the carriage. Because Wuban Square was where the Imperial College was located, Li Wangyu specially arranged 2 carriages to sell books. They also quickly cleared out the books. These students of the Imperial College were no different from the college students of the modern era. They had no resistance to a novel like The Three Kingdoms. In addition, those who could study in the Imperial College were all descendants of officials and aristocratic families. They didn't lack copper coins to buy books. Many of them had already bought The Three Kingdoms from the bookstores in the East and West markets the day before yesterday. They loved it so much that they couldn't put it down. This novel, which was rarely seen in the Tang dynasty, naturally set off a wave of Three Kingdoms craze in the Imperial College. Many students rushed to the bookstores the next day to buy books. They didn't expect that after going to all the bookstores in Chang'an, they couldn't find a single copy of The Three Kingdoms for sale. Therefore, in order to borrow The Three Kingdoms from their classmates, there was almost a bloody conflict in the Imperial College. This showed how much they loved The Three Kingdoms. There were more than 2,000 students in the Imperial College. Today, there were only 2 carriages that came to Wuban Square to sell books. There were only about 200 books. For the student consumer group of Noda, this was simply a drop in the bucket. The Three Kingdoms books in the 2 carriages were sold out in an instant. The students who didn't buy any books surrounded the carriages and asked them to quickly bring the books over. They still wanted to buy more. The 2 coachmen were sweating profusely. They could only nod and agree. The 2 of them hurriedly drove the carriages and went to other bookstores to get more books. After going to 5 or 6 stores, they finally gathered another 200 or 300 books. Only then did they barely satisfy the students in the Imperial College. At noon, the East and West markets had just opened. The 4-wheeled carriages from Dingzhou village drove out of Chang, and one after another. All the books in the carriages were sold and exchanged for heavy copper coins. In 10 days, The Three Kingdoms by Li Wangyu had sold more than 14,000 copies in Chang. It was terrifying. He won the bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others without any suspense. Li Wangyu's actions today naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the aristocratic families. But they couldn't do anything. They couldn't send their own troops to smash the carriages selling the books. Could they? As the books in the carriages were sold out, and they returned with copper coins, Wang Renyu couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. He didn't expect that even after he acted, he still couldn't stop Li Wangyu from winning the bet. He beat his own troops to death and had to pay with gold and the aristocratic family's face. When he thought about how he was the one who proposed the marriage with Li Wangyu and even had to pay with gold, Wang Renyu felt even more sullen. This feeling of losing the wife and losing the soldiers made Wang Renyu even more jealous of Li Wangyu. However, Pai Lupi in the Taiji Palace laughed proudly. He was in an extremely good mood. He had already forgotten that when he heard the 100 Horsemen Department report that Li Wangyu, that bastard, had actually used his calligraphy as a cover. He was so angry that he almost wanted to send people to Dingzhou village to capture Li Wangyu and bring him into the palace to spank him. Guanyin maid, Zio has won against the aristocratic families again. Haha. Delightful. Truly delightful. Empress Zhangsun also covered her mouth and chuckled. Zio often does amazing things. The Wang clan of Taiyuan is defeated by him again. Tomorrow I'll go to help Zio collect his gambling debts. Haha. I'd like to see how Wang Renyu and others perform. Pai Lupi clapped his hands and laughed. He was extremely excited when he thought that he could ridicule these aristocratic families again. However, Pai Lupi's wish to see the aristocratic families make a fool of themselves did not succeed. Before he could help Li Wangyu collect his debts, the aristocratic families took the initiative to send 1,000 taels of gold to the Lai Hot of Dingzhou village to show that they were willing to admit defeat. Li Wangyu received the gold, but he didn't feel any joy. He didn't think that the debts between him and the aristocratic families were settled. He hadn't avenged the Sun bookstore that was burned and the shop assistants were killed. The cynical man was not ready to forget the grudges with a smile. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was too late. He had to seize every moment. Chapter 286. The first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been printed by Sun Ji Bookstore, with a gross profit of 250 copper coins per volume. Li Wangyu had earned more than 3.7 million yuan just by selling books, which was more than 3,700 strings of copper coins. The four great clans also sent 1,000 taels of gold as a bet, which was equivalent to 6,000 strings of copper coins. In half a month, Li Wangyu had earned almost 10,000 strings of copper coins. He could be considered a rich man in Shanghu County. Li Wangyu was not stingy. He directly took out 1,000 strings of copper coins and gave it to owner Sun as compensation for the destruction of the East Market bookstore. In response, owner Sun repeatedly refused to accept it. Hushin man, this old man is ashamed to accept this copper coin. Please take it back. Li Wangyu shook his head. Owner Sun, I know that your bookstore was burned down because of me. Not to mention that your shop staff died because of it. Consider this money as compensation. I'll have to trouble owner Sun to send 100 strings of copper coins to the staff's family as a token of my sincerity. How can I blame Hushin man for this? Sigh, this is fate. Old me has already sent 50 strings of copper coins to the staff's family as burial money. There's no need for Hushin man to worry about it. Owner Sun shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyu said, after all, this happened because of me. I can't let owner Sun suffer any losses. Please accept these copper coins and rebuild the bookstore in the East Market as soon as possible. There are still 23 volumes of the Three Kingdoms to be printed and sold. I'll have to trouble owner Sun to do so. Then this old man will thank you, Mr. Hushin. Having said that, owner Sun didn't try to be pretentious and accepted the copper coins. The cost of rebuilding his bookstore was about 500 to 600 strings of coins. The money that Li Wangyu sent was more than enough to cover the cost. As for the staff's family, Li Wangyu only gave them 100 strings of copper coins. It was not because he was stingy, but because too much money was not necessarily a good thing for the staff's family. To the common people of the Tang dynasty, 100 strings of copper coins was already a big fortune. No matter how much money he had, he was afraid that it would attract the attention of thieves, which would be bad for him. After doing all this, Li Wangyu began to think about how to deal with Wang Ziqiao and the others. The case of murder and arson in East City was now a dead case. Although both Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi knew who the mastermind behind the scenes was, and who the culprit was, there was nothing they could do. The only thing that made Li Wangyu slightly relieved was that the four murderers had already been beaten to death by the aristocratic families themselves. However, this did not mean that the matter was over. Wang Ziqiao and the other three people who ordered the four troops to commit the crime were still free and unfettered. However, Li Wangyu thought about it and realized that revenge would not be easy. No matter where those rich playboys went, they always brought a group of troops with them. The aristocratic families were so powerful that even Pai Lupi was not willing to confront them head-on. Therefore, revenge by force was unrealistic. What was more, Li Wangyu was a white-collar worker in the future. He did not have the courage to kill people. He had lived in a legal and harmonious society for 26 years. How could he become so hard-hearted and want to kill people only after a few months in the Tang dynasty? Except for the time when Zheng Konghua of the Zheng family in Xinjiang tried to humiliate his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could not help but want to kill him. At that time, he was already thinking about how to make black gunpowder. However, at this time, Li Wangyu wanted to find a way to kill the 4 playboys. It was not that he could not do it, but that he could not do it. How to punish the aristocratic families and the playboys of the aristocratic families became a problem. The cynical man thought for a long time, but finally he came up with a way that was not a way. Since the aristocratic families wanted to be whores and set up a monument to their chastity, he would simply let these aristocratic families lose face completely to vent his anger. However, he could not do it by himself. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu was going to ask the playboys for help. He was too lazy to look for these playboys one by one, so he went directly to Marquis Lu's mansion in Yongxing Square and handed his name card to the Cheng family's troops, asking for Cheng Chumo and his brother. Seeing that it was a county man who came to visit, the Cheng family's troops naturally did not dare to neglect. They quickly invited Li Wangyu and Niu Wu to the gatehouse to wait for a while, and then asked someone to invite their young duke. Hearing that Li Wangyu came, the 3 brothers of the Cheng family immediately came out to greet him. Wow, ha ha ha, Zio. It's rare for you to take the initiative to come here. Let's talk in the mansion. Let's get drunk today. As soon as Cheng Chumo saw Li Wangyu, he gave him a bear hug, which almost suffocated Li Wangyu. Without waiting for him to speak, it was a double bear hug. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi each gave him a bear hug, which made Li Wangyu suddenly wonder if coming to Marquis Lu's mansion today was a mistake. Brothers, let's go outside to drink. Call Chai Lingwu, Fang Yai, and the others. I have something to ask brothers for help. As Li Wangyu spoke, he looked behind Cheng Chumo and the others, afraid that Cheng Yaojin, that old hooligan, would appear. Ever since Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, that group of old hooligans, caused a ruckus at home, fireproofing, burglary, and old hooligans became the top priority of the Li family. He did not want to drink in Marquis Lu's mansion. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? If he met Cheng Yaojin, that old hooligan, he would definitely not have a good time. Seeing Li Wangyu say so, Cheng Chumo and his brother did not refuse. Okay, go to Peace Square or the Hu Wine Shop. Li Wangyu was sweating like a waterfall. This group of hedonistic hooligans. When it came to drinking, they would go to these 2 places. They really were hopeless. He thought that today's matter was not suitable for others to know. It would be more convenient to go to the Hu Wine Shop. Let's go to the Hu Wine Shop. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, he saw the Cheng brothers winking at him. What are they doing? Li Wangyu was baffled by the 3 brothers' actions. Hehe. Ziyu, how is that Hu Ji you bought from the wine shop last time? Are you satisfied with her service? Cheng Chubi had a lascivious smile on his face. Li Wangyu was speechless. He gave the 3 hooligans a middle finger to express his disdain. Cheng Chumo smiled and said, calling me brother is useless. Hurry up and tell me, have you opened that Hu Ji's bud? Is the taste ecstasy? That Hu Ji is a bit ugly, but her figure is really not bad. Haha. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with these 3 hooligans. He turned and walked out of the door. In fact, Li Wangyu also wanted to show off to these hedonistic sons, but he hadn't even touched Aphrodite's little hand. How could he endure this? At the thought of this, Li Wangyu's heart was filled with sadness. The young version of Angelina Jolie was right under his nose every day, but because of his beautiful superior's strict guard, it was all tears. Cheng Chumo summoned the troops in the mansion and had them send letters to the various manors on horseback, telling the hedonistic sons to meet directly at the Hu Wine Shop. It didn't take long for the hedonistic sons to gather at a Hu wine shop in Shi City. As soon as they met, Fang Yai was the first to shout, "Ziyu, how long will it take for you to finish the second book of the Three Kingdoms? My lord has been thinking about it every day. I'm also waiting to read it." Chai Linggu and the others also chimed in. "That's right, Ziyu, your writing is too immoral. Just when we're itching to read it, we'll break it down next time. Aren't you immoral? I'll give you 10 days to produce the second book. Otherwise, don't blame me for living in your mansion and watching over you while you write. A bunch of people who want me to write faster, you win." Li Wangyu repeatedly begged for mercy and punished himself with several cups of wine before the hedonistic sons finally let him off with a laugh. Chapter 287. After 3 rounds of wine, when the atmosphere was at its peak, Li Wangyu suddenly chased all the Hu concubines out. "Ziyu, what are you doing?" Fang Ai asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Brothers, I have something that I would like to ask for your help with." "What's so mysterious? You even chased all the Hu concubines out?" "Ziyu, if there's anything you need us to help with, just say it." Li Wangyu said, "Brothers, I'm sure all of you know about the grudge between me and the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This time I invited Sun Ji Bookstore to sell my 3 kingdoms, but I implicated Sun Ji Bookstore and caused the bookstore to be burned down. I really can't take this lying down, so I want to ask you to help me vent my anger and take care of these lawless aristocratic families." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the debauches agreed without hesitation. Chang Chumo slapped the table in front of him. "Bastard! I've long been unhappy with Wang Ziqiao and those bastards. Ziyu, tell us, how can we help you?" Fang Ai rolled up his sleeves. "Are we going to beat them half to death, or what? Ziyu, tell us the plan, we won't be vague about it." "That's right. Kill these sons of bitches. Ziyu, why didn't you say so earlier? I've long wanted to beat those bastards up." Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them when he saw that the silk pants were about to pick a fight with Wang Ziqiao and the others. Brothers, don't be impatient. Beating those bastards up is easy, but it's too easy for them." Chang Chumo said impatiently, "Ziyu, what's your plan? Tell us quickly, don't keep us in suspense." Li Wangyu looked left and right, lowered his voice, and told everyone his plan. Hearing this, the debauches nodded their heads. After listening to Li Wangyu's plan, Fang Ai slapped Li Wangyu's back. "Zio, you little rascal, you're really bad. Haha, this is a good plan, I like it. Waha, Zio, you're really bad. Let's do it this way. I support you." Chang Chumo also laughed. Chai Linggu, Yuchi Baolin, and the others roared with laughter, their faces filled with excitement. This group of silk pants felt that Li Wangyu's idea was too much to their liking. The rich playboys' families were all meritorious ministers who had followed Pai Lupi to conquer the world. Unlike the rich and powerful families like the 5 Surnames and 7 Hopes, they disliked each other and despised each other. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, Pai Lupi was just a nouveau riche, not to mention Chang Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the others. They were not even worth mentioning. As for Fang Xianling and the others, they had all been conferred the title of Grand Duke and held great power in the imperial court. They were even more displeased with the aristocratic families who controlled the local politics and economy. They had long wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. One party was in the local area, while the other party was in the imperial court. For the time being, neither party could do anything to the other. Now that Li Wangyu wanted to make things difficult for the aristocratic families, how could they not be happy? After a discussion, they did not drink anymore and dispersed to make preparations. A few days later, in the morning, the whole city of Chang and slowly woke up with the beating of the morning drum that resounded throughout the city. The old soldiers who were in charge of guarding the gate pushed open the heavy gate with force. After the gate was opened, the old soldiers suddenly noticed that a few large pieces of paper had been pasted on the gate by someone, like a notice from the government. These old soldiers were illiterate and did not know what was pasted on the gate. They only thought that it was a notice posted by the government last night. When a passerby dressed as a scholar was about to go out of the gate, he was stopped by the old soldiers and asked what was written on the paper pasted on the gate. The scholar fixed his eyes on it and could not help but be stunned on the spot. He stared blankly at the several pieces of paper and his face turned red. However, he did not answer the old soldier's questions. Lang Jun, what exactly is written on the notice? More and more people began to gather around the notice posted on the door of the workshop. However, limited by the education level of the Tang dynasty, the literacy rate was terribly low. There were not many people who could understand the notice. Those who could understand the notice all had strange expressions on their faces. No matter how others urged them, they did not answer. However, they were reluctant to move their feet. They just stared at the paper pasted on the gate. Finally, under the constant urging of the onlookers, someone read out the content on the paper in a low voice. It did not matter. The crowd gathered at the gate became more and more, but they were still very quiet and did not make any sound. They were afraid that they would miss a word or two from the scholar's mouth. They all looked very excited. They stretched out their ears and listened attentively to the scholar reading out the content on the paper in a low voice. There were even some young people who were listening to the scholar's reading and blushed. They were so excited that even the pimples on their faces were glossy. Such a scene was happening at the gate of many important houses in Chang'an city. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the other two people spent the whole night in Pingkong Square. At this time, they were yawning and walking out of the square under the protection of a group of troops, ready to go home. They walked to the gate of Pingkong Square. However, they were shocked to find that the originally wide gate had been blocked by the crowd. There was no way to get in or out. What happened? Someone go and have a look. Wang Ziqiao rode on the horse and could not help but yawn. He impatiently waved his hand to his troops, indicating that they should go and have a look. Immediately, a troop jumped off the horse and tried to squeeze into the crowd. After a while, the troop squeezed out with sweat on his forehead. However, the expression on his face was strange. He bowed to Wang Ziqiao and replied hesitantly, "Sir, I don't know who pasted a few pieces of paper on the gate of the square. On them, it is written. What is it? Make it clear." Wang Ziqiao shouted angrily. It is a piece of erotic literature? Erotic literature? When they heard the troops say this, Wang Ziqiao and the others could not help but be interested. They immediately shouted to their subordinates, "Go! Disperse the crowd." The troop accepted the order and rushed out after a sound of acknowledgement. This troop was strong and no one was willing to provoke the Taiyuan Wang clan and the Chui clan of Qinghe. When the troop revealed their aristocratic identities, the crowd gathered at the gate of the square dispersed. However, these people did not go far. After they opened the gate, they still gathered together and pointed at Wang Ziqiao and the others. From time to time, there would even be bursts of laughter from the crowd. Wang Ziqiao and the others felt that it was strange. When they saw the troop disperse the crowd, they squeezed their horses' bellies and urged their horses forward. They wanted to see what was written on the paper on the gate of the square. When they saw it, the originally curious four people's faces instantly flushed red. Wang Ziqiao was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He lashed the paper on the door with his whip and roared angrily at his subordinates. "Are you all F***king dead? Tear it. Tear this thing off for me." After he finished speaking, he shouted at the old guard guarding the gate. "Who is it? Who pasted this? Do they not want to live anymore? I will tear them into pieces." Chapter 288. The reason why Wang Ziqiao and the others were so furious was because of the notice posted on the door of Pingkong Fong. On it was a piece of erotic text that made people blush. The main characters of the erotic text were the Taiyuan Wang clan, Xingyang Zhang clan, Boling Chui clan, Qinghe Chui clan, and Fanyang Lu clan. It did not even try to cover it up. It directly wrote the names of Wang Ziqiao and the others, as well as their families, in the text. This erotic text was very explicit, delicate, and vivid. Its imagination was so strong that it made people stunned. It was no wonder that the onlookers were so excited. Erotic texts had long existed in Wuxia. In the pre-Qin period, erotic texts had appeared. In the Book of Songs, National Wind, there were many chapters about love between men and women. In the Song dynasty, Zhu Shi even thought that the wind was obscene. Since Wuxia had etiquette, men and women should not touch each other. Everyone thought that these erotic texts were bad people's thoughts, and forbidden texts that made people's imagination run wild. But in every dynasty, these erotic texts were endless. It reached a record high in the Ming and Qing dynasties. For example, Cut Lamp Newspeak, National Beauty, Spring Dream in the Red Chamber, and so on. These books had a large scale of erotic descriptions that made people speechless. Even the well-known Jean Ping Mei belonged to the category of novelty in front of these erotic novels. These books were forbidden books since ancient times. Li Wangyu once found these ancient forbidden books out of curiosity and read them one by one. As for Li Wangyu, who had experienced the baptism of Japanese action movies, he didn't think much of these so-called forbidden books. At most, they were just a little more erotic. But for the ancient scholars of Wuxia, these erotic texts were too lethal. They could be called mental bombs. And now, the erotic text posted on the door was created by Li Wangyu to take revenge on the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families boasted of being a 1,000-year-old family, and what they valued the most was their reputation. Even if Wang Ziqiao and the others were unruly in Chang'an city and did all kinds of ugly things, they were covered up by the aristocratic families using their power. In order to maintain their prestige, these aristocratic families did not hesitate to throw out huge amounts of copper coins every year to let the literati cheer for them. Li Wangyu wanted to strip them of their bright and beautiful clothes and let the world see the ugly side of the aristocratic families. For several times, the aristocratic families had tried in vain to deal with him using scholarly rumors, which made Li Wangyu even more annoyed. Since the aristocratic families liked to stir up the hearts of the people, Li Wangyu didn't mind letting the aristocratic families experience what it meant to be full of malice. Therefore, he chose the seemingly absurd erotic text, fighting poison with poison. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. Although the plot of these erotic novels seemed absurd and unruly, there would naturally be people who would believe it after reading and discussing it. What's more, it wasn't completely fabricated. Just by looking at Zheng Konghua of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, one would know that these kinds of scandals were often committed by the rich young masters of aristocratic families. Now, it was just Li Wangyu presenting it in front of everyone through artistic processing. Although Li Wangyu couldn't recite the erotic novels, he could remember the general plot. Together with his own imagination, several erotic novels that were classic in the eyes of the people of the Tang dynasty were concocted by him. These erotic novels, he wrote not only one, but a series of them. One was Cutting Lamp Newspeak, in which Li Wangyu described the erotic story between human and ghost, and the protagonists were naturally the legitimate sons of several aristocratic families. There was also Flying Flower Thoughts, which described the plot of men and women in aristocratic families. Heavenly Fragrance of the Nation, which described how several young masters of aristocratic families stole beauties. In short, after reading these erotic novels written by Li Wangyu, Chang Chumo and the other rich young masters didn't know what to say. However, these erotic novels had a surprisingly good effect on the Tang people. Even Chang Chumo and the other rich young masters, after reading these erotic novels, bent down and didn't dare to straighten their bodies. Fortunately, they were in the Hu Tavern at that time. This group of rich young masters, who were burning with anger and had blood rushing to their bodies, could only grab a Hu prostitute each, carry her and run into the room. Li Wangyu gave all the erotic novels he had concocted to the rich young masters. His plan was to distribute these erotic novels describing the aristocratic families in Chang'an City and paste these erotic novels all over Chang'an City so that the aristocratic families could show their faces. However, Li Wangyu didn't want the aristocratic families to find out the truth. He didn't have the ability to stand up against the aristocratic families face to face. He was sure that once these erotic novels were made public, the aristocratic families would definitely go crazy. As for the crazy aristocratic families, they were capable of doing anything. Therefore, it was not easy to secretly paste these erotic texts all over Chang'an City without anyone noticing. At least, Li Wangyu, who was alone, couldn't do it. Therefore, he found the rich young masters, hoping to make use of their family power. Chang Chumo and the others were also very excited. It was so fun, and it could make Prince Chao and the others feel disgusted. Now they couldn't even chase them away. The group of rich young masters finally vented on the Hu prostitutes. After seeing the negative reactions caused by the erotic novels, they gathered again and began to discuss how to trick the aristocratic families. The discussion was so heated that even Li Wangyu couldn't get a word in. He could only drink helplessly at the side and listen to the rich young masters discuss how to proceed. First of all, how to make these erotic novels. They planned to paste them all over Chang'an City, so they needed a lot of them. Fortunately, with Sun Ji Bookstore's engravings of the Three Kingdoms on the market, the process of engraving printing was no longer a secret. This was a technique that could be understood easily. Many bookstore owners took the Three Kingdoms printed by Sun Ji Bookstore and showed it to their own bookstore's craftsmen, who figured out how to do it. Therefore, in just half a month, all the bookstores in Chang'an City had launched engraving printing books. Moreover, the technology of engraving printing was rapidly spreading throughout the Great Tang along with the spread of all kinds of books and books. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu gave the technology to owner Sun, just because he gave it to him for free. Seal engraving and rubbing techniques were all ready-made. What they lacked was an opportunity to break through the window paper. Once someone discovered these engraving printing books, it naturally wouldn't be a secret. In order to keep it a secret, the rich young masters found an illiterate craftsman and asked him to carve a few erotic novels on the wooden boards. Most of the craftsmen in charge of engraving in the Tang Dynasty bookstores were illiterate. They just carved according to the copies pasted on the wooden boards. Whether they were illiterate or not didn't affect their work. After the engraving was completed, the rich young masters began to print the erotic novels themselves in order to keep it a secret. Chapter 289. Under the guidance of Li Wangyu, the group of fops found a secluded courtyard in Chang'an City and started their black workshop business. After printing a few hundred copies of each of the pornographic articles, they destroyed the engravings and destroyed the corpses to prevent future trouble. These debauches were well aware of the possible serious consequences of causing trouble for the aristocratic families. Therefore, the Silk Pants didn't even tell their fathers about this matter. It was all done in secret by the Silk Pants and Li Wangyu. Everything was ready. All that was left was to put up these pornographic articles. Even for Cheng Chumo and the others, it was not easy to secretly put up these pornographic articles on the doors of all the markets in Chang'an City after the curfew. Fortunately, 3 stinkers were better than 1 zhuge liang. After some discussion, the fops really did come up with a solution. Wuxia City had a total of 11 main streets in the north and south and 14 main streets in the east and west. After the curfew, other than the Marquis on night patrol, there were only the left and right golden guards in charge of the palace and the capital. Of the 16 guards of the Tang Dynasty, other than the left and right golden guards, the left and right golden guards, and the left and right thousand ox guards, who were the emperor's personal attendants, the rest of the guards were stationed outside Chang'an City to guard the capital. The generals of the 16 guards were basically military bigwigs like Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Yuqi Jingda. Cheng Chumo and his 2 brothers, Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi, these fops also had nominal titles in the 16 guards. For example, Cheng Chumo was the Left Golden Guards commander of the Left Golden Guards, a 6th-rank upper military official. Yuqi Baoqi was the Thousand Ox Guards of the Right Thousand Ox Guards, a lower 6th-rank upper military official. However, the fops only had nominal titles. After all, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Yuqi Jingda were all in their prime. No matter how open-minded Pai Lupi was, he could not let these generals under him control his own sons in the army. Therefore, even if Cheng Chumo and the others had official titles, they were actually just eating empty pay. Usually, they had nothing to do. At most, they would go to the barracks to do roll call. Other than messing around together all day long, there was nothing else they could do. But although Cheng Chumo, a trusted general of the E-Guards, did not care about the actual situation, he was still an official of the left Jinwu Guards. This gave the foppish sons a chance to execute their schemes. After the drum of dusk was sounded yesterday, the city gates, palace gates, and all the gates of Chang'an were closed one after another. The Wuho who was in charge of patrolling the streets as well as the Jinwu Guards on the left and right began to patrol the streets with torches and lanterns. In fact, patrolling at night was quite boring, and it was difficult to slack off even if one wanted to. On both sides of the streets in Chang'an City, there were only trees and tall walls. The streets were empty. There wasn't even a place to shelter from the wind. Unless they hid in the drainage canals on both sides of the road, there was no place for the Imperial Guards and Marshal Marquis to rest. As for those drainage ditches that were full of filth, as long as one had a normal brain, they would not have such thoughts. On these main streets, only the residences of nobles, and officials of the third rank and above near the imperial city could open their residences. On the wide streets, only the lanterns hanging above the doors of these mansions could give off some faint light. The Jinwu guards who were in charge of patrolling the streets had just passed by Duke Lu's residence when they heard the door creak open. The squad leader of the Jinwu guards turned his head and saw the person clearly with the help of the lanterns hanging on the door. "Greetings, General Cheng." The squad leader hurriedly jumped off his horse and saluted Cheng Chumo. The Jinwu guards under him also dismounted and saluted. "Is your Jinwu guards patrolling today? Brothers, thank you for your hard work. It's still early now, come in. I'll treat you to a cup of wine to warm your bodies," Cheng Chumo said casually. His words made the squad leader of the left Jinwu guards hesitate for a moment, but he nodded in agreement. "Then I'll thank General Cheng on behalf of my brothers." The squad leader respectfully saluted. They patrolled the streets of Chang'an City on a daily basis, so no one restrained them. Since it was late at night, the general of the left Jinwu guards was not worried that they would slack off. Furthermore, they had to patrol the streets for a night and could only report back to the military camp when the morning drum sounded. As such, it did not matter if they were delayed for a while. Moreover, this was Duke Lu's eldest son, the general of the left Jinwu guards, E-guards, Imperial Guards. How could a small squad leader like him have the courage to refuse? The Jinwu guards of the left Jinwu guards tied their horses respectfully and put down their weapons, then followed Cheng Chumo into Duke Lu's residence. After entering Duke Lu's residence, the group of Jinwu guards dared not even breathe loudly. They lowered their heads and followed Cheng Chumo closely. They were only ordinary Jinwu guards, and there was a huge difference between their statuses and Duke Lu's, so they dared not be presumptuous. Although they did not know why the general of the left Jinwu guards suddenly summoned them today, the squad leader of the Jinwu guards and the other soldiers were not qualified to refuse. Cheng Chumo led them to a side room in the front yard of the residence, then pushed the door open and entered. In the side room there were a few tables with dishes and wine. Cheng Chumo called out to the Jinwu guards, "Come, come. All of you are comrades in the army, so there's no need to be polite. Take off your armor first, and just eat and drink without worry." The squad leader was slightly hesitant. "General Cheng, I still need to patrol at night later." Cheng Chumo did not give him a chance to speak, and waved his hand. "It's fine. I'm in a good mood today, so I want to treat my fellow soldiers to a drink. You don't have to be restrained. As for the night patrol, it's even easier. Don't worry, I'll explain it to the general." There was a general in the left Jinwu guards, and it was Duke Lu Chang Yaojin. There was also a great general who was a primary grade 3 official and 2 generals who were secondary grade 3 officials. Below them were the 4 generals who were secondary grade 4 officials. The general was in charge of arranging and supervising the day and night patrols in the capital. With Cheng Chumo's status, it was indeed very easy for him to inform the general that he wanted to reserve some Jinwu guards for a drink. Since Cheng Chumo had said so, the squad leader of the Jinwu guards naturally had to be tactful. So he ordered his men to take off their armor and sit beside the tables. Cheng Chumo smiled as he watched everyone sit down. He clapped his hands, and a servant girl from the Cheng residence entered the side room, took away the armor, and poured wine for the Jinwu guards. "Come, fellow soldiers, let's drink. You can't drink this wine in the winery, but this is Shaodao wine personally brewed by the county men. It has a strong taste like fire, and it's a rare wine." Cheng Chumo did not say anything, and began to pour wine into their cups. These Jinwu guards were all soldiers, so how could they not drink wine? Since Duke Lu's son said so, they naturally did not hesitate, and after thanking Cheng Chumo, they raised their heads and drank the wine in their cups. In the room next to the side room, there were still many people, including the group of foppish sons Li Wangyu and the others. Chapter 290. According to the military system of the Tang dynasty, 10 people were one fire. Excluding Chang Chumo and Li Wangyu, there were exactly 10 people in the room. Everyone didn't have to wait for long before a servant girl from the Chang residence brought in the armor that the imperial guards had taken off. Chang Chuliang greeted everyone, picked up the armors of the left golden guards and began to put them on. Do go? Wei Shuyu and Li Wangyu did not know how to put on the armors, so the maidservants came forward to help them. Ziyu, is there any problem with your wine? These rough men in the army can drink a lot. Chang Chuliang asked as he put on the armor. Li Wangyu laughed. Unless they are immortals, they will definitely get drunk. Brothers, you can rest assured. Let's hurry up, we have to go to many places later. That's good. The group of foppish men did not say much. With the help of the maidservants, they put on the armors of the imperial guards and turned to leave the room. The 10 people directly left the Lu mansion, put on the weapons of the imperial guards, and mounted the horses of the imperial guards outside the mansion. Under the leadership of Chang Chuliang, they slowly walked to the streets of Chang and under the night curfew. This was the plan that the group of foppish men had discussed. They disguised themselves as imperial guards of the left golden guards and went to the doors of the various houses to post the printed erotic texts. Cross the sea by deception, steal the beams and replace the pillars. They quietly entered the village and did not want to shoot. The imperial guards that were left in the mansion by Chang Chumo to drink would not be able to come out for a while. Even if Li Wangyu's wine could not make them drunk, Chang Chumo would still make them stay. The imperial guards who were kept in the dark were still confused. They did not know what kind of luck they had today to be called by the eldest son of Lu Guogong to drink in the mansion. In fact, Chang Chumo wanted to be with the foppish men rather than stay in the mansion to act. However, he could only blame himself for his bad luck. He lost to his brother in a finger-guessing game and could only sullenly continue his career as a movie king. On the other hand, the group of good-for-nothings who were disguised as imperial guards felt extremely excited. Even they had never been able to walk on the streets of Chang, and after the curfew. Not to mention, he was disguised as an imperial guard of the golden guards of the left. This was not a small crime. If they were seen through, even if it was them, they would definitely be in trouble. They might even lose a layer of skin. At this moment, Li Wangyu was riding on horseback. His heart was also beating rapidly. In his previous life, he had never done such an exciting thing. On the streets of Chang'an City, from time to time, there would be patrols of golden guards and Marquis Wu passing by. Naturally, there was no need to care about those martial marquis. Not only were they not part of the same system, but to the golden guards, martial marquis were equivalent to the urban management or police in the future, while they were a regular army, so they naturally looked down on those martial marquis. However, whenever the patrolling chamberlains of imperial insignia encountered each other, they would ask for the military password. This was also because he was worried that someone would impersonate an imperial guard with ill intentions. If they did not match the military password, the imperial guard would immediately blow the copper whistle in his hand, and the patrolling imperial guards would immediately rush over to help. Fortunately, this method of confirming each other's identity was completely ineffective against the fops. After all, Chang Yaojin was the general of the golden guards of the left. Chang Chumo was also the general of the golden guards of the left. It was very easy for them to find out the password for the night patrol. Just like this, the fops used the night patrol as an excuse to post erotic texts everywhere in Chang'an City. There were 4 gates in each of the houses, and they did not miss a single one. Under the cover of the night, they pasted erotic texts on the gates of dozens of houses in Chang and City that were close to the imperial city. Even when they passed by the gates of Taiyuan's Wang clan, Xingyang's Zhang clan, and other aristocratic families, the fops did not let go. They looked left and right to see if there were any patrolling imperial guards passing by. Then they ran to the gates of their houses and pasted the erotic texts. After being busy for more than 4 hours, the batch of erotic texts that everyone had printed were all pasted up. Only then did the Silk Pants and Li Wangyu excitedly look at each other, turn their horses around, and slowly head towards the Chang mansion. When they returned to the Cheng mansion, they tied their horses, took off their armors, and asked the maidservants to send back the armors of the imperial guards. Their tense nerves finally relaxed, and they began to feel tired. In the side room, the imperial guards of the fire had already been drunk by Chang Chumo, and they were all lying on the tables. For this plan, Li Wangyu even contributed the only high-grade sorghum wine he had left. The imperial guards of the Tang dynasty who had not been baptized by strong wine were easily drunk. It was not until the morning drum in Chang'an city that the imperial guards of the fire were woken up by the servants of Marquis Lu's mansion. Seeing that they had stayed in Marquis Lu's mansion for the whole night, the imperial guards of the fire could not help but panic. They hurriedly put on their armors and were sent out of the mansion by the servants of the mansion. The imperial guards of the fire still did not know what had happened last night. However, when they learned that the notices that humiliated the aristocratic families were pasted everywhere in Chang'an city last night, the squad leader of the imperial guards seemed to have guessed something. However, he was smart enough to pretend that nothing had happened and kept his mouth shut. This morning, Wang Ziqiao and the rest were not the only ones who discovered the erotic texts pasted on the doors of Peace House. Half of the people in Chang'an city saw it, including the aristocratic families. The erotic texts were pasted on the doors of their own mansions, and it was impossible to miss them. In a fit of rage, the aristocratic families sent their monks to tear down the erotic texts pasted everywhere in Chang'an city. But it was too late. At this time, in Chang'an city, the doors of the shops that Li Wangyu and the foppish playboys had posted the erotic articles were already crowded with people. Countless busybodies were seriously studying these rare erotic articles. Many scholars even took out their pens and ink and copied down the erotic texts. Some of the erotic texts on the doors were carefully removed and kept for themselves. Many people were reading out loud the contents of the erotic texts at the doors of the houses, causing the crowd to heat up. "Who's the motherf asterisk cur?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd cursed loudly. His words caused the crowd to roar with laughter that all men understood. It could not be helped because the person who was reading out loud was not the only one who became hard after hearing it. Many people did not even care that it was still early in the morning as they turned and ran into Peace House. The brothels that had just sent off their customers suddenly welcomed a peak of customers again, causing the brothels to be confused as they did not understand what was wrong with the customers so early in the morning. Due to the large number of customers entering Peace House, the brothels that were not open in the morning actually had customers lining up. In short, no matter how furious the aristocratic families were, they could not stop the erotic texts from spreading like wildfire in Chang'an city. There were even some daring bookstore owners who secretly ordered people to engrave the erotic texts into books and sell them at high prices. Their business was surprisingly good. Chang'an city was in chaos early in the morning, but the instigator, Li Wangyu, had already quietly left the illustrious Virtue Gate and returned to Dingzhou village. He left in a huff, hiding his identity and reputation. Chapter 291. The aristocratic families were so humiliated that they almost went crazy. In order to find out who was humiliating them, the aristocratic families used almost all their power, but they didn't find any valuable clues. In Chang'an, including the surrounding bookstores, the aristocratic families searched all the bookstores that could do engraving and printing. Facing the aggressive pressure of the aristocratic families, the bookstore owners naturally didn't dare to hide anything. But they still didn't find anything. It could be confirmed that these erotic articles were not printed by these bookstores. They couldn't find the source of the erotic articles, and the aristocratic families couldn't find out how these erotic articles were posted in various bookstores. When the playboys and Li Wangyu posted these erotic articles, they were quite careful and avoided the patrolling marquises and guards. In addition, there were no public facilities like street lights in the Tang dynasty, so it was dark everywhere at night. In order to keep it a secret, the playboys didn't even lift a torch. They all worked in the dark by the weak moonlight. There were no surveillance cameras in the Tang dynasty, nor any detection technology like fingerprint comparison. This trick of the silk pants was quite successful. No matter how hard the aristocratic families tried to find the truth, they didn't find any useful clues. No one knew how these erotic articles were posted on the door without anyone noticing. After searching for a long time and finding nothing, the aristocratic families were even more annoyed. They were full of anger, but they didn't know who to vent it on. This made the maids and servants of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xinjiang all keep quiet out of fear of angering the angry masters in their mansions. By now, Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others had a guess in their hearts. After the curfew, no one could post hundreds of erotic articles in Chang'an with such fanfare. It seemed that, except for the one in Taiji Palace, no one else could do it. When the aristocratic families didn't find anything, Wang Renyu and the others were more convinced of this guess. In their hearts, the resentment for Pai Lupi grew stronger. Pai Lupi didn't know that he would help Li Wangyu and the playboys take such a big blame. Naturally, the 100 Cavalry Department had already reported to Pai Lupi about the commotion in Chang'an. Even those erotic texts were collected by the 100 Horsemen Department and sent to Pai Lupi's desk. After Pai Lupi saw the erotic stories created by Li Wangyu, he just laughed. He didn't even bother to ask the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate who did it. However, Pai Lupi, who had seen these erotic texts, put them away and couldn't help but sleep with a few of his concubines that day. Not to mention how Pai Lupi was licentious in the harem and how angry the aristocratic families were. The reputation of these aristocratic families, as well as the protagonists of the erotic literature, such as Wang Ziqiao and Cui Daogu, was notorious in Chang'an. Even his friends from the aristocratic families couldn't help but smile strangely when they saw them. Chang'an City was also filled with all kinds of discussions. Some people, after reading the erotic literature, had a righteous look on their faces. Who wrote this? It's so vulgar. Using such unsightly words. It's really a disgrace to the educated. That's right, the person who wrote this is extremely morally corrupt. How could such a wicked article be written? It's a bad atmosphere. The moral of the world is deteriorating day by day. The person who wrote this should be punished for his evil intentions. These few defenders, while scolding angrily, carefully took down the erotic literature pasted on the door and put it into their arms. Then they angrily scolded and moved out quickly. However, the direction they were walking in was towards Peace Square. Most of them were the onlookers in Chang'an City. TSK. I didn't expect the eldest son of the Taiyuan Wang clan to be so playful. Not only did he not let go of his maids, sisters, his father's concubines, even the dogs in his mansion. That's right, there's also the Zheng family of Xinjiang, the Cui family of Bowling, the Cui family of Qinghe, and the Lu family of Fanyang. I originally thought that these millennium-old aristocratic families were the leaders of the scholarly world, but I didn't expect them to be so filthy, hiding filth and accepting filth. Shh, quiet, you guys don't want to live anymore, talking about the aristocratic families like this. That's right, did you guys see that erotic literature? It said that between the young masters of these aristocratic families, each other, the more he spoke, the lower his voice became, but the more excited the crowd heard. Similar scenes were playing out everywhere in Chang'an City. The image that the 5 families and 7 families had painstakingly built up was almost destroyed by Li Wangyu's erotic literature. Even those officials from aristocratic families, whether in the imperial court or in the government office, could not avoid the strange looks of their colleagues. This made the aristocratic families so angry that they almost vomited blood. And the initiators of all this, Cheng Chumo and the other foppish young masters, were naturally very happy. The erotic literature that Li Wangyu threw out was simply a mental bomb. It made Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the others feel absent-minded. Intolerable bullying, intolerable bullying. Who on earth wanted to destroy the pride of their aristocratic families? Who on earth wanted to humiliate them so viciously? This was a mortal enemy. Wang Ziqiao and the others did not dare to go out of their houses now. They felt that wherever they went, they were the center of the crowd's attention, and they always felt that someone was pointing at them and whispering. This kind of mental torture made the foppish young masters of aristocratic families, who had always lived a luxurious life, become mentally and physically haggard. In just a few days, they were almost unrecognizable. Seeing this situation, Wang Renyu and the others simply asked the family to send these legitimate sons out of Chang'an City, to Taiyuan and other places to recuperate and avoid the limelight. Outside Chang'an City, by the Ba Bridge, Wang Ziqiao and the others looked lonely. They turned their heads to look at the towering walls of Chang'an and city behind them, but there was no one behind them to send them off. Now, these people's reputations were so bad that even the foppish young masters of aristocratic families, who usually called them brothers, did not send them off when they left the capital. It was very sad when Wang Ziqiao and the others left Chang'an City in a sorry state like stray dogs. Li Wangyu's second volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready to be sold. Li Wangyu did not want to let owner's son print the first volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, because he was shocked to find that there were already pirated copies in Chang'an City. The demand of the scholars of the Tang dynasty was obviously not something that the 15,000 copies of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms printed by Sun Ji Bookstore could satisfy. Under the situation that they could not buy The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the owner of the bookstore immediately found craftsmen to remake the engravings and directly print them for sale on the market. In this regard, Li Wangyu could do nothing. There was no such thing as intellectual property protection in the Tang dynasty, so he could only admit that the books were pirated. What's more, Li Wangyu also pirated Luo Guanzhong's books. He did not have the face to accuse others of pirating. The second volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready to be sold, and the fans of the Three Kingdoms in Chang'an City had been looking forward to it for many days. Now, even generals like Chang Yaojin and Yu Qijingde were fascinated by the Three Kingdoms. Regarding Li Wangyu's delay in updating, the few old hooligans did not directly kill him with their knives. Could be said that Li Wangyu was blessed by the heavens. Chapter 292. In the Eastern Market, the Sun bookstore that had been burned down had been rebuilt. After all, the shops in the Eastern and Western markets were not residences. There were not so many painted beams and carved rafters. Moreover, the structure was very simple. Owner's son threw out a lot of copper coins. With enough money, the craftsmen were naturally attentive. Li Wangyu also asked his beautiful superior to lend a few four-wheeled carriages to owner's son to help transport the wood. It only took 5 to 6 days for the 3 shops to be rebuilt. The second volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been printed long ago. Now, owner's son's bookstore in Hu County had already started to carve the third volume. However, Li Wangyu had been holding back the release of the book. He was waiting for the Sun bookstore in the Eastern Market to be rebuilt. Since he won the bet with the aristocratic families, the bookstores in Chang'an City naturally did not have to pay attention to the aristocratic family's ban on the sale of the Three Kingdoms. However, although Li Wangyu did not blame these bookstores, he was not willing to give them benefits like this. He would rather wait for the Sun bookstore to be rebuilt. First, the Sun bookstore would start to sell the books. Then, he would let owner's son send the books to other bookstores to sell. In this way, the benefits that it would bring to the Sun bookstore were self-evident. Owner's son was naturally aware of Li Wangyu's sentimental and righteous actions, and he was moved to tears. In the old man's opinion, it was very rare for a noble like Hu County to be considerate of a merchant like him. Owner's son was very attentive to Li Wangyu's instructions. He wanted to make sure that Li Wangyu was satisfied. After the Sun bookstore was built, a notice was posted early to inform everyone that the second volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was about to be released. This news was immediately noticed by many fans of the Three Kingdoms who were looking forward to it. Now, not only did the Book of the Three Kingdoms have many fans, but the storytellers in the brothels had also started to talk about the Three Kingdoms. Storytelling actually started from the Tang dynasty. Originally, in the temples, in order to attract believers, spread Buddhist scriptures, and preach to the public, there were secular stories. Secular stories were stories that the monks used to explain Buddhist scriptures that were easy to understand. The content was interesting and very popular. As a result, storytellers began to appear in the brothel. They would often tell stories about supernatural stories to attract customers. After Li Wangyu's Three Kingdoms was published, it naturally attracted the attention of storytellers. Many storytellers saw that there were many fans, so they also began to try telling stories about the Three Kingdoms. However, because Li Wangyu's Three Kingdoms had only published the first volume, there were only 5 chapters and about 20,000 words. The content was too little, and this made the storytellers extremely vexed. Now that the second volume of the Three Kingdoms was about to be released, the most excited people in Chang'an were the storytellers who made a living out of it. On the day of Sun's bookstore's reopening, Li Wangyu brought Niu Wu out early in the morning to congratulate owner Sun and also to check on the sales of the second book. He still remembered the time when he confidently went to see how the first volume of the Three Kingdoms was selling. In the end, only a few big and small cats bought the book. The scene was very awkward. He even inexplicably got into a conflict with Wang Ziqiao and the others. In the end, it led to the destruction of owner Sun's bookstore and the death of his employees. Now that Wang Ziqiao and the other aristocratic playboys were chased out of Chang'an, Li Wangyu's mood improved a lot. When he arrived at the East Market, it was not yet noon, and the East Market was not open yet. When he arrived at Sun's bookstore, owner Sun, who had received the news, immediately came out to welcome him. Owner Sun, congratulations, congratulations. I wish you a prosperous source of wealth and a prosperous business, Li Wangyu said with a smile. At the same time, he asked Niu Wu to deliver the congratulatory gift he had prepared. Thank you, Mr. Huxian. Old me is very grateful. Please come in. Today, the second volume of the Three Kingdoms is on sale. Old me has already prepared everything. Owner Sun was wearing new clothes today, and his face was full of wrinkles from smiling. He asked his employees to take the congratulatory gift, and he respectfully invited Li Wangyu into the store. Li Wangyu looked around the newly renovated bookstore. There were already many scrolls, calligraphy, and paintings placed inside. However, in the most eye-catching position of the store, there was a wooden table with the second volume of the Three Kingdoms neatly stacked on top of it. Seeing that everything was ready, Li Wangyu nodded in satisfaction. He went to the back of the store with owner Sun to drink tea and chat, waiting for the East Market to open at noon. Because Sun's bookstore was opening for business today, owner Sun had prepared a lot of firecrackers for the auspicious time to burn. Firecrackers were the predecessor of firecrackers. Before the Tang dynasty, people used fire to burn bamboo, causing it to crackle and explode to drive away the god of plagues. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, saltpeter was placed in bamboo tubes and burned, resulting in an even louder explosion. This was the firecracker. In the Tang dynasty poem, Early Spring Poem, there was a line like, "The new calendar is only half open, and the small courtyard is still full of firecrackers." However, before the auspicious time arrived and the firecrackers were lit, the employees of the bookstore rushed in. "Boss, bad news. Our bookstore has been surrounded." Owner Sun was also shocked when he heard this. How could there be trouble before his bookstore had even reopened? He hurriedly apologized to Li Wangyu and hurriedly followed the worker to find out what had happened. Li Wangyu was also worried, so he followed them to see what was going on. He was worried that those aristocratic families would not let Sun's bookstore go and find people to cause trouble again. Outside the bookstore, there were indeed many people gathered. They surrounded the entrance of the bookstore so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. When owner Sun and Li Wangyu saw this situation, their hearts couldn't help but thump. The two of them didn't dare to go out rashly, so they waited for the door to open and listened to what was going on outside. When they heard the voices of the crowd outside the bookstore, the two of them couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They heard a few people talking loudly outside the bookstore. I wonder if that bastard Dong Zhuo will be caught by Zhang Fei and Zhang Yida. Every time I read about that bastard plotting to kill the Han Emperor, I hate that I can't break his bones and suck his marrow to vent my anger. That's right. How could a hero like Lu Bu help a treacherous official like Dong Zhuo? What a pity. I still feel that Guan Yu and Guan Yunchang are amazing. That Hua Xiong killed several generals, but he was killed by Guan Yunchang's warm wine. It was so satisfying. It turned out that the people outside the bookstore were all fans of the Three Kingdoms. Because the employees didn't know what was going on, they made a ruckus and nearly gave owner Sun a heart attack. The old man glared at the employee who came to report in a panic and then said respectfully to Li Wangyu, "Congratulations to Mr. Huxian. The people outside the bookstore are all customers waiting to buy books." Li Wangyu naturally heard the voices of the people outside the bookstore and was secretly happy. He didn't waste his time copying books. However, as more and more customers gathered outside the bookstore, Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. Sun's bookstore only had 3 shops, but there were at least thousands of people gathered outside the bookstore. If they were to open the bookstore to sell books, There would be trouble if so many customers rushed in. Li Wangyu didn't want a happy occasion to turn into a sad one. If there were too many people and they got trampled, it wouldn't be good. He frowned and thought for a while. He had a plan in mind. Chapter 293. Whether it was Li Wangyu or owner's son, they did not expect the bookstore to reopen today and attract so many customers. He had underestimated the influence of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As one of the 4 classical novels of Wuxia, it naturally had its own unique charm. Even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, when all kinds of novels were constantly emerging, the Three Kingdoms stood out, not to mention the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu also unscrupulously separated the Three Kingdoms into 2 books, each with more than 20,000 words, which made the many scholars who were already fascinated by the book unable to stop reading. Therefore, when they learned that Sun Ji Bookstore would reopen today and sell the 2nd volume of the Three Kingdoms, nearly 1,000 people rushed to buy it. Owner's son had never seen such a scene, even though he had been in the bookstore business for most of his life. In the face of so many customers, owner's son was happy, but he could not help but start to worry. The old man also thought of Li Wangyu's previous concerns. Before the old man could think of a solution, Li Wangyu stretched out his hand to summon him and whispered a few words to him. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, the old man could not help but be stunned. Is this really feasible? Isn't this too childish? It's okay, just listen to me, it's definitely feasible. Owner's son, quickly go and arrange it, Li Wangyu said with a smile. Seeing that the man was so confident, and owner's son did not have any good ideas, he could only be skeptical and follow Li Wangyu's instructions to make arrangements. Fortunately, there was no shortage of the items that Li Wangyu had mentioned in the bookstore. Owner's son called over the shop staff and busied himself. Before the auspicious time for the opening of the bookstore, everything was ready. Owner's son specially invited the Taoist priest of the Taoist temple to calculate the auspicious time of the opening. Immediately, the shop staff took the brazier out of the shop and began to burn the exploding rods in it. The exploding rod ignited and exploded, emitting crackling sounds as the smoke dispersed in all directions. The crowd outside the bookstore also cheered. They were waiting for the bookstore to open so they could rush in to buy books. However, after the rods were set off, the bookstore's door did not open. Only owner's son and a few staff walked out of the bookstore. Owner's son took a deep breath and used the force of his dantian to yell at the crowd. Esteemed guests, Son's bookstore is reopening today. Thank you all for coming. However, due to the limited space in the bookstore, it couldn't accommodate so many distinguished guests at the same time. For the safety of our esteemed guests, Old Me has made some number plates and invited our esteemed guests to collect them. In a while, Old Me will be divided into batches and randomly draw number plates. The distinguished guests whose numbers are called will be invited to enter the bookstore to purchase books. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive us. Owner's son's words stunned everyone. What did he mean by that? You need to draw a number to buy a book? Only Li Wangyu, who was hiding in the bookstore, couldn't help but snicker. Hee. I'll let you know the fear of lottery. Just now, when he saw that there were too many people present, an idea came to him. He recalled his experience of buying a house and drawing numbers in his previous life. There were more than 500 houses in the residential area, and there were actually 3,000 to 4,000 people queuing up to buy a house. This made Li Wangyu deeply suspicious. Were these houses given away for free? Fortunately, Li Wangyu's luck was not bad. He got into the top 500 and successfully got a house. Thinking of that house, Li Wangyu's heart started to ache again. F***ck, he had paid the down payment and mortgage for such a long time for nothing. In the end, before he could even hand over the house, he was sent to the Tang dynasty by his beautiful boss. That was why he had come up with the idea of drawing numbers, just now because he had a wicked sense of humor. Outside the bookstore, the customers who were waiting to buy books were confused. They took the number plates from the staff. Because it was an impromptu idea, these so-called number plates were just small pieces of paper written on the bookstore's paper. Various numbers were written on them. Everyone held the small pieces of paper in their hands and were all confused. They didn't understand what Son's bookstore was doing. When owner's son saw that the staff had finished distributing the number plates, He asked someone to bring out a box. He reached in and took out a piece of paper with the same number. The distinguished customers who got number 125-67 can enter the bookstore to buy books. The old man looked at the number plates in his hand and read out 30 numbers. Then, he began to invite the customers who got these numbers to enter the bookstore. "Here, I'm here." In the crowd, a scholar holding a small piece of paper in his hand shouted happily and squeezed out of the crowd. The others were envious as they watched these 30 people happily walk into the bookstore. Soon, they paid for the books and completed the transaction. When these 30 people walked out of the bookstore with brand new books in their hands, the crowd gathered in front of the bookstore looked at them with envy. "Brother, I'll give you 600 copper coins. Can you transfer this book to me?" Those who were rich couldn't wait and didn't bother to continue queuing. They simply squeezed to the side of the first batch of people who bought the book and wanted to buy it. The scholar who was stopped was actually a little embarrassed. He had to grit his teeth and fork out the money to buy the 3 kingdoms. Seeing that someone was willing to pay 100 copper coins for the book, he didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them immediately settled the transaction. The poor scholar who got the copper coins asked the shop assistant for a new number plate and started queuing up again, waiting for the numbers to be drawn. With this precedent, many customers outside the bookstore who didn't lack money started to bid for the book. They weren't stupid. It was understandable that the bookstore was afraid of having too many people. But at this moment, there were nearly 1,000 people outside the bookstore, blocking the street. If they continued to wait for the numbers to be drawn, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. It was better to spend a little more money. 100 copper coins. Not only did it save him time, but he could also immediately get his hands on the 3 Kingdoms book. Why not? Of the 30 people who bought the book in the first batch, many of them were like the poor scholar. They resold the book and started queuing again. Li Wangyu also noticed this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Even a scalper had appeared, but fortunately he didn't care. It was just his bad taste to make this number draw. Otherwise, he could have asked Niu Wu to take his goldfish charm and go to the marquee shop in the East Market to mobilize a group of marquee to maintain order. He didn't need to go through so much trouble to ask owner-son to make something like the number draw. This cynical man simply thought of the day when he was unhappy about the number draw in order to buy a house. He probably came to torment this group of people who bought books. The beautiful boss just finished dealing with the affairs of the carriage shop and also came to the bookstore to see how the sale of Li Wangyu's book was going. She rolled her beautiful eyes at Li Wangyu when she saw the speechless, lottery method of buying books. This guy really had too much of a bad taste. Li Wangyu didn't care. He laughed and was very proud. Chapter 294. Li Wangyu didn't expect that copying the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms would cause so much trouble just to pass the time and also out of bad taste. Fortunately, all the troubles had been resolved. The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms not only set off a craze for the Tang dynasty, but also brought a lot of profit to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu only planned to print 10,000 copies of each volume of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. However, there were 24 volumes of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. If he copied all of them, he could make 60 million yuan just by selling the books, which was equivalent to 60,000 strings of copper coins or 10,000 taels of gold. Even he was shocked by the number that he had calculated. Wasn't this money too easy to earn? Now Li Wangyu had completely gotten rid of the embarrassment of being a second-generation rich person when he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. His family's businesses were everywhere, and they were all profitable. The royal family owned 50% of the four-wheeled carriage business, and the Li family owned 30%. However, the daily average profit of each carriage was consistent, and the Li family could earn 300 copper coins. Now, under the management of the beautiful boss, the SF Express carriage business had more than 300 carriages in just over a month. In this way, the Li family could earn 90,000 copper coins a day just by the carriage business alone. Moreover, this income was still rising. According to the beautiful boss's business plan, the SF Express would reach the scale of 1,000 carriages in the future. At that time, the Li family could earn 300,000 copper coins a day just by relying on the four-wheeled carriage business, which was 300 strings of copper coins. It should be known that this was only a day's income. Pai Lupi used his official position for personal gain and sent the Ministry of Works to rush the construction of the wine workshop. The workshop was completed and the high alcohol content sorghum wine had begun. The first batch of sorghum wine had been brewed and sealed. After 40 days, it could be distilled and loaded into jars and shipped to Chang'an to be sold. Brewing wine, especially this unique Xiaodao wine, was definitely a huge profit in the Tang dynasty. Even if Pai Lupi didn't have an economic brain, he knew that the wine workshop would be another money tree for his royal family. In order to protect the secret of the brewery, he had even dispatched the imperial army to seal off the valley where the brewery was located. As for the craftsmen who made the wine, they were not allowed to enter freely. In order to keep it a secret, Pai Lupi even ordered the families of these craftsmen to be moved there. Regarding this, Li Wangyu, as the person with vested interests, could only silently complain in his heart about the evil feudal emperor. After that, he did not care about it anymore. Furthermore, after Li Wangyu calculated the profits that the brewery might generate in the future, he silently asked his beautiful superior to make another trip to Taiji Palace. He took the initiative to find Empress Zhongsun and changed the original 60% of the Li family and 40% of the imperial family's profits to 60% of the imperial family's profits and 40% of the Li family's profits. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was a coward. It was just that there was too much money, and he was flustered, especially if he took more than Pai Lupi. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Rather than being taken advantage of by Pai Lupi in the future, it was better to take the initiative now and hand over the shares. That way, everyone would look good. Currently, the most vexed person in the Li family was the old housekeeper, Li Heng. There was no other reason than the fact that there were too many copper coins at home. He didn't know where to put them. The county magistrate's mansion was still under construction. It would take at least half a year for it to be completed. Moreover, the Li family's old mansion was too small. Even though most of the copper coins at home had been exchanged for gold, the remaining copper coins still gave Li Heng a headache. He didn't know where to put them. Li Wangyu didn't want to return the money that he owed the county magistrate so early. In Li Wangyu's mind, this money was the same as a bank loan. Since he had to pay a lot of interest, why should he return it early? However, the old mansion's treasury was now full. Seeing Li Heng's distressed appearance, Li Wangyu didn't hesitate. He hurriedly took the copper coins to the county magistrate's mansion and paid off the family's debt. 5 four-wheeled carriages were needed to transport the 1 million copper coins. In an era before paper money, it had to be said that money really had a lot of weight. After Li Wangyu finished checking the family's assets, he closed the account book and proudly hummed a tune. I made money, but I don't know how to spend it. I'll buy a Nokia with my left hand and a Motorola with my right. The beautiful boss looked at the smug Li Wangyu from the side and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Fanning herself with a round fan, the beautiful boss wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead and couldn't help but say, Wangyu, why is the weather in the Tang dynasty so hot? It's only April, which is March according to the Gregorian calendar. Why is it so hot? Li Wangyu also wiped his sweat and replied, Don't you know? During the Tang dynasty, the temperature on Earth was relatively hot. I remember reading in a history book that there was no snow in the Tang dynasty for 19 years. After the heat, it was cold. Therefore, the Song and Ming dynasties encountered the Little Ice Age. No wonder it's so hot in March and April. The beautiful boss was surprised. The weather was so hot that she was too lazy to go out. Every day, she hid in the mansion's backyard to avoid the heat. Fortunately, there was saltpeter which could be used to make ice at any time. This made the early summer not so hot. The main reason why she felt hot was because of her clothes. Thin, transparent, and revealing. These were the characteristics of women's clothing in the summer of the Tang dynasty. Unlike the women of the modern era who directly exposed their arms and legs, the Tang dynasty women's clothing, although light, was still a full-body gauze skirt. The beautiful boss felt that the sweaty clothes stuck to her body and was very uncomfortable. However, Li Wangyu did not see it that way. He felt that the looming skirt was more attractive. Of course, he naturally did not dare to say this to the beautiful boss. Otherwise, he would certainly not have a good ending. Su Changqing did not like the long gauze skirt. Therefore, he simply went to the East Market to buy some cloth. He called the mansion's maid who knew how to make clothes and busied himself. On this day, Li Wangyu was fanning himself while immersed in copying books in the study when the door was pushed open. He did not raise his head. He knew that the person who came in must be Su Changqing. Now, because of the mobile phone, as long as he entered the study except for the beautiful boss, no one else was allowed to enter. This was the mansion's rule. Changqing, help me get a cold drink. This damn weather is too hot, Li Wangyu said while copying. Seeing that the beautiful boss opposite him did not speak, Li Wangyu curiously raised his head, but he was directly petrified. Had he transmigrated back to the modern era? The beautiful woman in front of him was wearing hot pants that revealed her snow-white, slender thighs. She was also wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt that showed off her impressive figure. She even revealed a small part of her snow-white waist, which made Li Wangyu's Adam's apple bob a few times. The beautiful boss was actually dressed in a cool outfit like the modern era. Li Wangyu, who was used to seeing Tangs in long skirts, felt his mouth go dry. Su Changqing motioned for Li Wangyu to put away the mobile phone. He then turned to open the door of the study and pulled Aphrodite in. After seeing Aphrodite's outfit clearly, Li Wangyu could no longer hold it in. He felt his nose heat up and 2 lines of blood gushed out uncontrollably. Chapter 295. Dumbstruck, Li Wangyu stared blankly as Avro entered the study. The young girl's face was full of shyness. She slowly took off her clothes, revealing her body that was as alluring as a peach. His beautiful superior also did the same thing, exposing her snow-white skin in front of Li Wangyu. Just like that, the 2 naked women slowly walked in front of Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu suddenly woke up, he was shocked to find that last night was actually a wet dream without a trace. Li Wangyu's heart raced, and he blushed at the thought of the embarrassing things he did with his beautiful boss and Avro in his dream. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. It was mainly because he had received too much shock yesterday. What he thought about during the day, he dreamed about it at night. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's ideal mate. Yesterday, Li Wangyu had already felt his heart palpitate when he saw his beautiful boss showing off her long legs. If it was in the future, it would naturally not be a big deal for young ladies to reveal their arms and legs on the streets. But now that he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu was used to seeing the way the Tangs dressed. So when he suddenly saw his beautiful boss dressed in such a sexy way, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although the Tang dynasty was more open, it wasn't as conservative and feudal as it was after the Confucianism of Chang and Zhu. In the Tang dynasty, it was also very common for women to wear half-exposed corsets. However, no matter how light, thin, and translucent the women's clothes of the Tang dynasty were, they still wouldn't directly expose their thighs like the shorts and miniskirts worn by women in the modern era. Therefore, Li Wangyu couldn't help but stare after seeing his beautiful boss wearing such cool clothes. The reason why he had a nosebleed at the sight of Afro was naturally because the weather had been too hot recently. Li Wangyu would never admit that he had a nosebleed just because he saw a beautiful blonde girl wearing a miniskirt and a tight t-shirt. That would be too embarrassing. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie had blonde hair tied into a ponytail that hung in front of her chest. As for the hand-sewn t-shirt, because of the girl's towering protrusions, it was super full. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered a sentence he had seen on the internet in his future life. It was a crime for a woman with a good figure to wear a t-shirt. At this moment, Li Wangyu deeply agreed. In fact, even the beautiful boss was jealous of the blonde girl's overly good development. How did this European race grow up? His beautiful boss's figure was already very hot among Asian women. Whether it was her long legs or her slender waist, they were all filled with fatal temptation. Her perky buttocks and voluptuous upper body were even more attractive to men. However, compared to Avro, she had to concede defeat in certain aspects. The beautiful boss looked down at her chest regretfully and muttered softly, "Papayas are not sold in the Tang dynasty. What bad luck." Li Wangyu's nosebleed for no reason surprised Avro. However, her beautiful boss's eyes were full of disdain, and the words in her eyes were pervert, hooligan, Lecture. Avro was a little flustered. She didn't know why a nosebleed was for men. Seeing 2 lines of blood flowing out of Li Wangyu's nose, she exclaimed in shock. Lang Jun, what's wrong with you? The girl hurriedly rushed forward, took out her handkerchief, and frantically wiped the blood off Li Wangyu's nose. The girl's delicate fragrance uncontrollably entered Li Wangyu's nostrils. What was worse was that the girl's impressive upper body was now pressed against Li Wangyu's arm. The soft, bouncy feeling made Li Wangyu's nose bleed even more. The beautiful boss snorted and went forward to pull Avro away, who was still unaware that she was being taken advantage of. She said coldly, "Raise your head." Li Wangyu obediently raised his head. Su Chongqing picked up a piece of rice paper from the table, tore off 2 strips, and stuffed them into Li Wangyu's nostrils. She then asked Avro to fetch a basin of cold water. After dipping her hand in the cold water, she gently patted the back of Li Wangyu's neck. Only then did Li Wangyu's nosebleed stop. Li Wangyu said in a low, muffled voice, The weather has been too hot recently. I'm heaty. The beautiful boss glared at him. Pervert. Li Wangyu wanted to cry out for his innocence, but he didn't know how to explain himself. In short, ever since the beautiful boss came up with the cool clothes, the backyard of the Li family's old residence had become a forbidden area in the residence. Apart from Li Wangyu, all the other men in the residence were not allowed to enter the backyard. Li Wangyu was both pained and happy about this. It wasn't just the beautiful boss and Avro who changed their clothes. Perrin and the 4 maidservants in the residence also shyly changed into cool clothes as long as they stayed in the backyard. Li Wangyu feasted his eyes every day. But it was just a look. After a wet dream, Li Wangyu secretly changed out of his underwear. Too embarrassed to let the maidservants wash it for him, he took care of it himself. Speaking of underwear, there were naturally no such things in the Tang dynasty. Strictly speaking, the underwear that the people of the modern era were used to was invented by the Americans in the 1940s. The ancient people of China naturally didn't wear underwear. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, men didn't wear underwear or pants and only wore skirts, which were called chong. Starting from the Han dynasty, people began to wear pants inside, but they were open-crotch pants, which were called straddles. After the Tang and Song dynasties, open-crotch pants and closed-crotch pants became the mainstream clothing for men. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, closed-crotch pants dominated the world. In addition, many poor people who needed to work had a type of underwear that was similar to underwear called calf-nose underwear. The calf-nose underwear was similar to the underwear worn by Japanese wrestlers in the modern era. It was first wrapped around the sides and then passed under the crotch. This type of pants had been popular for thousands of years. It was originally underwear, but people at the bottom of the hierarchy, such as servants, coachmen, farmers, and other laborers, would directly wear it outside for convenience. After Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, they naturally couldn't get used to not wearing underwear. Not to mention, if Li Wangyu wore open-crotch pants, it would really be terrible. Thus, they self-made a few pairs of underwear and finally avoided the embarrassment of not wearing underwear. As Li Wangyu washed his underwear, he wondered when this bitter single life would end. Now, the beautiful boss's attitude toward him had finally softened under his relentless fawning and flattery. At least, when he held the beautiful boss's soft and seemingly boneless hand, he wouldn't be shaken off anymore. The long Cold War, caused by him secretly bringing Aphrodite home, had finally ended, but Li Wangyu still had to work hard to achieve the success of his revolution. Just as Li Wangyu was hiding in the backyard and admiring the scenery every day, Pai Lupi found another troublesome matter for him, which gave Li Wangyu a headache. Chapter 296. In the backyard of the Li residence, Li Wangyu had been harassing all the beauties, young and old. No one could understand why their Lang Jun would say all those sweet words to coax them, as if he was smeared with honey. Perrin, don't let me see you again. Huh? Lang Jun, what are you talking about? Why? Because I like you every time I see you. The little girl, Pei Lan, let out a soft cry. She covered her blushing face and ran away. Avro, come and take a look at my eyes. I think something went in. Huh? Lang Jun, there's nothing? Nonsense, there's someone I like in my eyes. Avro was stunned for a while before she realized what Li Wangyu was talking about. The girl kissed Li Wangyu's face shyly and ran over to him like a little white rabbit. Her jiggling curves made Li Wangyu's eyes sink in. Changqing, shut up. I'll beat you to death if you dare to say such vulgar words to me. The beautiful boss waved her little fist threateningly at Li Wangyu. She really couldn't stand Li Wangyu anymore. Ever since he saw those vulgar words on her phone, this guy never got tired of it and used those disgusting words to flirt with girls in the backyard every day. The beautiful boss wanted to bite him to death. Faced with the threat of the beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose awkwardly and retreat in defeat. He then turned his head and continued to flirt with Avro. Li Wangyu felt that life would be wonderful if it could go on like this. However, someone was causing trouble for him when he wanted to steal half a day of leisure. Early in the morning, Li Wangyu was woken up by the palace eunuch. Pai Lupi wanted to see him in Taiji Palace. Although he missed the bed very much, Li Wangyu could only climb onto the horse obediently and head for Chang'an city since the big boss had invited him. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, it was still the legislative hall. Pai Lupi was pacing back and forth unhappily. Ziyu, I have a problem here. Come and give me some advice. Pai Lupi said bluntly as soon as he saw Li Wangyu enter the palace. These words made Li Wangyu's balls hurt. Pai Lupi, you bastard. You already said it was a very troublesome matter, and you still asked me to come. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the things that you find troublesome are not troublesome for my small body? However, even though he was cursing in his heart, Li Wangyu still bowed sincerely. Uncle, please speak. This nephew will do his best. Recently, a court official has submitted a memorial, asking me to issue a decree to release the palace maids, saying that this year's spring drought is related to the fact that there are too many palace maids in the palace. It was the accumulation of yin energy that caused the drought and lack of rain. This was ridiculous. Zio, what do you think of this? Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu slightly stunned. There was actually someone who said that the spring drought of the second year of Chang'an had something to do with Pai Lupi's Taiji Palace having too many palace maids? What kind of strange logic was this? However, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to speak. This was because in history, Pai Lupi had indeed released 3,000 palace maids this year, allowing them to leave the palace for marriage. This should be considered a good thing, right? As a steely straight man, Li Wangyu had long disliked the fact that Pai Lupi's Taiji Palace had so many beautiful young ladies. If Pai Lupi was willing to release the palace maids, then it was a good thing. In history, Pai Lupi had released the palace maids twice. The first time was in the 9th year of Wuda. Pai Lupi issued a decree to release 3,000 palace maids from the palace for marriage. The second time was this year in the second year of Chang'an. Pai Lupi once again issued a decree to release the palace maids. According to the historical records, in the 9th month of the second year of Chang'an, Li Baiyao, the secretary of the secretariat, requested to leave the palace again. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty ordered the Minister of External Affairs left Prime Minister Daizhou and the Minister of External Affairs Du Jingluan to select palace maids at the west gate of Yeding. From beginning to end, they released more than 3,000 palace maids. Bai Jui once wrote in his poem, 3,000 resentful women leave the harem. It was referring to this matter. But that should have happened in the 9th month of the second year of Xinguan's reign. It was only the 4th month now. Why was this matter being brought up? And judging from Pai Lupi's tone, he didn't seem too happy about it. There were too many palace maids, and the yin energy was too concentrated. He seemed to remember that in the history books, Li Baiyao, the secretary of the secretariat, had used this excuse to impeach Pai Lupi. Although it might seem nonsensical to the people of the future, in an era where even the plague of locusts was attributed to the emperor's immorality, one couldn't ask for too much, right? In short, according to the history books, Pai Lupi did release 3,000 palace maids because of this person. But Pai Lupi's words just now clearly implied that he wasn't happy about it. Why was that? Li Wangyu wasn't a hothead. He planned to first sound out Pai Lupi's tone and see what this fellow was thinking before making a plan. Uncle, These words are simply absurd. How could a gathering of palace maids cause a drought and lack of rain? Who knows how many palace maids there were in the Sui dynasty? Why didn't there be a drought? There were no palace maids on the Turkic grasslands, so why would there be a drought? Li Wangyu retorted agitatedly with an indignant look on his face. His words struck a chord with Pai Lupi's heart, and he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Well said. We also think the same. This group of courtiers can't see things as clearly as a young man like you. Li Wangyu changed the topic and continued. However, the palace maids are truly pitiful. Many of them entered the palace in the Sui dynasty, right? Since in the 9th year of Wuda, Uncle already issued a decree to release 3,000 palace maids. Why not continue to push the boat along with the current? His words made Pai Lupi's expression become awkward. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi had just passed through the coup of the Xuanwu Gate. He had killed his brother and imprisoned his father, and disgracefully sat on the throne. At that time, he issued a decree to release the palace maids. On one hand, it was to show his benevolence, and on the other hand, it was to disgust Li Yuan. The 3,000 palace maids that were released from the palace were basically the palace maids that had previously served Li Yuan. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he naturally didn't want to keep these women. Who knew if any of these palace maids had once been favored by his father? Although Pai Lupi didn't care about these things, he also didn't want to inherit his father's property. There was another reason why Pai Lupi issued a decree to release the palace maids. It was because he was poor. At that time, the Tang dynasty had just been established. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty's treasury wasn't abundant. Later generations' impression of the prosperous Tang dynasty was that it was incomparably wealthy. That was from the Kaiyuan age. To put it bluntly, at that time, the amount of copper coins in the Tang dynasty's treasury was probably less than the amount of money in any of the 5 great clans' treasury. Therefore, Pai Lupi naturally didn't want to raise so many palace maids for nothing. Moreover, they were the palace maids that had served Li Yuan. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, he very happily issued a decree to release those palace maids from the palace. However, now that Pai Lupi had ascended the throne for 4 years, the amount of copper coins and grain in the treasury had gradually increased. In addition, Empress Zhongsun had made 2 good deals with Li Wangyu's family. The daily income of the carriage company from the partnership surprised Pai Lupi, not to mention the wine workshop that had already started production. Moreover, this money didn't even need to go into the treasury. It all went into Pai Lupi's little treasury. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. With money in his pocket, Pai Lupi didn't want to release the palace maids. Therefore, when the court officials once again submitted a memorial, he became hesitant about this matter. Pai Lupi, who wanted to have a good reputation but didn't want to release the palace maids, thought of Li Wangyu. He hoped that he could give him an idea that could satisfy both sides. Pai Lupi didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider. After hesitating for a moment, he still gave him an explanation. After understanding Pai Lupi's thoughts, Li Wangyu felt even more disdain in his heart. Pai Lupi, this fellow, was simply a green tea bitch in the future. Not only did he want to be a bitch, he also wanted to establish a monument to his chastity. Chapter 297. Speaking of which, these palace maids were really pitiful. Many of them had been in the palace for decades or even longer. They were old and could not leave the palace. No one cared about them and no one asked about them. In the end, many of them died in the palace. The palace maids entered the palace at a young age and could not find love in their lives. They did not have the right to have children and could only spend the rest of their lives alone. As the saying goes, once you enter the palace, it is as deep as the ocean. As they had no hope of leaving the palace, many palace maids had escaped in history. The most famous one was in the first month of the first year of the Tang dynasty. At that time, there was a lantern festival in Chang'an city. Emperor Zhongzong, Li Xian, allowed the palace maids to go out and watch the lanterns. In the end, it was recorded, spring, first month, night of Bingyin, Emperor Zhongzong and Empress Wei went out to watch the lanterns in the city. Thousands of palace maids went out and many died. Many died. It did not mean that they died, but they disappeared. It was the same as the saying, mending the pen after the sheep is lost. Emperor Zhongzong, Li Xian, allowed thousands of palace maids to go out and watch the lanterns. In the end, most of them took the chance to escape. What an irony! Thousands of palace maids all escaped. One could see how terrifying the palace walls were to these poor women. In history, apart from Pai Lupi in the 9th year of Wuda and the 2nd year of Chang'an, he did not release any more palace maids until he died. Pai Lupi's descendants also rarely released palace maids. When Emperor Xuanzong, Li Longji, ascended the throne, he followed his great-grandfather, Pai Lupi, and ordered the palace maids to leave the palace. However, in his later years he became more and more ridiculous. He went around recruiting women into the palace. In the Daming Palace there were at most 40,000 palace maids. When Li Wangyu read the history of the Tang dynasty, he sympathized with these poor palace maids. He was also jealous of the emperors who shamelessly took over so many beautiful ladies. From Li Wangyu's point of view, Pai Lupi's current thinking was similar to that of his descendants. Because he no longer lacked money, he was unwilling to release the palace maids again. Li Wangyu could only express his disdain for Pai Lupi's strong possessiveness. Li Wangyu suppressed the urge to give Pai Lupi the middle finger. He pondered for a long time before he decided to follow his heart. If so many palace maids could only die of old age in the palace, it would be an unforgivable crime. Li Wangyu would look down on himself if he went against his conscience to cater to Pai Lupi. However, Li Wangyu wasn't stupid. He wouldn't follow Wei Zheng's example and offend Li Er and give him a death remonstrance. Even if it was for the good of the company, he was still an idiot to make his relationship with his boss so tense. Well, Li Wangyu was just that simple. He looked at the relationship between the monarch and his subjects using the workplace rules of the modern world. Apart from the fact that the boss could only fire you but the emperor could cut off your head, his view was actually not wrong. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and thought of a way to deal with Pai Lupi. He casually agreed with Pai Lupi with a few words. He put on a sad expression, which made Pai Lupi feel very touched. Li Er's expression was as if his nephew knew him well, unlike those foreign officials who kept thinking about the palace maids in his palace. Li Wangyu snickered at Li Er's hateful expression. Together with Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu said goodbye to the officials and left the palace. After he found his beautiful boss, the two hid in the room and whispered for a long time. In fact, Li Wangyu's idea was very simple. To deal with the possessive Pai Lupi, a pillow talk was the best choice. Although Empress Zhongsun insisted that the harem should not interfere in politics, in fact, releasing the palace maids was a matter of the harem. As the master of the harem, Empress Zhongsun was justified in dealing with these palace maids. As long as Empress Zhongsun was persuaded, even if Pai Lupi was unwilling, he would have to release the palace maids. Li Wangyu was planning for this. As for the reason to persuade Empress Zhongsun, it was simple. Her Royal Highness was now pregnant with the son of the dragon. She prayed for the child in her belly and also for the health of the child. The harem should not be too heavy with yin energy. Releasing some palace maids could not only pray for the child but also reduce the concentration of yin energy in the harem. In Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing's opinion, as a pregnant mother, she would definitely not refuse this proposal. As for whether there were more women, whether it was really because of the gathering of yin energy, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, if the ancient people were willing to believe this kind of nonsense, then he would use it. It was not easy for other noble women to see Empress Zhongsun, but for the beautiful boss it was simple. Whether it was entering the palace to discuss shop matters with Empress Zhongsun or teaching yoga, Su Chongqing often went to the palace. After going there many times, Su Chongqing was now very familiar with the harem of the Taiji Palace. He could find the way with his eyes closed. The beautiful boss naturally couldn't stand Pai Lupi's action of occupying many young ladies. Without hesitation, she went to the palace to give Pai Lupi a hard time. After Su Chongqing entered the palace, Li Wangyu was very comfortable with his legs crossed, drinking tea, humming a song, waiting for the beautiful boss to return. I was watching the mountain scenery on the tower, and I heard the chaos outside the city. The banners fluttered in the air, but it turned out to be the soldiers sent by Sima. He felt that he was like Zhuge Liang, casually playing Pai Lupi in the palm of his hand. When Empress Zhongsun showed her power and wanted to release the palace maids, Pai Lupi would definitely be very sullen. He wanted to see Pai Lupi's expression at that time, as if he had eaten a fly. Wahahaha, I'm really a genius, Li Wangyu thought. Just as he was feeling proud, he saw the beautiful boss with a gloomy face, walking in from outside the door. Changqing, what's the matter? Why do you look unhappy? Did Empress Zhongsun not agree? Li Wangyu asked curiously. The beautiful boss shook her head. The Empress agreed. Then why do you look like this? It's because of you, you idiot. As soon as he asked, he saw the beautiful boss gritting her teeth and rushing in front of him, her small fists pounding on his chest. Who asked you to come up with bad ideas? Who asked you to come up with bad ideas? Idiot, we've been fooled. Li Wangyu was baffled by the beautiful boss's words, and hurriedly asked what happened. Su Chongqing angrily explained, and Li Wangyu suddenly realized, and couldn't help but pat his head. What the F***ck? They were actually fooled. He and Su Chongqing were still too young, and didn't expect that people's hearts were unfathomable, and that they would be fooled by the Japanese, digging a big hole to bury themselves. Old fox, Pai Lupi, this drama queen, was actually fooled by him. He actually believed that Pai Lupi's performance, and foolishly asked the beautiful boss to find Empress Zhongsun, wanting to make Pai Lupi suffer. In the end, these two men and women weren't good people, and changed their tricks to play him and the beautiful boss. What Pai Lupi was reluctant to let the palace maids out of the palace. It was all fake. Li Wangyu looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and 2 lines of tears full of regret fell. What happened to the trust between people? In the end, it was all a trick. I originally gave my heart to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Chapter 298. It wasn't that Pai Lupi was unwilling to release the palace maids. He had long felt that keeping so many palace maids in the palace was too expensive. Moreover, many of the palace maids had entered the palace in the Sui dynasty, and many of them were already 35 or 36 years old. Even if Pai Lupi was a pervert, he wouldn't take a fancy to these palace maids who were considered old and decrepit by the Tang people. However, if they were released from the palace with just a decree, it wouldn't be a good thing. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi released 3,000 palace maids, but many of them lived destitute lives after leaving the palace. Although Pai Lupi's original intention was to have these palace maids marry other people, in reality, not many of the 3,000 palace maids married after leaving the palace. The reason was that these palace maids were too old. In the future, there were plenty of 36-year-old holy maidens. Even Sister Jeline, who was 45, could marry, let alone 30-somethings. However, in the Tang dynasty, it was normal for people to marry in their teens. Many women in the Tang dynasty became grandmothers at 35 or 36 years old. Letting a palace maid, who was considered a grandmotherly generation in the eyes of the people of that era, marry someone was truly too difficult. Even those who successfully married were mostly widowers. Moreover, these palace maids came from the palace and were used to glory and wealth. How many of them would be willing to marry into an ordinary family and become a farmer? Even if it was a merchant's family, they might not be willing. Moreover, even if someone was willing to marry them, it was only because of their status in the palace and they wanted to take them home as concubines. Thus, although the palace maids looked forward to leaving the palace, they were also afraid. Many palace maids, after leaving the palace, would end up as prostitutes in Peace Square because they lacked a source of income. This made Pai Lupi feel that he had lost a lot of face. Thus, after Li Baiyao asked the palace maids to leave the palace, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun thought about it and felt that they needed to find a way for these palace maids to make a living after leaving the palace. The two of them thought of Li Wangyu at the same time. They felt that it was best to leave this matter to their nephew. After all, Li Wangyu's businesses were quite profitable. Moreover, he was a nephew of the royal family. Letting him handle this matter would not bring shame to the royal family. However, thinking about Li Wangyu's languid personality, if he directly gave the decree to him, this scoundrel would definitely think of a way to refuse. Therefore, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun cooperated to put on a show, digging a huge hole for Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior. When Pai Lupi was in the Lijiang Hall, Li Wangyu believed that he was reluctant to let the palace maids out of the palace. He foolishly urged his beautiful superior to go find Empress Zhongsun and give Pai Lupi a bad look. He thought that he had succeeded, but he did not know that with his skills as a white-collar worker in the future, he could copy poems and articles and make so-called inventions. If he wanted to play petty tricks with Pai Lupi, it was simply showing off his skills in front of Guan Yu. He was overestimating his abilities. In Lijiang Hall, the beautiful superior urged Empress Zhongsun to do good deeds and pray for the baby in her belly. She said that the yin energy in the palace was too heavy and was not good for the child's growth. She said for a long time. Empress Zhongsun only listened quietly, her face revealing a difficult expression. The beautiful superior did not notice the smile in Empress Zhongsun's eyes. She asked Her Highness what was troubling her. Chongqing, it's not that I don't want His Majesty to let the palace maids out. It's just, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Empress Zhongsun was obviously someone who could win an Oscar for Best Actress. This sigh made the beautiful superior's heart tighten. Your Highness, is there anything troubling you? Chongqing is willing to share Your Highness's worries. This, forget it. Empress Zhongsun wanted to say something but stopped. The beautiful superior was an elite in the workplace in the future. At this time, she was hot-blooded and only wanted to save the palace maids who were persecuted by Pai Lupi. Where was her former shrewdness? Under the repeated questioning of the beautiful superior, Empress Zhongsun told her and Pai Lupi's concerns. Then she looked expectantly at Su Chongqing, waiting for her reply. Only then did the beautiful superior realize that she and Li Wangyu had been deceived. At this time, she was forced to the fire by Empress Zhongsun. She could not be hot-blooded just now and then directly turn her head and say that she had no way, right? Therefore, the beautiful superior had no choice but to pinch her nose and accept it. She promised to find a way to help the palace maids out of the palace find a livelihood. She could imagine how troublesome this matter would be. Even if only 1/3 of the thousands of palace maids needed to be worried about, it would be troublesome enough. Moreover, this was not a matter that could be solved by giving everyone some copper coins. Empress Zhongsun's meaning was that it was better to teach people to fish than to give them fish. They needed to find a way for these palace maids to make a living. After listening to the beautiful superior's explanation, Li Wangyu had not yet recovered from the blow when the old housekeeper, Li Heng, hurriedly came to report that a palace eunuch had come to deliver an imperial edict. The women are secluded in the depths of the palace. It is truly acceptable. Aside from sweeping, it was also suitable for the husband and wife to use, and it was also suitable for them to use. Li Wangyu, the man of Wuxia, is to select the women in the palace. Pai Lupi did not give Li Wangyu any chance to regret. As soon as the beautiful superior stepped into the mansion, Pai Lupi's imperial edict arrived and directly threw the task of selecting palace maids to Li Wangyu. The eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict seemed to have also received Pai Lupi's instructions. After reading the imperial edict, he did not wait for Li Wangyu to react and left as if he had just picked up a hot potato. He did not give Li Wangyu any chance to speak at all. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only send 2 fingers in the direction of Chang and City to express his endless admiration. Chongqing, what do you think we should do about this? Li Wangyu tidied up his depressed mood and turned to look at the beautiful superior. Humph, I don't know. Think about it yourself. The beautiful superior snorted and did not have the slightest intention of sharing weal and woe with Li Wangyu. She pulled Afro and Perrin back to the backyard. Looking at the beautiful superior who did not care about this matter, Li Wangyu felt countless mythical beasts galloping through his heart. Why is this person like this now? How can we build a harmonious society where the 8 honors and 8 disgraces coexist if she avoids difficulties? Chongqing, you can't be like this. Li Wangyu wailed and turned to chase after the beautiful superior. I won't listen. Su Chongqing, who had always been graceful and generous, actually covered her ears and ran away like a little girl. If her colleagues in the company in the future were to see this little girl's behavior, who knew how many glasses would be smashed. Manager Su, who had always been cold and aloof, also had such a little girl side. In short, no matter how dejected Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were, the glorious and arduous task of selecting 3,000 palace maids and settling them down properly was placed in front of them. In this regard, Li Wangyu only wanted to ask Pai Lupi, "Does your conscience not hurt?" There was something that he did not know if he should say. Chapter 299. Following Pai Lupi's decree, the news of the selection of palace maids caused a huge uproar in Yeding Palace. There were about 10,000 palace maids in Taiji Palace. There were also thousands of people over the age of 30. In Pai Lupi's decree, the criteria to be selected was that palace maids who had been in the palace for 10 years or more and were willing to leave the palace could sign up and register. Many of the older palace maids had complicated feelings about leaving the palace. They yearned for freedom and wanted to escape the tall palace walls, but they were also worried about their lives outside the palace. These palace maids had entered the palace in their teens and spent most of their youth within the palace walls. They both yearned for and feared the outside of the palace walls. Some palace maids hoped to be reunited with their families after leaving the palace and be happy with their parents. Some hoped to leave the palace and marry someone to raise their children. However, these palace maids had been in the palace for more than a decade, and many of them had lost contact with their parents. Many of their parents had even passed away. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population had plummeted, and many palace maids had lost contact with their families. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi released the palace maids, and many of them had encountered the same situation. After leaving the palace, these palace maids had no family to rely on, and it was difficult for them to marry their ideal husband. Many of them lived in poverty. This was also the concern of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun about releasing palace maids again. After all, the face of the imperial family was still important. Even if these palace maids had no one to rely on after leaving the palace, and even wandered to brothels and alleys, Pai Lupi's face would be ugly. However, even with such concerns, there was still an endless stream of palace maids signing up to leave the palace. In a few days, the list of palace maids who were willing to leave the palace was compiled. At this moment, Li Wangyu held the preliminary list of palace maids and felt a toothache. Of the 3,000 palace maids released, more than half of them had lost contact with their families. On the list, there were more than 1,600 palace maids that Li Wangyu needed to arrange for after leaving the palace. This was not a simple job. What made Li Wangyu's teeth hurt even more was the middle-aged man kneeling in front of him. This person was the assistant that Pai Lupi had arranged for him to assist him in the matter of the palace maids leaving the palace. This was the first time Li Wangyu had met this person, but no matter how he looked at this middle-aged man with a flattering smile, he was not happy. The main reason was because this person was extremely famous in history. However, his reputation was not good. Su Jingzong was the man who was kneeling respectfully in front of Li Wangyu in the new Tang dynasty. Legend of the Treacherous Courtier. In fact, Li Wangyu also knew that Su Jingzong was not an evil person, nor had he done anything that humiliated the country. The reason why he was listed at the top of the list of traitorous officials was mainly because he had done too many scandals. For example, tampering with the history of the country, marrying his daughter to a barbarian because of his greed, sucking up to the powerful, working with Wu Zetian to ostracize the loyal, and so on. Using Su Jingzong as a fence-sitter was the most appropriate way to describe him. Li Wangyu naturally kept a respectful distance from this kind of person. However, he had never thought that Pai Lupi would order Su Jingzong, who was currently the vice minister of the imperial clan temple, to assist him. This made him feel extremely disgusted. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Li Wangyu did not know how he should interact with him. What he didn't know was that Su Jingzong, whose face was full of smiles at this moment, was even more perturbed. Su Jingzong had previously targeted Li Wangyu several times, especially at the imperial clan temple. When faced with the Li clan leader of Hu County, who had come to complain, Su Jingzong had used a sinister move to deal with the young man in front of him. However, he had never thought that the Hu County Li clan would go for wool and come home shorn. Not only had he not been able to do anything to the young man, but he had also been reprimanded and grounded by Pai Lupi. He had not even been allowed to enter Chang'an city. Moreover, this young man, who had shown brilliantly at the Zhujiang Lake Poetry Festival, had been conferred the title of founding prince of the country in the short span of a month. Su Jingzong could not help but feel despair. Later on, Li Wangyu had fought with the 5 clans and 7 Wangs, and the crown prince and king Yu had taken Li Wangyu as their master. This series of events made Su Jingzong feel even more regret. How could this young man be someone he could provoke? Now that he was facing Li Wangyu again, Su Jingzong's jealousy had long since dissipated into thin air. After all, the current Su Jingzong was not the right minister of the Zhou dynasty. He was still the vice minister of the imperial clan temple. How could he have the right to oppose Li Wangyu? Right now, Su Jingzong could only hope that the old clan head of the Li clan in Hu County would be tight-lipped enough to not expose the fact that Su Jingzong had given him the idea to use the spring to deal with Li Wangyu. Prince of Panhu County, please feel free to instruct me on how to send the palace maids out of the palace. Next time, I will do my best to cooperate. When Li Wangyu heard Su Jingzong say the words next time, he felt even more disdainful. The vice minister of the imperial clan temple was a secondary grade 4 official. In comparison, he, the prince of Panhu County, was only a secondary grade 5 official. In terms of official rank, Su Jingzong was even higher than him. What did next time mean? Although he was being humble, he was referring to a pawn, someone who could run errands for others. F***ck. This fellow's skin was really thick. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. But on the surface, he did not show any impatience or disdain. When he was running errands in the future, he had seen all kinds of strange clients. Li Wangyu had long been able to treat the client like his first love, even if the client abused him thousands of times. Thus, even Su Jingzong did not see through Li Wangyu's true thoughts on his face. Vice Minister Su, you are too polite. Although the saint has ordered you to help me, Vice Minister Su, you have been an official for many years and have a lot of experience. This time, I will need Vice Minister Su's help to send the palace maids out of the palace. Of course. Next time, I will do my best. I wonder if the Prince of Panhu County has a way to deal with these palace maids who have no relatives to rely on? Yes, I am also worried about this matter. The palace maids who left the palace this time were given 100 strings of copper coins by the saint. However, although this money is not little, it is also not much. It will be difficult to properly settle these palace maids down. Li Wangyu thought Pai Lupi, this fellow, was also extremely stingy. To send these palace maids out of the palace, he only gave each of them 100 strings of copper coins. It was really pitifully little. This little amount of copper coins was only enough for these palace maids to buy a few acres of land. If they wanted to use this to solve their livelihood problems for the rest of their lives, they would be dreaming. Li Wangyu despised Pai Lupi's stinginess, but he did not know that Pai Lupi's heart was bleeding. 3,000 palace maids meant 300,000 strings of copper coins as a settlement fee. This was not a small sum. Su Jingzong blinked and said in a low voice, "It is not easy for the saint, but this 100 strings of copper coins is indeed not enough. Next time, there is a way to raise some copper coins. I don't know if I should say it." When Li Wangyu heard that this fellow could get copper coins, he did not have time to despise Su Jingzong's character and hurriedly asked, "Vice Minister Su, what method do you have?" "Haha! In Chang'an City, there are more than 10,000 shops of various sizes in the 2 cities. These shops are all merchants and wealthy merchants. Can we let these merchants share the saint's burden?" Su Jingzong's words were hesitant and unclear, but Li Wangyu immediately understood what he meant. Damn, he wanted to set up a stall and beat up the rich merchants in Chang'an City? Chapter 300. Li Wangyu wanted to curse after hearing Su Jingzong's idea. What kind of rotten idea was this? If he went to the merchants in Chang'an, he would definitely be able to collect money, but Li Wangyu's reputation would be ruined. The merchants in Chang'an would probably nail Li Wangyu's name on straw figurines and beat them up. He was determined not to do such a wicked thing. He was not like Su Jingzong, who would marry his own daughter to a barbarian for money. However, although Su Jingzong's idea was wicked, it was not to make money for himself. He could not say much and could only wave his hand, indicating that this method was not feasible. Su Shaoqing, we will discuss how to settle the homeless palace maids. As for the 1,000 or so palace maids who are preparing to return home, I will need you to take care of them. Su Jingzong quickly stood up and said, Don't worry, Mr. Huxian. Leave this matter to me. I will take care of it. Releasing the palace maids was not a simple matter. In addition to the registration and distribution of settlement fees, they also needed to inform the local officials of the palace maids who were about to return home and have them register these palace maids and add them back into the household register. These palace maids could not be left alone once they left Taiji Palace. They also needed to arrange for people to escort these palace maids who were planning to return home. Each and every one of these matters was troublesome. Li Wangyu didn't want to do these tedious things, so he pushed all of them to Su Jingzong to handle. In any case, Pai Lupi had ordered Su Jingzong to take care of them, so Li Wangyu was more than happy to relax. Su Jingzong did not complain at all. He patted his chest and immediately agreed, taking over these troublesome matters without hesitation. Although Su Jingzong did not have a good reputation and his character was even worse, he was still a capable official. Otherwise, he would not have become one of the 18 scholars of King Qin. Pai Lupi had arranged for him to be Li Wangyu's assistant to deal with the palace maids leaving the palace because he valued his intelligence and ability. After sending Su Jingzong away, Li Wangyu's face immediately became distressed. He really couldn't think of a way to settle the more than 1,600 homeless palace maids. In Li Wangyu's opinion, the best solution was to marry these palace maids off. Speaking of which, none of the palace maids who left the palace were ugly. All of them were beautiful young ladies. To be able to be selected from the common people to enter the palace, even if they were just palace maids, their figures and looks were definitely the best. Regardless of whether it was the Sui dynasty, Li Yuan or Pai Lupi, none of them had the hobby of choosing ugly women to enter the palace as palace maids. Moreover, these women, even if they were just palace maids in charge of watering and cleaning, had undergone strict training from the royal family. Every frown, every smile, and every glance was poetic, graceful, and dignified. Many palace maids were also good at musical instruments and dancing. They were all first-class and graceful. However, it was rare for such an outstanding woman to marry into a good family after leaving the palace. Many palace maids who left the palace were reduced to housewives of rich families. Housewives or mistresses had no legal status at all. They were even worse than concubines. Speaking of the origin of housewives, according to unofficial records, it was related to Pai Lupi. According to legend, Pai Lupi gave Guan Guogong Rengui 2 beautiful palace maids. As a result, Rengui's wife, out of jealousy, used scissors to twist the 2 beautiful women's hair until they were bald. When Pai Lupi found out, he was very angry. He gave Rengui's wife a cup of poisonous wine and said, "Drink it and you will die immediately. The 3 of them are suitable for Jizhua. If you are not jealous, you do not need to drink it. If you are jealous, drink it immediately." In the end, Rengui's wife, like Fang Xuanling's wife, would rather drink the poisonous wine than let the 2 beautiful women enter the house. Of course, the poisonous wine was fake. Pai Lupi had no choice but to let Rengui settle the 2 beauties down. Even Li Wangyu didn't know whether this unofficial history was true or not. However, in the Tang dynasty, housewives were not a good thing. The laws of the Tang dynasty strictly forbade housewives. According to the Tang assembly, housewives were forbidden. If they violated this rule, they would be banished from the 5th rank and above. From this, it could be seen that in the Tang dynasty, these palace maids didn't have many choices. The fundamental reason for this was that the palace maids were older than they were. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very resentful. Were these people of the Tang dynasty all lillicons? There were so many mature and beautiful young ladies in their 30s, but they didn't like any of them. They all insisted on marrying those young girls in their teens. They were simply perverts. Bah! A bunch of lullicons. I despised them. In fact, Li Wangyu was like a crow laughing at a pig being black. He didn't think about it. The young girl version of Angelina Jolie, in his residence, was also 15 or 16 years old. If it wasn't for his beautiful superior watching over him, he would have already taken advantage of the young girl. Li Wangyu sat in the central room. While he was thinking hard, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the two Niu brothers talking in the front yard. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He hurriedly called out, "Niu Yong, Niu Wu, come here. I have something to ask you." "What is it, Lang Jun?" the Niu brothers asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu chuckled. He looked the Niu brothers up and down for a long time. When the two of them felt a little scared, he asked, "Niu Yong, Niu Wu, the two of you are in your 30s this year, right?" Niu Wu was puzzled. "I'm 36, and my brother is 38. The two of you are single. Oh no, you haven't married yet, right?" Niu Yong and Niu Wu looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with their Lang Jun today. It wasn't like he didn't know that the two of them weren't married. Li Wangyu didn't wait for them to speak. He continued to ask, "Do the two of you want to get married?" These words made Niu Wu a little embarrassed. "My brothers are both disabled. How can there be a girl from a good family who is willing to marry us? Just tell me if you want to." "Yes," Niu Wu answered. Niu Yong didn't say anything, silently agreeing with his brother's answer. "Do you mind if the girl is a little older? But regardless of her figure or appearance, she is first class." Li Wangyu asked again. Niu Wu rubbed his hands. His only eye was shining. "What does that matter? Older people know how to care for men. What right do we have to dislike others? The problem is, will others like us? Which family is she from?" Seeing that Niu Wu had so many questions, Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand, not allowing him to continue talking. This tall and strong man was actually so gossipy when talking about marrying a wife. It seemed that he had neglected the Niu brothers before. Their hearts were cold but passionate. However, the reaction of the Niu brothers confirmed Li Wangyu's previous thoughts. These palace maids who left the palace, even if they were a little older, it wasn't that they couldn't get married. The key was to find the right person. For example, in Dingzhou village, there were many old bachelors like the Niu brothers. Originally, these old soldiers were so poor that no one was willing to marry them. But now, with the operation of the carriage business, the pockets of this group of bachelors were all bulging. To be able to marry a 30-year-old, educated and beautiful young lady home, wouldn't this group of bachelors be overjoyed? Bah, they were lucky. Chapter 301. Li Wangyu reflected on himself and felt that he seemed to have made a mistake before. In fact, there were many palace maids who were sent out of the palace because of their old age and beauty. Not to mention the distant ones. Millions of people gathered in Chang'an and the surrounding counties. Was it difficult to find more than 1,000 men who were willing to marry palace maids? Although the situation like the Niu brothers was not many, it was not rare. It was just that, in the Tang dynasty where information was blocked, most people did not have the channels to get information. It was too inefficient to rely on those matchmakers to connect the two sides. No wonder so many palace maids were homeless after leaving the palace, wandering among the people, and living a wandering life. Li Wangyu thought of the bald host in the future and the dating show. Would he be able to organize an unprecedented matchmaking event in the Great Tang and solve the problem of more than 1,000 unmarried young ladies from there? He was thinking about it when the beautiful boss came to the central room with a plate of washed fruit. "Chongqing, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you," Li Wangyu said as he reached out to grab the fruit in the plate, but the beautiful boss slapped his hand away. "How old are you? Wash your hands." "Hey, you are dirty. You will not get sick after eating it." The beautiful boss did not speak but just stared at him. Li Wangyu was embarrassed and ran to wash his hands with a smile. "Chongqing, you are really like my mother. You care about everything." After washing his hands, Li Wangyu ran back, grabbed a handful of cherries from the plate, and stuffed them into his mouth. He said vaguely while eating. Hearing his words, the beautiful boss was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, which was very cute. "Li Wangyu, what do you mean? Do you think I am too old?" Li Wangyu was speechless. "Can you focus on something so strange? Is that what I mean?" Fortunately, he wasn't stupid enough to reason with a beauty. He hurriedly defended himself. No, I meant that you are gentle, understanding, and can take care of people. Humph. At least you know how to talk. The beautiful boss raised her eyebrows, acknowledging Li Wangyu's explanation. Li Wangyu silently wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Indeed, Confucius was right. Only women and villains are difficult to deal with. He didn't dare to dwell on this issue and told his beautiful boss about the idea he had just thought of. Changqing, what do you think? I use my eyes to see. Hee, I'm just teasing you. I think this is a good idea, but the point is, how are you going to find 1 or 2,000 suitable blind dates? In this day and age, there are no newspaper advertisements or TV advertisements for you to advertise. The beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Wangyu glared at her. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. Isn't that simple? Ask Pai Lupi to announce the imperial notice. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Su Changqing rolled his eyes, posting the imperial proclamation to think that he could think of it. Wasn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? What's more, it would be strange if Pai Lupi was willing to announce the imperial notice to the world just to find a husband for the palace maids. Even if Su Changqing didn't study history, he knew that this kind of thing was unreliable in ancient times. Li Wangyu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Finding a husband for the palace maids was not his private matter. Whether or not he could smoothly find a husband for more than 1,000 palace maids was related to Pai Lupi's face as the emperor of the Tang dynasty. It was related to whether or not the Tang dynasty could build a harmonious, prosperous, strong, and prosperous society. Why wouldn't Pai Lupi announce the imperial notice? What, you don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said when he saw his beautiful boss's expression of disbelief. Bet on what? Bet that I can make Pai Lupi announce the imperial notice and find a husband for the palace maids. Do you want to bet or not? His beautiful boss snorted. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let's bet. What if you can't do it? Li Wangyu looked around, then leaned close to Su Changqing's ear and said with a sneaky smile, if I lose, I'll be at your beck and call without any complaints. If I win, you'll give me... After he finished speaking, his beautiful boss's face couldn't help but turn red. She reached out and punched Li Wangyu's shoulder. Bah, ugly rogue, what are you thinking? What rogue? Hee, I'm making a very serious request. Okay? Li Wangyu's face was full of smiles. I don't care. I said you're a rogue. Hee. There's no reason to lose a bet. Are you sure you're going to lose? If you can't afford to bet, then forget it, Li Wangyu said. His beautiful boss raised her swan-like slender neck. Who said I'm going to lose? Let's bet. If you can't do it within 3 days, then you lose. Do you dare to agree? Come, let's make a pinky promise. Keep your word, pinky promise. You can't change your mind for 100 years. Whoever changes their mind is a dog. Li Wangyu took Su Changqing's little hand and hooked it with his little finger. He even shook it a few times like a child. This made his beautiful boss helpless. She could only make a pinky promise with him and seal it. This somewhat absurd bet was set. After making the bet with his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu was like he was injected with chicken blood. He immediately led Niu Wu to Chang'an to meet the emperor. In Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi heard Li Wangyu's words. He was so angry that his beard couldn't help but tremble a few times. He resisted the urge to take off his boots and hit him. He scolded, Zio, don't mess around. How can you use the Palace Gate manuscript to write a marriage notice? If the imperial censor finds out, he will definitely accuse you of being so impudent. The Palace Gate manuscript that Pai Lupi mentioned was the imperial bulletin that Li Wangyu had mentioned before. Actually, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's imperial bulletin was incorrect. The imperial bulletin referred to the list of grand scholars that were announced after the imperial examinations. Because it was usually written on yellow paper, it was also called the Yellow Bulletin. The Palace Gate manuscript was used to convey news of the imperial court. After the imperial court made a copy, it was posted at the Palace Gate for people to copy. Therefore, it was called the Palace Gate manuscript. This was also the earliest way of publishing news in Wuxia. The Palace Gate manuscript later evolved into the Imperial Court Bulletin. The relay station conveyed news of the imperial court in Chang'an and to all parts of the country. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Li Wangyu wanted to post a marriage notice on the Palace Gate manuscript. It was as unreliable as posting a marriage notice on the People's Daily in the future. Uncle, why not? Isn't it because you love the people like your own children that you want to find a good husband for the palace maids? Who can accuse me of this? I will spit on his face. Li Wangyu persistently tried to persuade him. Now, this matter wasn't just about finding a husband for the palace maids. This was a bet between him and his beautiful superior. It was related to his personal happiness, so he couldn't help but take it seriously. Pai Lupi only felt a headache. He began to regret handing this matter over to this brat. This bastard brat. He had asked him to properly arrange for the palace maids to leave the palace, but he actually had the idea of plundering the Palace Gate manuscript. It was really absurd. He was too lazy to argue with Li Wangyu. He still had a bunch of important matters to deal with. He didn't have the time to play around with him. Pai Lupi simply said perfunctorily, "Okay, you can discuss this matter with the minister. If he nods his head, I will agree." Li Wangyu still wanted to continue to argue with Pai Lupi, but he was chased out by the impatient Pai Lupi,